Chi 334, Side Story 007. Chi Chapter 334, Side Story 007. Juhak returned to the White Tower. Spot, all the summoned beings came along with him. All right, let's gather supplies. Pack your personal essentials in bags or boxes and give them to the Dimensional Supreme Servant. As soon as the words left his mouth, the summoned beings scattered in all directions. No problem with entry. The godly white system registered in the Kalenia dimension. The most crucial aspect was the connection to the White Tower's space. Then what about exiting? To Kalenia. Spot, the Mezpol outskirts grassland area where the beastkin were resting. Exiting works fine too. He entered the White Tower again. Spot, perfect. He could come and go any time he wanted. No need to take the elevator, and no need to go through the Grand Temple. Wasn't that obvious? If the tower had consumed a fragment of divinity, it should at least do this much. Juhak sent a message to Director Jun Guangil for the first time in a while. As soon as he sent it, Jun Guangil appeared. Player Bong Nim, haven't you departed for your trip yet? I did depart, but I forgot something, so I came back. Ah, Jun Guangil nodded. But where did you go, if I may ask? A dimension similar to Earth? No, our Dimensional Supreme Servant's homeland. Pardon? Whose homeland? You mean Rajik's Nim? That's right. That's wonderful. He must be so happy to visit his hometown. He was very happy indeed, though there was a bit of an unfortunate incident. There are no problems with the Black Tower conquest, right? Yes, since player Bongnim's complete conquest of the Black Tower, there hasn't been a single player casualty. Oh, since there's no need to push recklessly to climb higher, even on the lower floors below 80, they can receive sufficient magic stone and tower material rewards. The considerate and thoughtful godly White Nim, safe operator of the Black Tower. Additionally, the probability of receiving leather or metal material rewards has increased. It's gone up more than threefold compared to before. It seemed that in exchange for stopping the highest grade magic stone rewards, material item rewards had been significantly increased. The more I think about it, the more grateful I am. To be this thoughtful, is there no way to return the fragment of divinity? It would be nice if there was a way. Anyway. Oh, there's actually something I wanted to ask of you, Director. Please, just say the word. We need food and housing facilities. What kind? Juhak explained to Director Jun Guangil what items he wanted. For food, grains, root vegetables, various nuts. For housing facilities, containers or prefab houses that could be quickly assembled. When do you need them by? The sooner the better. Don't worry about the cost. I'll transfer the funds immediately. It seemed like they would be staying in Kalzenia for quite a while. Arranging temporary housing was essential. How nice would it be if copy-paste was possible, like here in the White Tower? But since Kalzenia was an actual world ruled by gods from other dimensions, that wasn't possible. I'll hurry as much as possible and gather everything in one place. I appreciate it. Spot. Director Jun Guangil exited to prepare the items. Next, Juhak got on the elevator. Destination, Dimensional Auction House. Since I'm here, might as well do some auctioning. He had listed and sold quite a lot over the past while. Where? Mainly to the immortal world. After buying Seando at high prices from the immortal world and generously funding the immortal's gambling ammunition, he would register original Earth electronics. This was practically barter trade, a pre-arranged deal between the immortal world and Juhak. It became possible because the auction house upgrade had activated community features. Because of that, other auction house users had been complaining incessantly. Are you two just going to trade among yourselves? Just meet separately and buy and sell there. What could they do about it? They couldn't meet separately, so this was how they had to do it. The elevator arrived at the dimensional auction house. First, he opened the status board and bid on Ciando. There was one more new change from the auction house upgrade. It had been applied recently. An instant purchase price button had been added. They said instant purchase items would expand after the upgrade, and it seemed they had applied it to all items now. Fruit, a peach imbued with mysterious energy. Auction starting price, 50,000 kilograms of highest grade magic stones. Instant purchase price, 1 million kilograms of highest grade magic stones. Seller, I am always in your debt. Convenient, so convenient. He purchased the Ciando at the instant purchase price. Smart device, Universe holographic AI phone 2PB black. Large amount of movie and drama content stored. Auction starting price, 100,000 kilograms of highest grade magic stones. Instant purchase price, 1 million kilograms of highest grade magic stones. Buy it quickly. He registered the holographic phone. Ding! As soon as it was listed, the auction was won. The immortal world must have bought it. There were more items to purchase besides this. He bought them the same way with instant purchase. Let's see, ingredients for tonics. The beastkin workers whose bodies had been badly damaged from brutal labor exploitation. Their gaunt bodies, their fur that had lost its luster, their severe hair loss symptoms. If they looked this bad on the outside, how rotten and worn must they be on the inside? He planned to ask Mary to brew some good medicine for them. Buy this one, buy that one too. Instant purchase success messages came in one after another. But then, Juhyek was startled. What's this? He doubted his eyes. What on earth? How is this item? Electronic device, portable cassette audio player. Auction starting price, 1,000 kilograms of highest grade magic stones. Instant purchase price, 50,000 kilograms of highest grade magic stones. An audio player, a product from a parallel Earth. I didn't list this though. That meant, is there another parallel Earth dimensional traveler? There might be one more besides Juhak. Actually, it wasn't that strange. The universe was such a vast place. There must be countless parallel Earths that hadn't been revealed yet. They probably joined recently. This must also be because of the upgrade. The cleanup of existing members with inactive auction house activity. Recruitment of new members to match the reduced membership numbers. Hence, a newly added auction house member from a parallel universe of the same civilization. Anyway, welcome. But the pace of development seemed different. He could tell just from looking at the item that was listed, a cassette tape audio player, something that had disappeared even on Earth. That was practically an antique, a device that couldn't even play video. Even the instant purchase price of 50,000 was expensive. There were no bidders either. Dimensional travelers aren't pushovers after all. At least I should buy it. It would be nice if members from the same civilization helped each other out. He placed an instant purchase bid. Ding. Fighting. 50,000 went through, right? If there's a chance to meet next time, let's meet. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After finishing his business at the auction house, Juhyuk returned to the White Tower. Now all that was left was waiting for the food and housing facilities to be prepared. Director Jun Guang-il said he would hurry as much as possible, but would that really be quick? He decided to wait a bit longer. I wonder if the beastkin are doing okay. He could check from here any time he wanted. Whiz, yes, master. How are our fluffy beastkin doing? They are safe and sound. Shall I display the footage? Yeah. Pop, a hologram image appeared. Real-time footage from the surveillance drone deployed to protect the beastkin. They were lounging about and resting at the temporary shelter in the grassland area. Some were snoring asleep, some were filling their bellies with snacks, and others were rolling around the meadow. They're doing fine. There aren't any other inconveniences, right? There are. They are voicing their complaints right now. Whoa, they have complaints? What complaints? I'll play their conversation for you. The content of the Beastkins' conversation? Oh dear, it was nothing much. They said they wanted to work. They said doing nothing was boring. Like kinfolk, like supreme servant. He hadn't expected this. Beastkin who liked to work. If they wanted to do it, he should let them. Not now, but later, in a comfortable environment, with fair treatment, able to work to their heart's content. Nothing else besides this, right? Like an incident occurring or something. No, master, no special incidents have occurred. That was a relief. A very minor issue arose, but it was resolved immediately. A minor issue? What was it? I will play the recorded footage. Pop. Hologram playback. Juhek watched the footage. The summoned beings also came to watch together. The footage started playing. Juhek's jaw gradually dropped. Crackle, 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 pop, 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 pop. Insane. So this counts as minor. For example, it was like this. A swarm of mosquitoes attacked. So they burned every last one with an electric mosquito racket. From an AI's perspective, it was perfectly minor, right? Clean response. It even cremated them automatically. Good. That'll serve as an example. Impressive. Kozak wore a pleased smile. One well-raised AI is worth more than 355 summoned beings. He didn't particularly want to raise it this way, though. From now on, just warn them and chase them away. Please also determine the course of action if the warning is ineffective. Just notify me. Instructions have been logged. Time passed like that. Finally, bzzz, a message arrived on his smartphone. It said they had secured sufficient quantities of the requested items. He took Radix and went out to Earth 1001 and swoosh, swoosh, loaded everything up. Tour guide Kozaksi, are you ready to depart? Please wait a moment. There are still some summoned beings who haven't finished packing. Who? The production jobs. They said they're dismantling their crafting equipment to bring along. Blacksmithing, leather, alchemy, enchantment, magical engineering. There were more people here just like the Beastkin. We're going on a trip, not to work. That's right. I can't understand them. Those guys say working is playing. Good grief. Tell them to hurry up and finish packing and gather. Yes, this was more like moving house than traveling. Well, it was fine anyway. Better to have too much than too little. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Spot. Juhak exited the White Tower and arrived at the temporary shelter in the Mezpol outskirts grassland area. Simultaneously, he summoned all the summoned beings. As soon as they appeared, they began reinforcing the temporary shelter together with Rajix, installing additional prefab houses. They also built food and loot storage warehouses using large containers, and the dwelling gradually transformed into a small village. Now this is finally livable. The foundation for Operation So What was established. Did that mean they would just stay put here without moving? Absolutely not. The core of Operation So What was not staying in one place. Why couldn't they move around? Had they committed some crime? Well, they did commit some crimes. Anyway, they were going to go wherever they pleased. Were they just going to walk around? He was thinking of being more proactive. Then how? Nothing in particular came to mind. So he asked Principal Harold for advice. How about this? There is a plan that would satisfy the Beastkins' desire to work, restore their honor, and at the same time facilitate their stable settlement. Oh, as expected of a genius. Solutions came out immediately. The summoned beings gathered. Principal Harold's briefing began. As he listened, it sounded interesting. It wasn't difficult to execute either. Everyone was listening with sparkling eyes. Suddenly, thud, 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 the sound of hoofbeats from far away. Someone was riding alone toward them on horseback. What? Another enemy? No, They're holding a white flag. What a pity. They're coming to surrender. Just then, enemy intrusion. Response measures needed. Huh? Response method determined. Warning shot. Whiz, that's not it. Cancel the warning. Warning shot cancelled. As the person drew closer, they dismounted from the horse. Judging by the clothes, looks like a cleric. Swoosh! Kozak quickly approached. Don't move. Move and I'll spill it. Toothbrush. He spouted nonsense first. Pardon? Toothbrush? I'm from the Grand Temple. Are you here to proselytize? I already have a religion. That's not it. I'm the civil affairs priest from the Mezpol Grand Temple, who's Minjung. I'm the civil affairs priest. I've brought a message from His Holiness the Pope. Kozak let out a snicker and said, "Ah, you mean that wicked swindler Pope? Swindler?" He demanded a fortune from an upstanding 26-year-old young man in exchange for system registration, causing public outrage. Isn't that exactly what fraud is? He was deliberately talking in circles to mock them. Juhyuk understood why Kozak was acting this way, because he had many grievances against the Grand Temple, because he felt backstabbed by Kalenia's main god and his proxy, the Pope. Nothing nice was going to come out of his mouth. It seemed like he should step in now. "Priest Nim, welcome. What brings you here?" "Ah, Traveler Nim, His Holiness the Pope wishes to meet with you." "Is that so?" "Yes, he is waiting at the Grand Temple. Whenever you have time." Kozak cut in again. "Wait a moment. If someone wants to meet, they should come themselves. Who do they think they are, ordering people to come and go? His Holiness cannot leave his position at the moment." "Tsk, tsk. Why are you always trying to pick fights? Kozaksi, please contain yourself. Yes, let's keep things amicable." Besides, something had come up that he needed to address. "Please do visit. His Holiness has guaranteed your safety." "Yes, I'll visit." "Ah, thank you. I can't go alone, though. I'll be bringing some attendants." "That's fine. Is it okay if I bring quite a few?" "As many as you like. They didn't specify a number. I'll come tomorrow. Things aren't sorted out here yet. I will convey this to His Holiness." After hearing Juhek's answer, the Grand Temple priest rode away on his horse. Then Gendalar quietly approached from the side. "Young master, how many attendants do you intend to bring?" Please leave Kozak behind." "Huh? Why leave me behind?" Gendalar's reason. "If you bring Kozak to the Grand Temple, he'll be picking fights and arguing like just now, disturbing the young master's peace of mind." She had a point. No, wait, that's..." Kozak looked flustered. At the same time, the summoned beings were ready to pounce on him. "Don't worry, we're all going together." "Pardon? I didn't say how many attendants I was bringing." Then you mean all 355 of us?" "No, if 355 were going, he wouldn't have even asked. About 1,000 people." The summoned beings were startled. Soon their expressions brightened. "Oh, could it be? Is it Operation So What?" "That's right. The rescued Beastkin workers would all go to Mezpol together. You know who these people are, right? The Beastkin who left home have returned. The workers you imprisoned and held captive. But we didn't come to give them back. Just look. You can't do anything about it anyway. What? Got a problem? So what? As expected of the young master. A true man indeed, so friggin' cool. Teabagging is always exhilarating. There was one thing that slightly worried him. Our beastkin need to stay safe. Hehehe, we won't let a single hair be harmed. This old man also promises Rogix's kinfolk will be safe. The summoned beings quickly began preparations. The entry into Mezpol with the beastkin. Kozak called for the senior blacksmith of the White Tower. A member of the dwarf race, the LSSR Kudrak Silversteel. "You called, assassin." We need pickaxes, shiny golden pickaxes, and golden safety helmets too. Why? Our beastkin who dramatically escaped from the status of oppressed and subjugated lowest-class slaves are about to enter Mezpol City once more. The dwarf blacksmith Kudrak Silversteel's eyes gleamed. Can they enter looking shabby? He understood the intention. Absolutely not. Please make sure our workers won't be looked down upon. Looks like overtime tonight. The dwarf blacksmiths assembled. Manufacturing work began. The target quantity generously set, 700 golden safety helmets, 700 golden pickaxes. One night would be enough. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day, the sun rose. All right, let's go. The rebellion of the formerly lowest-class Mezpol citizens, lifetime contract unpaid exploited slave workers, had begun. With the invincible strongest summoned beings positioned in front, behind, and on both sides, around 600 beastkin with their heads held high marched toward Mezpol. Golden safety helmets on their heads, golden pickaxes slung over their shoulders. They shone blindingly in the sunlight, marching in perfect formation. Toddle, 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 toddle. Tap, 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 tap. Radjix led at the front. The beastkin column followed behind, receiving thorough protection from the summoned beings. Hook! Radjix let out a short roar. The beastkin echoed after him. Hook! 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 Hey! Open the gates! We're here! Join fellow readers to discuss this story. Join the discussion. Cha. 335. Side Story 008. Chapter 335. Side Story 008. On the walls of Mezpol City. From early morning, representatives from all 5 trading companies had gathered. They had obtained information from the spies they had planted in the Grand Temple. Apparently, someone was going to enter through Mezpol's gates today. And who might this person be? They said there was a very high possibility it was the leader of the bandits, the ringleader of those who had thrown Mezpol into chaos, kidnapped the beastkin workers, and plundered all the trading company's assets. Furthermore, the master of the giant golem that had annihilated the Black Tongue mercenary group hired by the trading companies in the blink of an eye. That unidentified bandit leader was scheduled to meet with the Pope, at the Mezpol Grand Temple no less. It's got to be a dimensional traveler, right? Absolutely. How else would you explain everything that's happened? Plus, the Pope personally invited them. Damn it. Those bastards who sniff around other dimensions looking for highest-grade magic stones. Exactly. This whole thing was definitely caused by those highest-grade magic stones. Looking at the results, that made sense. Why else would they plunder the trading companies? Their target must have been the storage tickets containing highest-grade magic stones. That must also be why they kidnapped the beastkin. Isn't it obvious when you look at it? They're monopolizing the workers to sweep up all the magic stones from the labyrinth. The role workers played in the labyrinth wasn't just subspace transportation. Magic stone detection, mining, gathering, establishing camps, the list went on and on. Due to the absence of the beastkin workers, Mezpol's labyrinth expeditions had been suspended for 2 days now. Some adventurers and mercenaries had entered the labyrinth without workers, but they gave up and came out in less than an hour. We absolutely must capture and punish them, then expel them from the Kalzena dimension and put the beastkin back where they belong. Oh, did anyone contact the homeland? Yeah, night orders will be dispatched. Same with ours. Either way, this will be settled soon. Whether the Pope handles it or the homelands finish them off instead. Dimensional travelers. They were formidable beings. Sword masters, or mages of the 7th circle and above, powerful figures were everywhere among them. That was to be expected from those who crossed between worlds. If they were ordinary, that would be strange, but they weren't impossible to deal with. How many dimensional travelers had gotten themselves killed by trusting only in their own abilities and acting recklessly? This time would be no different. They would either be killed or driven out by the elite armies of nations. Dimensional travel. That was just a long-distance teleportation ability. Granted, this situation was different from before. Typically, dimensional travelers traveled alone. But this one had forces under their command. They had no idea how they could bring so many subordinates with them, but anyway, when is this guy supposed to arrive? Seems like there's some movement. Damn it, can't see well because of that giant golem. But then, flash! Brilliant light revealed itself from beyond the golem. Huh, what is that? What's going on? Huh? From behind the golem, something was emerging toward the gates in an ant-like procession. Tap, 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 toddle, toddle. It was a wave of gold. Hook, 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 chanting short, unified cries, bold and dignified. At the head of the column was one fairly large beastkin. Behind them, other beastkin following in a four-abreast formation. And on both sides of the column, the kidnappers and plunderers as well. This is insane. How dare they? Shameless bastards. They were marching as if showing off, brazenly no less. It was maddening, but there wasn't much they could do about it. Asterisk, 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 the beastkin's march on Mezpol. The dwarf blacksmiths had worked through the night to craft the golden safety helmets and golden pickaxes. Then what about the summoned beings? Naturally, they had to color coordinate with gold. Gold plating, dyeing, or items and whatnot. They found ways to coat themselves in gold, slathering it all over their bodies. Juhek was no different. As befitting the chairman of the White Tower, he donned the gold dragon light armor. Armor made from the scales and hide of Columinus, the 90th floor ultra-radiant dragon of the Black Tower. Thus, everything was a wave of gold. It was magnificent beyond measure. Huh, 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 huh! The spirited chants of the Golden Beastkin Legion, the Golden Summoner and Golden Summoned beings guarding them. Isn't this what they call a triumphant return? The effect is clear, it is. Just look over there. It seemed so. The people gathered on the walls. They were probably trading company representatives. Their faces were clearly visible, expressions like they had just bitten into something foul. They were tearing at their hair as if furious beyond belief. You should have treated them well when you had the chance. Couldn't even treat precious workers properly, just exploiting them instead. The Golden Beastkin Legion had arrived at the gates before they knew it. Kozak scurried forward. Come here, open the gate quickly. The Pope called for us. If you don't believe it, go ahead and check. A moment later, creak, the gates opened. Unit, forward march. Hook, 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 hook. The Beastkin workers had finally entered the city, along the wide main road, toward where the Grand Temple was located. Toddle, 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 tap, 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 tap. The citizens of Mezpol came out to the streets to watch them. The Beastkin had once been at the very bottom of the food chain. Those who had been confined by trading companies, working themselves to death without any compensation. They had heard rumors that the Beastkin had been kidnapped by some villains, but the golden Beastkin that the Mezpol citizens now saw with their own eyes, they were dignified and free. They marched confidently, without any trace of fear. Suddenly, someone rushed toward the front of the procession and began hurling accusations while pointing fingers. Who's in charge here? How dare you commit plunder and kidnapping, then show up without shame, without any sense of embarrassment? But before they could even finish speaking, spot, thwack, keck, whirl, swoosh, the protester went flying into the sky and disappeared. This Kozak has dealt with the obstructor, so rest easy. Despite this, people kept popping out. You lawless scoundrels, the gods will strike you down. Spot, thwack, keck, whirl, swoosh, the warrior has dealt with them, and again. Give me back my workers, you son of a spot. Thwack, keck, whirl, swoosh, light. No one shall halt the golden march. Throughout all of this, the beastkin continued their march without a moment's hesitation. Hook, hook, hook! The trading company representatives stomped their feet in frustration. They wanted to rush over right now and snatch the beastkin back. But seeing people go flying, swoosh, the moment they got close, they couldn't make any rash moves. Just then, thud, thud, someone approached the procession from ahead on the main road. Who was that? Their attire looked unusual, ornate silver armor and a shield, and, a long greatsword imbued with force chi. Greetings, I am William Garnet, a wandering knight who has been enjoying the hospitality of the Spire Trading Company. Murmur, murmur. The onlookers stirred. Wow, it's William Garnet. He's emerged from his seclusion. This ought to be worth watching. The romantic wandering knight has appeared. He won't go down pathetically like the others, right? He's on a completely different level from those who tried to stop them before. He seemed to be quite a famous figure. This knight recently achieved enlightenment and has reached the intermediate rank of swordmaster. And I owe a debt to the Spire Trading Company, and I also wish to test my level, so I humbly request your guidance. Oh, how impressive. Pass on romance. I welcome anyone who wishes to fight me, so if anyone would step for... In that instant, Spot! A gray figure approached the front of the wandering knight William Garnet, and then, thwam! Kirk! William Garnet went flying at the speed of light and, thoom, crashed into a building wall. What? One hit? Fail on romance. William had already lost consciousness and wasn't moving. How dare a mere swordmaster obstruct the summoner's path? Well, that made sense. The one who had dealt with the wandering knight was Guangma, an absolute powerhouse who could chew up even romance and spit it out. But he was at the back. When did he get all the way over there? This seat has dealt with the swordmaster, so rest easy. Kozak, whose chance to step up had been snatched away, scurried over to Guangma. In a whisper so Juhyuk wouldn't hear. What are you doing right now? What do you mean? I quickly dealt with an annoying fly. Dealt with? My foot. Why did you let him live? He's a swordmaster, isn't he? Leaving someone like that alive will come back to haunt us. You're someone who's been through the Murim world. You don't know that? Kwangma did have an excuse. The summoner doesn't like seeing people die. Igo, did you age backwards through your arse? You little... Kozak looked at him with pitying eyes, while bickering casually. When Summoner Bongnim isn't looking, you go, oops, my hand slipped, and slice off his neck. Wouldn't that have been the end of it? Kwangma's excuse shriveled up and retreated. It's easier to ask forgiveness than permission. Keep that in mind from now on. All right, I'll do that next time. He could hear everything, every word. Did they think no one could hear just because they were whispering? Every other word it was, oops, my hand slipped. Did they grease their hands or something? Anyway, setting that aside, I knew this would happen. The Grand Temple was the problem. What? They guaranteed his safety. This was what happened the moment they entered Mezpol. That was when it happened. Priests and holy knights came running over in a frantic hurry. Unit halt. Let's hear what excuse they have. We apologize for being late. We didn't expect you to arrive in such a grand manner. Good grief, how irritating. Had he committed some crime? Coming in grand style. What, should he have snuck in looking over his shoulder instead? We will escort you from here. This way. He'd let it slide just this once. Juhyuk nodded at Rajix. Hook, the dimensional supreme servant, cried out bravely. Hook, 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 hook. The beastkin followed suit. No one blocked the path of the returned workers. No, they couldn't. And thus, toddle, 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 tap, 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 tap. Juhyuk, the summoned beings, and the golden beastkin safely entered the grand temple. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The grand temple. Juhyuk met with the Pope alone. Why had he been summoned? It was probably to mediate the dispute with the 5 trading companies, but honestly, he was itching to smack the back of their heads. He couldn't trust the Grand Temple. What had happened during the system registration process was nothing. What came after was the problem. There was no way the Grand Temple didn't know that the Beastkin were suffering, but they must have kept their eyes shut tight. If they meddled in the trading company's affairs, troublesome issues might arise. They had to be mindful of the powerful nations behind the trading companies too. And yet wasn't this guy the Pope? The car church should also be a religion that pursued love, peace, and mercy. This was no different from racial discrimination. Was it okay for beastkin to be oppressed? Unfortunately, an incident occurred as soon as you arrived. As if he cared about their misfortune. That's because I witnessed a scene of terrible exploitation the moment I arrived. How was he supposed to hold back? His own people, Rajik's kinfolk, were being treated like that. Excessive interference in other dimensions is forbidden for dimensional travelers, but excessive interference, those words were too harsh. Do you think I have no connection whatsoever to the beastkin? Well, he had justification, the justification that Rajik's kinfolk were like his own kinfolk. Even so, you went too far, attacking the trading companies. You should have resolved it through dialogue, and on top of that, plundering their goods. Juhek replied with a stern expression. Dialogue? Would they have released them willingly if I had? And the goods I plundered are rightful compensation, combining all the wages they were cheated out of, plus compensation for psychological damages. This was still going easy on them. They should be grateful he let them live. Very well, I acknowledge it. I will sincerely apologize for the distress this has caused you. An apology was expected. However, this incident has caused serious disruptions to Mezpol's operations. Yes, I'm sure it has, since the workers went on strike. How about normalizing things at this point? Our Grand Temple will take responsibility and guarantee the rights of the beastkin. That word, normalize again. Fair wages, guaranteed working hours, prohibition of coercive contracts. Just a moment. Juha shook his head and continued, I'm sorry, but I can't trust the Grand Temple. Pardon? You've been doing nothing all this time, and now you expect me to believe you? Well, that's... He understood what the Pope was worried about. The resources produced in Mezpol were distributed throughout the continent via the trading companies, but if production stopped, it would cause serious damage to the entire Kalzania continent's economy. The Empire and the kingdoms won't stand idly by. They'll definitely try to intervene. Armies are already on the move as we speak. Well, he understood. I beg of you, for the sake of peace, please resume the labyrinth expeditions. Understood. We'll resume. Then, but I'll be the one doing it. Pardon? I just established a trading company a moment ago. We've already finished contracting with the workers. He had discussed this seriously with Principal Harold. What would be the best approach for the workers? Smashing things wasn't the answer to everything. After all, Rajik's kinfolk were natives of the Kalania dimension. They had to live here for the rest of their lives. If so, follow-up measures for them would be necessary, so they could become self-sufficient and live on their own. And so a plan was devised. They would do it themselves, the role previously held by the existing 5 trading companies. From now on, please refer to me as the trading company master of the Raybong Trading Company. Raybong. Yes, it's a co-ownership system. There's one other trading company master besides me. Ah, the Pope wore a dumbfounded expression, suddenly establishing a trading company. Don't worry, I'm confident we can do this well. Mezpol will remain unchanged, and they'd earn some money on the side too. Not the continent's common currency, but the currency exclusive to dimensional travelers, highest grade magic stones, that is. But foreign military forces might intervene. Oh my, such needless worrying. There won't be any war. I'll resolve this through peaceful means. Na. My nickname is Peacemaker Bong Juhyuk, you know. They would take care of things before any war could break out. He had specialists in war deterrence. For example, Minister of People's Armed Forces Kozak. The Pope could no longer object. He knew this was no ordinary dimensional traveler, but this exceeded his expectations. Just looking at the golden leather light armor Bong Ju-hyuk was wearing made it clear. It wasn't ordinary leather. It was made from gold dragon hide and scales. Moreover, it was suffering grade. That meant he had slain an ancient dragon. This is maddening. It was a most irreverent thought, but why did the god of Kar accept this person? Could they just refund all the registration and license fees and send him away? Asterisk. Ju-hyuk finished his meeting with the Pope and came out to the Grand Temple's garden. Rajix and the Beastkin were still standing in formation waiting. Just relax and rest. They weren't here to fight. By the way, where did Kozak go? There was something he had asked him to do while he was meeting with the Pope. Just then, spapapat, Kozak came running over frantically. Summoner Bong, no, Rabong Trading Company Masterneam. Did you take care of it? Yes, sir. Who do you think I am? I'm the trading company master's eternal chief secretary and top salesman. To establish a trading company, they needed a permit from City Hall. It was required by law. Of course, they could ignore the law entirely and do whatever they wanted, but they should at least follow procedure. People might talk later otherwise. Look here. This is the permit. Commercial Organization Permit. Name, Rabong Trading Company. Founders, Rajix and Bong Juhyuk. It even had the Mezpol mayor's official seal. That came through faster than I expected. I persuaded the official in charge so they'd understand clearly. Persuaded, huh? You didn't threaten them, did you? Absolutely not. Do I look like someone who would threaten people? He definitely threatened them. Anyway, they had successfully obtained the trading company establishment permit. What were the plans after founding? Resource extraction through labyrinth expeditions under the direction of their summoned beings and beastkin. They'd also select adventurers with decent character and let them join. Let's return to headquarters. Yes, sir. They would return just as proudly, in proper formation, chanting, of course. Hook, 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 hook. On their way out, the crowd of onlookers had grown enormously. Citizens filled the area in front of the Grand Temple. They needed to advance, but the path was blocked. Then they'd have to make a path. Gobangsi understood. Gigantification activated. Whoosh, his body expanded, and then Kuo! A roar mixed with the barbarian warrior's fear. People scrambled out of the way in alarm. Unit forward. Toddle, toddle. Tap, tap, tap. Hook, 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 hook. Hey, open the gates. We're leaving. Join fellow readers to discuss this story. Join the discussion. Check. 336. Side Story 009. Hash Chapter 336. Side Story 009. The grassland region on the outskirts of Mezpol. The location that would become the headquarters of the Rabong Trading Company. When starting a new business, there's something that absolutely must be done. Performing the Gosa. Gyandare had strongly insisted on it. When the princess says to do something, you do it. After setting up a folding screen painted with talisman patterns and arranging various foods including a pig's head on the table, we are establishing the Rabong Trading Company at this auspicious site with excellent feng shui in the Kalena dimension. Gyandare's Chukman began. We have prepared an abundant spread of food and offer it with utmost sincerity. Originally, a Chukmon is addressed to the spirits of heaven and earth, but this was a different dimension. There was a separate deity who ruled over this place, and so, though you have no connection to us, we believe that the god of Kar will look kindly upon the beastkin workers who are the natives of this land. You will, won't you? You received that fragment of divinity after all. Please bless us with great fortune, throngs of customers at our doorstep, protection from bandits, and a business that flourishes more each day. After that, she placed one large piece of highest grade magic stone into the pig's mouth. Everyone, bow! Time to bow. Juhak and the summoned beings made simple nods of acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the native beastkin performed deep bows. Thump! But because of their small, plump bodies, their center of gravity collapsed. Roll, 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 thump. The beastkin tumbled forward one full rotation. With 600 some of them rolling at once, it was quite a spectacle. In that instant, swoosh! The highest grade magic stone in the pig's mouth vanished in an instant. Oh, the response is immediate, it is. Is that a good thing? Since the offering was accepted, they won't just wipe their mouth and walk away. The Gosa concluded successfully. What was next? They needed someone to actually run the trading company. Rajix, the trading company master, and Juhak were complete amateurs when it came to management. It's not like they'd ever run a company before. Even Rajix Industries on Earth was being managed by Chongdong-hun, not Juhak. So then, was there anyone suitable to run the Rabong Trading Company? Of course there was. There were a whopping 355 summoned beings from various professions. Surely there was at least one merchant class among them. The founding patriarch of Sekgajang, the greatest merchant family in the Central Plains. Name, Seok Sung. Grade, SSR, Special Super Rare. Type, Merchant, Human. His background description: Seok Sung was brilliant from a young age, born as the third son of his family, and unable to inherit any fortune, he struck out on his own. Starting from a small courier office, he established the Seoka Courier Office that came to dominate the entire Central Plains distribution network, and it was long. Quick skip. Just leave it to me. Within half a year, I'll grow the Rabong Trading Company into the greatest enterprise in all of Kalena. I'm counting on you, Patriarch Seok. Not Patriarch. Please call me Executive Director Seok. Yes, Executive Director Seong-nim. How reassuring. Though the environment he'd operated in was different, he'd surely do well. But what are those guys doing over there? Summoned beings clustered all over the supergiant Gigant, Kozak and Mackenzie. Now that we've established a business, we need advertising. We do. Aha! We'll make it sparkle and shine so it can be seen from Mezpol at a glance. We will. How? What's the point of having a mage if you don't use him? And Grandpa May, aren't you a master of attention-seeking visual magic? This mage's specialty is fire magic, you know? Don't make me laugh. Of all the magic you've used so far, has fire magic been more common, or visual magic? 9. That was a valid point. Spotlight magic. Small-scale fireworks magic. These were applied directly to the Gigant, a spotlight shining on the Gigant. Occasional periodic firework bursts, and text so bright it would put neon signs to shame was inscribed on the Gigant. Rabong Trading Company. 9. Buying and selling labyrinth resources. Specialist worker placement office. Adventurers and mercenaries welcome, and thus the billboard was erected. Was that all? Dwarf Tomar Hammerstone came to find Juhak. We should construct a building. Not all dwarves just work as blacksmiths. They were also masters of architecture. For example, Kudrak Silversteel was an LSSR senior blacksmith. Tomar Hammerstone was an LSSR senior architect. Here, can't we just put up a prefab? Absolutely not. A prefab for the building that will house the continent's greatest trading company? Furthermore, I don't wish for the summoner Nim to keep sleeping in a prefab building. I'll construct a building at least 20 stories tall, combining above and below ground. Good, but they'd need materials to construct a building. Dr. L offered a solution. Looking at the low-orbit satellite imagery, there's a massive granite rock formation to the north of here, and if you go west, marble can be quarried as well. In other words, they should procure materials themselves. Please assign Green Airplane, Crackersus Nim, Elder Guangma, Warrior Gobang Nim, and Rajix Nim to me. Within a day or two, we should be able to secure the materials needed for construction. Building a new structure was fine, but wouldn't they find it bothersome? Not bothersome at all. I'll go cut some granite. The warrior is happy to lend his strength as well. With stealth infinite turbo blink flight, it won't even take an hour. Oh, everyone was enthusiastic. Shall we proceed? Well, proceed. Work on the new headquarters building commenced. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The trading company had been established. The advertising was done. Though the trading company's setup wasn't fully complete, they needed to start operations. First, the worker placement office would open. Meeting the needs of the beastkin who wanted to work came first. At the beginning, only flies were buzzing around. Who would come with a gigant standing guard? Word had spread about how the destructive beam had melted the mercenary group too. The gigant billboard was a failure, so they took it down for now. Instead, they made and installed a large standing signboard. They used visual magic on the signboard too, making it really eye-catching. Once they did this, they started getting bites. Adventurers gradually gathered at the Rebong Trading Company base. Their purpose was to recruit workers into their parties. They had to enter the labyrinth to make a living, after all. Anticipation overflowed on the beastkins' faces. They could finally work again. Could it really make them that happy? But they couldn't just send them off without conditions. The worker placement office, made by connecting prefab buildings together. Gyandale sat at the desk, handling business. Summoned beings flanked her on both sides, assisting her. Adventurers came before Gyandale and began their consultations. Is it possible to rent a worker today? This is not rental. We are introducing party members. Whatever. How much? To take one rat away. Twitch. Gyandale's brow furrowed mercilessly. You insolent fool. Huh? How dare you spout such nonsense here? What? What? Rat? You deserve to be struck dead on the spot. The incensed Gyandale looked at her assistant, the draconian Angturasu, and shouted, Duke Angturasu, yes, Fairynym, remove this man from the trading company at once. Make sure he never comes near here again. LSSR Draconian Angturasu grabbed the adventurer by the scruff of his neck. Let go! Do you know who I am? Oh, he tried to resist, but the adventurer received a round-trip slapping of his cheeks. Smack, 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 smack. Ah, ack, ack. But then Gendalar scolded Angturasu. Duke Angturasu, what do you think you're doing? Are you out of your mind? Angturasu flinched and looked at Gendalar nervously. What did I do wrong? If you hit him inside the office, blood will splatter everywhere, will it not? Hit him outside. Aha, I didn't think of that. However, don't kill him. Keep the young master's instruction to value human life in mind. Yes, sir. In the end, the adventurer with his rotten personality was dragged out by Angturasu. Next, gulp. Another adventurer swallowed hard and sat before Gendalar. I came because I need a worker party member. Yes, welcome. Rental. No, I mean placement fee. There is no set fee. Oh, so it's free. Don't be ridiculous. When the expedition is over, the labyrinth resources must be distributed fairly. The adventurer tilted his head and said, Wait, a worker expecting to participate in distribution. Hearing that, Gendalar smiled sweetly. You can shut up and get out too. Pardon? You know how critical the worker's role is, yet you refuse fair distribution. Well, that's Duke Angtarasu. Understood, Fairy Nim. Oh, grab. Wait, I was wrong. Smack, 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 smack. Gah! Ack! Ack! Gandale didn't bat an eye. Next, an adventurer whose turn had come tried to slip out of the office while watching for an opportunity. Are you running away right now? No, I have urgent business. Duke Angtarasu. Okay, I'll consult. Consult. Left with no choice, he sat before Gandale. Please speak. I want to recruit a worker party member. I promise fair distribution. Very well. I'll match you with one. Thank you. However, there is a condition. What is it? I won't be sending workers into parties alone. Each will be accompanied by a guard. A guard? For the workers? Don't worry. The guard will never interfere with the labyrinth expedition. They're excluded from the distribution too. Ah, the guard is solely for the worker. What about us? None of my concern, live or die. So you'd better put all your effort into expedition safety, Gandale stated firmly. Should any unfortunate situation arise, the guard will escape with only the worker. Will you recruit one? I have to. Strict standards. No exceptions for anyone. The days when adventurers and trading companies exploited workers at rock-bottom prices were over. Fair treatment befitting their role and contribution. If you don't like it, don't even dream of recruiting workers. You'll have to take a guard with them too. The workers are more important than you lot. Because of this, many adventurers turned back after the consultation. So what? Don't want to do it, then don't. Those who are thirsty should dig the well. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The party placement business connecting workers and adventurers. Though some got beaten up and thrown out due to unfortunate incidents here and there were still quite a few adventurers wanting to recruit workers. In fact, it wasn't just adventurers standing in line. The beastkin were lined up too, hoping to be matched to a party. Did they really like working that much? Then again, that's why they kept showing up to work despite those unfair slave contracts. The damn trading company bastards had exploited that worker disposition to their heart's content. A beastkin who was overjoyed when their party matching was confirmed. Hua! They set out on a labyrinth expedition along with their guard and the adventurer party. Meanwhile, there were also those anxiously awaiting their turn, the look of someone worried they might not get to work today. Menachong Chairman Enix was the same. Hoo-hee, a deep sigh of lament. Relax, just relax. Huh? If you can't go out today, go tomorrow. Huh? Has anyone ever died from not working? But Enix still looked dejected. But there's nothing more fun than working. Wait, someone like that created Menachong? Why did you go into the sewers? I worked in the sewers too. What kind of work? Sewer cleaning. This was maddening. Was that even possible? The cleaning would never be finished. But I was working, wasn't I? A worker mindset down to the bone. Give it up. Haven't you already experienced the dimensional supreme servant? That was true. Nothing to be done about it. Let's take the idle workers and go explore the labyrinth ourselves. I'll gather information and set up a schedule. Labyrinth parties were typically 10 people or fewer, with 3 or 4 summoned beings and filling the rest with beastkin. There'd be no worries about jobs. And besides, the Rebong Trading Company was a business related to the labyrinth, so there was value in learning what kind of place the labyrinth was. No pressure either, right? The labyrinth wasn't the Black Tower, so there was no need to worry about collapse. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The decision to explore the labyrinth. Party composition? Juhak, Kozak, Mackenzie, Human Eye Spirit Manyani, and newly summoned courier Wang Chunbok. 5 people. The others were excluded because they were busy with worker escort duties or the headquarters building construction. Wang Chunbok from the martial arts world had been rare R at his first summoning. Now he'd grown to SSR, but he was still the weakest among combat-type summoned beings. The maximum party size for labyrinth entry was 10, so they filled the remaining 5 spots with workers. Thus, 5 beastkin, including Menachong Chairman Enix, joined Juhyuk's party. The entrance to the labyrinth was located inside Mezpol City. There was an attendant at the entrance, but anyone could freely come and go. Of course, they weren't responsible for whatever happened once you went in. The underground floor currently being cleared was floor 125, but apparently floor 125 was very dangerous. Just recently, an adventurer party had been pushed to the brink of annihilation and barely escaped, they said. Usually, adventurers gathering labyrinth resources explored between floors 50 and 95. Is floor 125 really that hard? It's not like a dragon shows up. Of course it is. Those adventurers can't even reach Summoner Bong's toenails. They're all losers. Hey now, toenails was a bit much. Floor 125 would be sorted out at our Chunbok's level, it would. Is that so? Well, if it seems dangerous, Grandpa May can quietly back him up. That's right, this mage is here. Summoner Bong Nim just needs to eat some popcorn, he does. Exactly. If the summoner participates in the clearing, that clearing is as good as failed. Why do they keep leaving me out? Let me do some hammer swinging too. I'm sick of popcorn. There's the entrance, there is. They had gathered information beforehand. The labyrinth entrance was in the form of a magic circle. Welcome, huh? The labyrinth entrance attendant was startled. You successfully rented workers, 5 of them no less. Rented? Of them? Prickle. Kozak glared at the entrance attendant. Are workers objects that you rent? And of them is a name for hermit alchemists with social anxiety, it is. You look like a public servant, so watch your mouth. Otherwise a ribbon gets tied around your neck, it does. Sorry. The perception of workers was still rock bottom. Anyway, can we enter the labyrinth? Of course. How do you enter? Simple. Just step onto the magic circle. Because entry was via magic circle, the party was limited to 10 people. Apparently they lacked the mana to send more than 10. Excuse me, but may I ask which floor you're going to? Why do you ask? I need to record it. In case something happens, the attendant couldn't finish his sentence. He understood why. If a party was annihilated inside the labyrinth, they'd need to recover the bodies, or at least the items. Looking at your party composition, you seem like novice adventurers. I'd suggest somewhere between floors 30 and 40. Between first impressions and this, he had no eye for people. Me, a novice? I've cleared 3 Black Towers. That's 300 floors combined. Who do you think you're looking at to say such insulting things? Pardon? Our party leader has the heart of a beast. A true alpha male he is. He doesn't mess around on petty floors like 60. Then, we're going to floor 125. Now do you understand? The beast of the Black Tower. That would be me, Bong Ju-hyek. Going to floor 125 with 5 workers is far too dangerous, you know. Don't worry. We'll be back before the drinks get warm, we will. Ju-hark stepped onto the magic circle with his party members. Ding. New adventurers detected. Please name your adventurer party. Bong Ju-hark. Bong Ju-hark. Beginning labyrinth entry for Bong Ju-hark party. Please state the floor you wish to visit. Floor 125. Bong Joon-hark party will be transported to labyrinth floor 125. Spot, left alone, the labyrinth entrance attendant. Only then did he let out a deep sigh. More bodies to clean up. No, wait, they wouldn't even find the bodies this time. They didn't recover corpses from above floor 100. It was too dangerous. But floor 125, they'll croak the moment they enter. The labyrinth entrance attendant didn't doubt it for a second. What could a party with 5 workers in it possibly accomplish? Even filling all 10 spots with mercenaries and adventurers would barely be enough. Time passed. Around the time for the attendant shift change. Deriring! An alert sounded from the magic circle. Kayok Party has defeated the relic guardian of Labyrinth Floor 125. What? Entry to Labyrinth Floor 126 is now possible via the magic circle. The attendant doubted his own ears. Did he hear wrong? They defeated the Floor 125 relic guardian. Really? Then the 125th relic had appeared. It was an event that would set all of Mezpol, no, the entire Kalzena continent abuzz. Join fellow readers to discuss this story. Join the discussion. 337. Side Story 010. Chapter 337. Side Story 010. Juhuk and his party arrived at Labyrinth Floor 125. The place they stood on was a small island. A magic circle corresponding to the entrance was drawn on the island. The surroundings were entirely swampland. Blackened grass and trees, rotten mud pits emitting a sour stench, and dirty, filthy puddles of stagnant water everywhere. As the intel stated, it's definitely swampland. The muck and mud will make movement difficult. They will. They knew that coming in. The swamp seems to contain poison. If it seeps through your skin, you'll be poisoned. Oh dear, poison too. This Chunbuk will carry Summoner Nim on my back to cross the swamp. I'll pass. I'd rather be poisoned, but something felt sticky. His body even felt heavy. Was it the toxic air or the humidity? And one more thing, a strange sound reaching his ears. Crack, 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 crack. It came from all directions. I see, so that's what it was. Archmage Mackenzie nodded as if he'd figured something out. What is it? The sticky sensation. It's because of the mana. It's spread throughout the entire labyrinth. Aha, but it's not spread evenly. Some places have it very thin, and others have it very dense. What about the cracking sound? It's the sound of mana crystallizing. The gas is condensing and turning into a solid. Then could it be? Yes. It appears that magic stones are being generated through the crystallization phenomenon, each with different quality depending on the concentration. When mana crystallizes, if the concentration is thin, it produces regular magic stones. If the concentration is thicker, high-grade magic stones. If the mana is compressed as densely as possible, highest-grade magic stones. He had experienced a similar phenomenon in the Black Tower before. The mines where magic stones came from. Normally, magic stone acquisition in the Black Tower was done through mission rewards, but there were also floors where you could mine them directly, floors 76 and 84. Floor 76 was under a theme, so mining was no longer possible, but the magic stone cave on floor 84 allowed unconditional mining. But the Kalenia labyrinth seemed to have this phenomenon across all floors. Of course, the mana concentration would vary depending on the floor number, especially here, underground floor 125, the deepest floor any adventurer had reached. Naturally, the mana concentration would be incomparably high. The monsters affected by that mana would be incredibly strong, and the crystallization phenomenon would occur frequently. Anyway, let's get things properly underway. They'd look for the relic site depending on the situation, and the relic. The key to first clearing each floor of the labyrinth. Finding it meant acquiring treasure. This was the benefit of first clearing. Let's get moving. Yes, sir. Don't forget to protect our workers. I'll stick right by them, I will. The environment of floor 125 was swampland. Mud pits, stagnant water, difficult movement, risk of poisoning. How would they overcome this? Did they bring Manyani along for no reason? Manyansi, Kjark, please make us a path. Kiarak, the innocent and ever-cheerful Manyani. When Juhak asked, she stepped onto the swamp without hesitation. Tss, a fierce cold emanating from Manyani's body. The swamp's surface quickly froze over thick. The mud pits too, and the stagnant water puddles too. Let's go. An ice sheet that wouldn't budge even with several people standing on it. They could just walk across. And there was another benefit. Beneath the swamp, labyrinth monsters also dwelled. An adventurer who had come before said their ankle got severed while passing through a puddle. Sure enough, from a puddle that hadn't frozen yet, a huge creature leaped out. Splash, swish. It's a fish, it is. It looked like the anglerfish used in anglerfish stew. It's really big, it is, about the size of a great white shark. A massive mouth, terrifying teeth, rough, bumpy skin, however. Kaiarak. The moment it touched Manyani, it became frozen fish. Kairan. Manyani dashed off. An ice path generated automatically. It was so comfortable. They just had to walk across the swamp. Should I have brought ice skates? Or maybe a sled? The beastkin seemed excited too. They rolled around, then slid across with a whoosh. But right at that moment, "Whoa! Wait a moment!" Menachong Chairman Enix's urgent cry. Why? Did something dangerous happen? Over there. Enix pointed a finger somewhere, as if he'd caught a scent. Is it a relic site? No, that's not the smell. Let's check it out. Manyani changed direction. Juhek's party followed. Here, there was nothing there? Yet the beastkin wore expressions like they were somehow excited. Hua, hook, hook, hook. Each picked up a golden pickaxe. Twack, 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 twack. They began breaking through the ice and digging into the ground. A moment later, clunk, a transparent stone caught on a pickaxe came out. It was a magic stone. Wow, so digging in the ground really does get you these. Clunk, a regular magic stone. Clunk, a high-grade magic stone. Clunk, a small amount, but even highest-grade magic stones. Amazing. If you dig the ground, money comes out? Yes, it does. So we dig hard, we will. Twack, twack, twack. Though they couldn't match Rogic's work speed, they were quite fast. This was why workers were essential. But right at that moment, flap, 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 monsters flying over the swamp sky. Were they avian monsters? Wyverns or gargoyles, something like that? No, they're snakes, they are. Large ones, too, they are. Dozens of winged snake monsters circled gracefully through the air, watching for an opportunity. If they were snakes, the beastkin will be terrified. Indeed they were. The beastkin had stopped swinging their pickaxes. Dilated pupils, gaping mouths, fur bristling like hedgehogs, bodies frozen stiff and unable to move. Some of them went rigid and toppled over backward while standing. Roll. Though not exactly the same, their dimensional supreme servant had also been eaten and killed by Apophis. How do they compare to Apophis? They're a bit smaller than that one, but that was just one, wasn't it? These winged snake mini Apophis monsters number at least 100, they do. And they can fly. Hang in there, beastkin. Our Chunbok will handle it. SSSR Courier Wang Chunbok. The weakest among combat-type summoned beings. There was a reason they didn't just bring him along for nothing. Whether he could handle the monsters of floor 125 alone. Wang Chunbok would serve as the benchmark for floor 125. Juhak believed he would do well. A person whom Kwangma had evaluated as having persistence, brazenness, affability, and the potential of a late bloomer. Juhak had supported him with all his heart. He'd bought Tewandan, Techongdan, and various spirit medicines from the dimensional auction house and fed them to him. As a result, he rose 2 grades from R to SSR. He'd also purchased martial arts manuals, the Heavenly Demon Art worth 1,000,000 highest grade magic stones. That's right, that Heavenly Demon Art. The martial world must also belong to the parallel universes, so he didn't know which parallel martial world's Heavenly Demon had listed it at the auction house. But anyway, it was the martial art used by the Heavenly Demon. He was still at a beginner level. 12 stars represented mastery, but he had only reached the 3rd star. If only he'd reached at least 6 stars, he would have been LSSR. Chunboksi. Yes, did you call for me? Chunbok answered while bowing at the waist. Can you handle those pesky winged snake monsters alone? Oh my, who do you think I am? I'm Wang Chunbok, one of the 3 demons of the White Tower. You know that well, Summoner Bong Nim. 3 demons? That was news to him. Kwangma, Jama, and Heavenly Demon Chunbok, aren't I? Ku-ha-ha-ha-ha, Ju-ha-ha-ha-ha. Kozak sidled up and whispered in Juhak's ear. It seems Chunbok has gone off his rocker from chi deviation. He has. He's comparing himself to Elder Kwangma. He's lost it, he has. Can't tell the difference between poop and doinjung. He can't. The Heavenly Demon Art is also a demonic art, isn't it? He must have gone crazy in the head while learning it. It must be. In that instant, Queek, one of the winged snake monsters that had been watching Juhak's party from the sky, plunged toward the ground at a fierce speed. It's coming! The expression on Wang Chunbok's face, who had been smiling idly, changed, the aura of the Heavenly Demon Art gradually seeping out. Shing! He drew the great thunder blade from his waist. That, too, was purchased from the dimensional auction house. Wang Chunbok crouched low. Then he sprang up like a coil. Spit, schlick, thud, a single slash of his blade. The winged snake monster fell, split in 2. Ooh, nice. Kyak. I acknowledge it, I do. He is indeed the White Tower's heavenly demon, he is. But that seemed to be the signal. They all began their aerial assault on the ground at once. Kyak, crack, quek. Juhak and the summoned beings had already retreated to a distance. Chunboksi, fighting. I believe in Heavenly Demon Wang Chunbok. I do. Cut them down in a single stroke. Wang Chunbok fought alone. I am Heavenly Demon Chunbok. Spit, spipit, spirire right. Schlick, schlishkun, slishlishkun, mishkun, but their numbers were too many. Wang Chunbok's blade work grew slower and slower. Finally, huff, huff, please help me. That's not befitting of a heavenly demon. It isn't. Isn't it the heavenly demon reigns supreme, all demons bow in submission? I'm just Chunbok. Even so, he did manage to kill several more, but cough, ugh. Eventually, internal energy depletion, premature ejaculation of internal energy, I see. Premature ejaculation of internal energy, it is. Premature ejaculation of internal energy, Piada. Was it too much for SSR alone, after all? He'd need to provide support. He didn't even need to say it. Grandmaster Kozak had vanished at some point. Spat, spapa-pat. He appeared before Wang Chunbok via shadow treading and shlish-lish-lishgun, thud, ood, 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 thud, ood, ood, ood. The necks of the winged snake monsters were severed one after another. Truly, Kozak's neck-severing skill was of the highest caliber. When the terrifying mini-Apophis-class snake monsters were annihilated in one fell swoop, the beastkin's eyes changed too. They poked at the monster corpses a few times with their pickaxes. Hook, 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 skin them. Hide-skinning work. Nice. Work to your heart's content. Today's haul was good, right? Magic stones and snake skins. Maybe I should make a bag out of snake skin. Anyway, They'd seen the labyrinth, harvested resources, and shouldn't we find the relic, we should. Good idea. They'd entered the labyrinth later than planned because bringing unmatched beastkin workers took time. It would be dark soon. The beastkin operated under a no overtime policy. They needed to accomplish their goal and get out fast. Manyani, run. Kya run. The method was the same as before. Manyani ran about, brimming with cold energy. Tsk. An ice path was created. Da-da-da-da-duck. Juhyuk and the summoned beings ran. Roll. The workers rolled. They sprinted at top speed. No, if it was this easy, why did they keep failing? It was easier than the latter half of the Black Tower, just as they had been running for a while. Stop! All 5 beastkin workers stopped rolling at the same time, simultaneously, all of them in one direction. Hook! A different reaction from when they'd smelled magic stones. Could it be the scent of a relic? If so, they'd go straight that way. Da-da-da-da-dak. Roll. Eventually, a sight came into Juhyuk's view. It was a verdant forest, completely incongruous with the swamp filled with dead trees. Is that the relic site? And a small fountain placed in the center of the forest. Splash, splash, splash. Clean, clear water was bubbling up. This too was out of place. The swamp had only dirty, stagnant puddles. That fountain seems to be the relic. The water is clean, it is. Should that heavenly demon Chunbok try drinking it? That was when it happened. Grr, rumble. Something massive rose up from the swamp before the relic site. Eek? Hua? The beastkin quickly hid themselves. Of course, there had to be a boss. It'd be disappointing if there wasn't. It's the relic guardian, it is. Ho, those eyeballs look just like Kozak's eyes when he's been woken up. Kya, eyes? Rur, a form combining a fish and a sea anemone. Its head was a massive anglerfish. Sharp tentacles were attached to its long body. The creature slithered toward them using its tentacles. This mage shall. Grandpa may. Stay put, you should. Kozak drew his twin swords, steeling himself for battle. This is the first boss conquest of the labyrinth, it is. A trophy and an achievement, it is. This glory belongs only to Summoner Bongnim's right arm, his closest aide, the number 2 among summoned beings. No one can steal my glory, they can't. Spa-pa-pa-pot. Kozak dashed forward. Dense, sinister sword force charged at the relic guardian. Clang, 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 clang. Tentacles were severed with the sound of scraping metal. Kyaha, I am Grandmaster Kozak. I am, however. Shh. The severed tentacles reattached. The power of regeneration? What they? Moreover, spirit, the relic guardian whipped its hundreds of razor-sharp tentacles like a flail. Clang, 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 clang. Kozak blocked them with his swords, metal clashing against metal, even though it was swords hitting tentacles. This is fun, it is. Kozak grinned widely. Wasn't this a chance to get some exercise after a while? Zing! Pipit, pipipit, pipipipit. He drew up his aura and slashed like a madman. Clang, clack-clack-clang, clack-clack-clang. All the while, the relic guardian's blade-like tentacles kept increasing in number, regenerating severed tentacles, newly sprouting tentacles. There seemed to be at least 300 of them, but Kozak parried every single one of those tentacles with his twin swords, with complete ease, smiling all the while. Ugh! You can't even catch that one thing? Step aside. I'm not catching it. I'm not killing it. It's my plaything, it is. I'm going to play with it alone. I am. It's taking time. Are we going to work overtime? Wait. Roar! Archmage of Flames Mackenzie's robe swelled with immense magical power. Simultaneously, two words of incantation. Flare field. In that instant, whoosh! A terrifying white flame spread across the ground and engulfed the relic guardian. Ha 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 ha! I am the number 2. I knew this would happen. I did. This is shameless mob stealing, it is. This mage is claiming the achievement of slaying the labyrinth guardian. Shwashashashashat. Boom, 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 boom. Huh? Swamp water swirled and rushed over to envelop the guardian. His, but the white flames refused to die out. Whirl, whirl, of course. As if an archmage's flames would be extinguished just because some water was poured on them. Right at that moment, Chiari, Magnani charged in with a spring in her step. In an instant, the fire went out and the guardian was frozen solid. Oh no, it went out. Is Magnani challenging for number 2? She is. However, hellfire, whirl. He melted the ice with hellfire. What are you doing? Why are you melting it? Jealousy? There's a reason for everything. What reason? Magnani, freeze it again. Kya, freeze. Frozen solid again. Fire rain. Fire rain fell and melted it. Kaya freeze, frozen. Flame inferno, melted, repeated continuously. Blazing, then crackling, frozen. Burning, then freezing. Aha, I understand, I do. Are we making guamegi? Yeah, it won't be able to regenerate if we do this. Its tissue cells will turn all mushy. Indeed, that was true. Plop, plop, the guardian's tentacles fell to the ground. I'm going too. Pipit, pipipit, pipipipit, schlick, schlilick, schlililick. And a moment later, ding. Konahar 9 to Gwenyen Sind, Muaz Newton Chitu 6 is now possible via the magic circle. Conquest successful. I finished it off, I did. So I was just playing around? Kaya play? In truth, he hadn't been paying attention to the battle for a while now. They were going to win anyway. The result was predetermined. What had caught his attention was the fountain. More precisely, a small water droplet shining brilliantly atop the fountain. It wasn't an ordinary water droplet. It contained a rather familiar energy. Juhak approached the fountain relic as if drawn to it, a sparkling water droplet resting on top of the fountain spout. When he carefully placed the droplet on his hand, it maintained its form and floated on his palm. What was it? It wasn't mere water. Even now, it wouldn't absorb into his hand. There's writing over there, too. Chalcenian continental script inscribed at the base of the fountain relic. He could read it roughly. A single drop of water moistened the world from chaos. Life sprouted from water. Long weathering had eroded the letters, so he couldn't make them out for certain, but even when all is destroyed and shattered, water remains unchanged, and thus the breath of the Creator God, and the word at the very end of the inscription, drop of creation. This seemed to be the name of this artifact. But it didn't feel unfamiliar. Drop of creation. Where had he heard it? Wait, he remembered. He had seen it at the dimensional auction house. Divine artifacts or sacred objects, items with astronomical price tags for immediate purchase. Drop of creation, primordial flame, breath of light, dust of origin, Godslayer's long spear, world tree sapling, and so on. They were incredibly expensive, far more expensive than the Godslayer's long spear. About 5 billion highest-grade magic stones, maybe. And as for why the energy felt familiar, the sensation was similar to the fragment of divinity that White One, the newly made god, had handed over to him. Translator notes. Gwamegi. Gwamegi, a traditional Korean delicacy made from Pacific sori or Pacific herring that is repeatedly frozen and thawed in the winter sea breeze. The freezing melting process breaks down the fish's tissue to create a unique chewy texture. Join fellow readers to discuss this story. Join the discussion. Chi 338, Side Story 011. Hash Chapter 338, Side Story 011, Mezpol City Labyrinth Entrance. It was already a dark night, but the entrance attendant was still at their post. They should be coming out by now. Why aren't they coming out? The Bong Juhek party that had defeated the Relic Guardian on Labyrinth Floor 125. What on earth was the relic he had obtained? The value of relics that appeared in the labyrinth varied enormously. It was a gamble. It could be a simple treasure, or it could be a sacred object imbued with divine power. It wasn't just personal curiosity. This was an opportunity for him as well. Information about relics was extremely valuable. He could sell the information for money, if only I can find out. Right at that moment, swoon. 5 people and 5 beastkin appeared on the magic circle. It was the Bong Juhek party. Oh my, you've returned. My eyes must have been blind not to recognize you, to think you were such an incredible person. The labyrinth entrance attendant bent at the waist in a servile posture and scurried out to greet them. I have something I'd like to ask. Well, the relic you obtained in the labyrinth, however, out of the way, thwack, gack, schwoong. The labyrinth entrance attendant went flying. Did he die? He's not dead. I just lightly pushed him is all. I'm dying of urgency here, so why was he blocking the way making a fuss? Kayamak, who? Juhak cradled the drop of creation tightly in both hands and ran quickly. Strangely, the relic wouldn't go into his inventory. It couldn't be stored in the worker's subspace either. It only allowed him to carry it out by hand. Let's hurry and take it. It might evaporate. Passing through the Mezpol gates to the Rabong Trading Company base at the Grassland Zone. Young master, have you returned? Gyandale, the worker placement office director, greeted Juhak. Ah, Ferry Director Nim, there's something I'd like to ask. Perfect timing. Please speak. Have all the workers who went out to work in the labyrinth and the escorting summoned beings returned? Yes, overtime is prohibited, so everyone has come back and is resting. All work has also been concluded. Everyone had returned. What about Rajix, the dimensional supreme servant? Our servant is still working overtime. He's delivering materials for the headquarters building construction. Tell him to halt work and gather all the summoned beings. I shall obey your command. It was urgent, so urgent. What would happen if the drop of creation disappeared? Is everyone gathered? All summoned beings' assembly complete. I'll be making a quick trip to the White Tower. We all need to go in together, so get ready. Before going, Rajix, please redeploy the Gigants and Combat Splitter Golems around headquarters. Hying, Dr. L, give the order to AI Wiz for automatic base defense mode. Yes. He called over Menachong Chairman Enix. Just wait a little, I'll be right back. Hua, okay. After completing the inspection like that, White Tower, enter, spot. Juhyek returned inside the White Tower. The summoned beings came along too. After that, he shared what had happened in the labyrinth. He also told them what he planned to do with the drop of creation. Now to original Earth. But the thing is, Summoner Bongnim, yes. Kozak spoke up cautiously. That drop of creation, instead of giving it to White One, what if Summoner Bongnim gulped it down yourself? That was a bit. At that, Gen Dalre said, this humble maiden opposes. Heng? Why is that? If this relic is an object imbued with divinity or godhood, it might have adverse effects on young master, Kwangma as well. This old man shares the same position as the fairy princess. Did not everyone experience what happened when Summoner Nim consumed the Chendo? Right. That happened back then. He nearly cast off all the shackles and chains of the mortal world and ascended to immortality. The soul detachment phenomenon occurred as well. Just thinking about that time still makes me shudder. The drop of creation may carry the same risk. Kozak seemed to agree. Turns out it was something dangerous. Please throw it to White One. Okay, let's hand it over. Original Earth, exit, spot, asterisk, 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 Terra City of Original Earth, the place where Godly White, the Lord God, resided. Juhak appeared in the ruined center of Terra City. It hasn't disappeared, has it? Juhak's hands folded neatly together. Within them, the drop of creation gently made its presence known. Thank goodness, it was still the same. In that instant, Wee-yang, micro-angels flying down from the sky and circling around Juhak. Adult angels with forms no different from humans, too. Ugh, is Godly Wish... No, is the Lord God still here? He didn't go to the celestial realm, did he? Yes, he is here. He cannot go to the celestial realm either. It was fortunate that he was here. But why couldn't he return to the celestial realm? Because he don't have the strength to return to the celestial realm. He's still not complete yet. Oh dear. Why? Oh, Kandanand, he wouldn't be able to stay here. He knew that. That's why even King Yama didn't descend to the mortal realm carelessly. Thus, by existing in the human world, natural laws become distorted, the ground cracks, magnetic storms occur in the atmosphere, and the continued existence of living beings becomes impossible. But Godly White was in the human world. He was allowed to be. His world that he governed had perished. He had suffered damage to his godhood from a long sealing. And on top of that, he had given a fragment of divinity to Ju Hyuk. He had become so weakened that it was embarrassing to call him a god. He felt apologetic enough to cry. I hope this helps. Anyway, where was he? He needed to deliver this quickly. That was when it happened. Wheeing! The tiny white one flying toward Ju Hyuk, scattering warm light. Haha, yes, I'm enjoying it to my heart's content. I stopped by because I have some business. Oat Kundanandan business. It's thanks to you. I'm truly glad that I could be of help. But? Nekodly White paused for a moment. Neonim, what is that thing in your hands? It's something I brought from a Kalina hotspot tourist destination. Let me show you. Honestly, I don't really know what this is yet either. Although he had received a similar feeling to the fragment of divinity, he couldn't judge whether they had the same value. But Godly White would know. He looked pathetic now, but he was once the Lord God. Niam spread open his folded hands wide. Ta-da! Nahum Seed, Godly White gasped in surprise. It's called the Drop of Creation. Niam, where did you get this? The Kalena Labyrinth. Niam, the labyrinth. Nian told Godly White about how he had acquired the Drop of Creation. When the explanation was finished, Nia Deamont stand it. How could something like this be in the mortal realm? Is it strange? Niam Ninj. Very strange. This is a relic that contains godhood. Yet the Kalena Lord God left it unattended. Come to think of it, that was true. A water droplet containing godhood. Wasn't Carr interested in it? He had swallowed up the fragment of divinity so readily. No matter how I think about it, it's a suspicious dimension. Starting from how they accept travelers without hesitation. Juhak agreed on that point. Even in natural ecosystems, invasive species cause disruption. It was normal to block outsiders, travelers from other dimensions, yet they readily welcomed them, registered them in the system, and allowed them to take away highest-grade magic stones. That made sense. A suspicious labyrinth that even a god couldn't do anything about. What was its true nature? Would he ever find out? Well, it didn't matter even if he didn't know. Anyway, will this drop of creation be helpful to you, Godly White Nim? Of course it will. It will be tremendous help in replenishing my lost godhood. Wait a moment. Yes? Did you perhaps bring this to give to me? That's right, it's a gift. I went on a trip, so I can't come back empty-handed. Oh, and Inukust, what were you thinking, bringing such a precious relic? You should take it yourself, Juhennim. If I eat it, I might get indigestion. Here. Juhak extended the drop of creation forward. Please eat it quickly, before it gets cold. Chew it thoroughly, and then... So, the drop of creation seeped into godly white. Oh, anointed do din dalam dinao. So, yetsandalam daniu. Godly white, having absorbed the droplet, rose into the Terra City sky, radiating light like a small sun. The angels flew with him too. The angels circling around godly white, now transformed into a sun, offering praises. Wow! An intense wave of divine power spread throughout all of Terra City. Light more radiant than before the fragment of divinity was taken. A moment later, godly white descended slowly along with the angels. Immune to a return. Oh, no need for such words between us. If I happen to bring the primordial flame, breath of light, or dust of origin, would those also help restore your godhood? God-maker Bong Juha, a human who nurtures gods, Juha smiled with pride. Before such a Juha, godly white radiated divine light. But then, I know this is shameless, but I have a request for you, Juha Neem. What is it? Not enough? Want me to get more? Are you not willing to accept more summoned beings? Oh, the more the merrier. He wouldn't refuse. Perhaps from another soul world? They are not. If not, well, uh, 116,524 entities in total. Whoa, whoa. When I was released from the seal, my children who had fallen also regained their souls and wills. That had happened. However, because my power is still too weak, there are children who haven't been freed from their fallen state. Small children who don't measure up to the standing of an angel. Small children. Could it be the micro-fallen angels? Yes, that's correct. Children who couldn't escape their fallen state and are destined for extinction, but poor things. If you accept them, their souls can avoid extinction, since they would leave my dominion and become bound to you, Juheknim. A request to accept the fallen angels as summoned beings. If they become summoned beings, the principle of absolute obedience will unconditionally apply. But there were too many of them. He didn't even know what would happen if he brought them to the White Tower. Please don't worry. You don't have to take them to the White Tower. They will remain here on original Earth. Then how would I summon them? Ho, Dunlanden Mendid, Danden Muntin, Binyund, Dum Move, Dum Mood, Dum Minden Minden Binden, Dum Minden Manden Binzamo, where the White Tower's system applies. Fjanden Manden, Nia Nos an Bindin, Bin Sin Bin Pinthin Din Bin Bin, in Henmunio Handen Minden Binder, Moundin Uend, Din Minden Binded Pinsin, Fundinum Binder, Ma Minsamor Sampantin Sintin Sampaninbin, Dunundin. What should I do? Juhai pondered carefully. These were micro-fallen angels that could devour even gigants, and there were 116,000 of such angels, no different from the golden monkey clones of the great sage. His deliberation ended. Let's accept them. He'd been told they would face extinction otherwise. That was far better than extinction, and this was compensation, a repayment from White One for the drop of creation. Why wouldn't he understand that unless he was a fool? If he refused, that would be dumudum, din din dan din dum. Thank you once again for accepting my children. And then, Dindin, Dinind 116,524 micro-fallen angels have been registered in your catalog. With this, Bong Juhyuk became a summoner who could call upon an army of 100,000. The Kalena labyrinth can be cleared with a single click now. His heart swelled with grandeur. Now let's return to Kalena. The beastkin would be waiting. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The defeat of the relic guardian on labyrinth floor 125. This news spread throughout all of Mezpul. The party responsible for the conquest was the Bongju-Hek party. Who on earth were they? It was quickly discovered because the name Bongju-Hek was registered with the city hall. As the founder of Rabong Trading Company no less, that Rabong Trading Company known to be owned by a dimensional traveler. This was really too much, coming to someone else's world and causing all kinds of chaos. What was the Grand Temple doing? But above all else, what everyone was most curious about, what was the identity of the 125th relic that Bongju-Hek had obtained? What exactly was it? Everyone wanted to know. Even the Grand Temple sent a priest to request they reveal what relic they had obtained. Of course, Juhek didn't tell them. Did they think he was a pushover? Why would he tell them that? And did they think it would end at floor 125? This was just the beginning. From now on, all the labyrinth relics would be his. He would squeeze out every last drop of value before leaving. This too was, in a way, no different from wreaking havoc. Currently, Juhek was at headquarters, watching the changes unfold, the new construction rising rapidly. The number of people visiting Rabong Trading Company had also increased. Small and medium merchants looking to purchase labyrinth byproducts, adventurers and mercenaries coming to recruit beastkin for their parties. With so many people, disturbances arose too. Thwack! Ark! Another mercenary thrown out of the worker placement office. Tss, tss, he could guess. They must have offended Director Gyandale. They probably revealed a base perception of the beastkin workers. How many times was this now? At this rate, the ultra-serious princess would drive away all the customers. But it was fine. Those without qualifications were automatically rejected. Anyway, when am I going to floor 126? Workers worth taking. In that instant, the line of people in front of the worker placement office. Among them, one adventurer caught Juhyuk's eye. In appearance, an ordinary Western man. Gender, male. Actually, appearance wasn't the issue. The energy flowing from him was peculiar. Woong! He felt a vibration from his waist. It was the judge's mallet, as if alerting him that something was out of the ordinary. A memory suddenly surfacing. Original Earth dimensional traveler Carl Maverick and the Martial World dimensional traveler Wei Chun Rak. The feeling is similar to those guys. Could it be a dimensional traveler? The Kalesia Labyrinth was a hotspot for dimensional travelers, so there was nothing strange at all about a traveler being here. As Juhek's gaze lingered, the man also turned his head. At the same time, Juhek's eyes met the adventurers. Should he go ask whether they were indeed a dimensional traveler? So he slowly approached, but, The adventurer hesitantly stepped backward. What? Why was he running? One more step forward. Then the adventurer hesitantly stepped back again. Approaching, hesitant, retreating, hesitant, hesitant. The distance that wouldn't close. That was when it happened. Excuse me, are you perhaps a dimensional traveler? The adventurer who had been backing away asked Juhek first. Yes, are you too? That's right, I'm also a dimensional traveler. Just as he'd suspected. But then, let me take one step forward first. Could you also take just one step closer? What was with him? Was someone going to eat him? The reason was unknown, but all right, I'll take one step forward first. Shh. When Juhek took one step, the other side also took one step. Shh. The distance gradually closed, and then, that's good. What was good? You're a different person from me. Of course they were different. Why was he even saying something like that? Actually, among dimensional travelers, there are quite a lot of people who share the same soul. Huh. If the distance gets close, the souls are forcibly merged and go boom, they explode. Whoa, that happened a few months ago too. Where? Two dimensional travelers happened to meet in the labyrinth, and it turned out their souls were the same, so boom, a massive explosion from the forced merger. Whoa, he knew that identical souls existed. He'd experienced it himself, but they exploded if they met? Did both of them die? Ha ha ha. Anyway, it's certain that we're different people. The adventurer strode toward him. Nice to meet you. I'm Ralph, a dimensional traveler from Silvarin. Bong. No, I'm Kozak. Nice to meet you too. Currently in Mezpul, the name Bong Juhyek had become too famous. He was at the center of all controversy and discussion, so just in case, the protagonist activated hidden name mode. Traveler Kozak, did you also come here for highest grade magic stones? Yes, something like that. It's hard to find workers, so I don't know if you've been able to harvest enough. Who knows? At that, Traveler Ralph sighed. I still have a long way to go. Who knew it would be this hard to buy one item at the auction house? It seemed he'd come to get highest grade magic stones for an auction bid. 1 million for a single item? 1 million. And it gets snatched up as soon as you raise the bid. Oh, I'm going to gather 1 million quickly and buy it with instant purchase no matter what. He knew what item it was. Are you talking about a tablet or hologram phone? Oh, are you eyeing those too, Kozak Nim? Haha, looks like I just met a rival. He wasn't a rival. He had plenty of those. Join fellow readers to discuss this story. Join the discussion. Char 339. Side Story 012. Hash Chapter 339. Side Story 012. Kalania, a dimension frequently visited by dimensional travelers. He had been thinking about it, that if he stayed here, he might run into them. And that actually happened. Ralph, a dimensional traveler from Silvarin. He seemed to be a ranged combat type, carrying a bow and arrows on his back. What kind of person was he? A good person. However, based on his experience so far, the opposite was often the case. For example, the dimensional travelers from original Earth. Weren't they the culprits behind the destruction of the parallel Earths? A brief conversation would be enough to judge. He himself was allowed to tell small lies, but his conversation partner was not, because with the judge's mallet, he could tell whether this person was speaking falsehood or truth. Ralph's, do you come here often? Haha, I've been coming so often I've worn out the doorstep. What about you, Kozaksi? This is my first time. Ah, so it's your first visit. If there's anything you're curious about, please feel free to ask any time. Since he said to ask, how many travelers are currently active in Mezpul? I'm not really sure about that. He didn't know? Dimensional travelers don't really meet each other. We also avoid crowded places. Why? As I mentioned, it's because we might encounter a dimensional traveler with the same soul. I made a big decision to come to the trading company headquarters. Was he that cautious, enough to avoid people? There's a hypothesis that similar souls from each dimension have a high probability of possessing the same abilities. If Kozak Neem is a dimensional traveler, there's a very high chance that Kozak Neem's soul in another dimension is also a dimensional traveler. That made sense. Jun Guangil and Jun Sung-il, high-ranking government officials, their direct subordinates Yi Mina and Yi Min-sun. If it weren't for recruiting workers, I wouldn't have come. There's even a rumor that the head of the trading company here is a dimensional traveler. Ah, if you also happen to encounter another dimensional traveler, Kozak Nim, maintain distance like earlier. Of course he should. Who told you that people with the same souls explode when they meet? That's something that came from the legendary trio. Trio? Since it's your first visit, you wouldn't know. They're legendary travelers of Kalania. How great could they be? It's said that just 3 people broke through floor 100 of the labyrinth known as the Demon's Wall and completed up to floor 120, and they did it in a single night. Wow, they really were great. Do those people come here often too? No, it's probably been a long time since they came here. Do you know their names? I don't really know either. But I heard one of them is a pharmaceutical company chairman, so a major conglomerate tycoon. Could it be Parallel Earth? Anyway, have you experienced the labyrinth, Kozak Nim? I've been in once. I should pick a day and go in again. That's good. I also need to hurry and recruit workers before going in. You can just do party matching today. However, Ralph had a bitter expression. The thing is, it's not easy. The placement office director seems to be very strict, the strictest in all dimensions. It used to be easy to get workers. Before, you could just go to any trading company and recruit them. That was because they were in an exploited position. I need workers to harvest enough to be okay even after paying taxes. Taxes? He'd never paid any yet. 10% is automatically deducted. If you mine 10 chunks of highest grade magic stones and put them in a subspace ticket or a regular bag, one of them disappears on its own. He was learning this for the first time. He hadn't paid any attention to that until now. Whether 10% was deducted or not, it didn't matter at all. The necessity of workers is exploration. They have an amazing nose for resources, and the difference between having workers and not having them is enormous. That was true. No one could match the treasure-finding ability of the beast folk. But do you happen to know why this situation came about, Ralph Nim? Yes, I found out recently too. Goodness, I had no idea the beast folk were being treated that poorly. Ralph's eyes held a subtle anger. I'm an outsider anyway, aren't I? I also go into the labyrinth alone with just a worker, without party members, so there's no one to tell me the inside story. They were such cheerful friends who just worked hard, so I couldn't even guess. If I had known earlier, I absolutely wouldn't have let it slide. I definitely would have helped the beast folk. Truth, the judge's mallet told him so. Compassion test passed. He was a good traveler. Rabong Trading Company did well. You think so too, don't you, Kozak Nim? Yes. The head of Rabong Trading Company. I don't know who they are, but they're definitely a remarkable person. Is that so? Righteous values, meticulous planning, bold execution, the martial power to conquer floor 125. There's nothing lacking. Oh, you're too kind. He had an eye for people. Accurate judgment ability test passed. Anyway, you should also be careful when you go for worker placement consultation, Kozak Nim. The standards are very strict. Just a moment ago, an adventurer was thrown out because his face was ugly. How ugly was he? She was shouting physiognomy is science while yelling you scoundrel at him. It was so terrifying. No, no. If you got to know her, she was our soft and delicate princess. It was then. St. Someone approaching Juhek's side. Pongsangdan Junim. Yes? Who is this fellow? Did you make a friend? It was Kozak. Oh no, this might blow his cover. He desperately signaled with his eyes. Someone I just met. Right now I'm Kozak. Oh, is that so? You two looked like you were getting along well. No, I'm Kozak. Kozak cheerfully extended his hand to Ralph for a handshake. Heh, nice to meet you. Bongsangdan Junim's eternal right hand, loyal subordinate, sales director. I'm managing director Kozak. Oh, for crying out loud. I'm Ralph. Nice to meet you, Kozak Nim. With this, the protagonist's hidden name mode was deactivated. Our Bongsangdan Junim doesn't have many friends, so he's a lonely person. As fellow dimensional travelers, please don't cross lines and get along well with him. Yes. Well then, I'll be going. No friends, he said. That was a fact. But was this payback for something? It wasn't just Kozak, Dr. L too. Sangdanjunin, so this is where you were. I have something to report. Go ahead. Wiz has reported that the low-orbit reconnaissance satellite we floated above the continent has detected anomalies. Anomalies? Large-scale forces are moving from 5 locations. The direction is highly likely to be Mezpol. Really? They would be the armies of the countries backing Mezpol's 5 trading companies. He had been thinking it was about time they came. What could they possibly bring? Would tanks come? Would fighter jets come? At most it would be night orders and mage forces. What's the estimated arrival time? Well, since it's such a large-scale movement, the marching speed is somewhat slow. In other words, it was still far off. Knights could ride horses, but regular soldiers had no choice but to walk. Continue monitoring, and let's respond when they get closer. How should we respond? Negotiation first. Understood. They had a master of negotiation on their side, after all. What if negotiation didn't go well? It could be handled at the Gigant and Fission Golem level, or send Kurogi Crackersus to fire off a breath. People from fantasy dimensions had an innate fear of dragons installed by default. Anyway, after Kozak and El left, Juhek and Ralph had awkward expressions. So you were the trading company head. I'm Bong Juhek. Silence flowed again. It was cold, so cold. Should he change the subject? Rather than mining highest-grade magic stones yourself, registering items at the auction would be faster for earning them. Ralph, see, don't you list items at the auction? Ralph scratched his head. I don't really have anything suitable to list. I see. He couldn't even list items. He was a poor dimensional traveler. How pitiful. I don't quite understand why you're looking at me with such pitying eyes, but I'm also someone at the level of national power in my world. Yeah, sure you are. My profession is enhancer. I started as an enhancement technician, then became an enhancement industrial engineer, then an enhancement engineer, then an enhancement technical expert, and now I'm at the highest level, enhancer. A smile full of pride. Ralph took the bow from his back and showed it to Juhek. This is a +10 enhanced bow. The arrows are all +10 enhanced too. Gloves, shoes, armor, belt, all +10 enhanced equipment. Was this an enhancement system like the ones in games? +10, how strong is that? Every time you go up by +1, the equipment's base performance increases by 20%. Additional options are added too. +5 was a 100% increase. +10 was a 200% increase. This was good. Can you enhance everything? No, not everything. Bodies are not possible. Skills and abilities are not possible. Accessories are excluded, and god-tier equipment also cannot be enhanced. Tsk, so the judge's mallet didn't qualify. Traits couldn't be enhanced either, and enhanced items become bound to the person. Others cannot use them. Oh, come on. There was nothing that worked. Enhanced items were bound, meaning it was an enhancement ability only for personal use. With just an ability like that, what level of national power? However, actually the greatest ability of an enhancer is something else. What? The ability to manufacture enhancement stones. Enhancement stones? I'm the only person in Silveren who can make highest-grade enhancement stones, Ralph continued with a triumphant expression. Manufactured enhancement stones can be traded. If you have enhancement stones, other people can also enhance their own equipment. Of course, even in that case, the enhanced items become bound to the person who enhanced them. His interest was piqued. Juhuk's ears perked up. Enhancement stones could be traded. What if he could secure a large quantity? Now that I look at it, you're quite an impressive person. Oh, it's nothing. He buttered him up a bit. But if you have enhancement stones, why not register them at the auction? They should sell well. At that, Ralph let out a deep sigh. Enhancement stones can't be listed. What? just like magic stones can't be registered. Ah, not just enhancement stones, but similar stones like spirit stones, awakening stones, and mana stones are the same. They can't be listed. That was right. Juhyuk had also tried to list highest grade magic stones but failed. They said it wasn't allowed because it was auction house currency. Can enhancement stones not be used as currency? If they could, I'd be the richest person at the auction house. Juhyuk clicked his tongue inwardly. So he came to mine the stones directly because he couldn't sell items at the auction. For a dimensional traveler, why was he so pitiful? Meanwhile, Ralph was cautiously gauging Gohek's reaction. He was sending those pitying looks at him again. Was he offended? Not at all. This was an opportunity to arouse sympathy. The head of Rabong Trading Company, a nouveau riche of Mezpol, the person who monopolized the workers and cleaned out the warehouses of 5 trading companies. Although enhancement stones couldn't be listed at the auction, perhaps direct trading was possible. Of course, he needed to get a good price. So, about that, if you happen to need enhancement stones, how about purchasing some? I'll give you a good price, as long as the performance is solid. Ralph, the greatest enhancer of Silvarin, I will personally guarantee it. Then he took out 3 enhancement stones from his pocket. Try enhancing up to +3. It won't fail. Juhyuk casually accepted the enhancement stones. +3 is too little. I should at least try up to +10. To get to +10, even 1,000 enhancement stones aren't enough. Why? There's a failure rate above +3. +7 is also very difficult. But 3 is too stingy. You need at least 10 to even get a taste. Fine, I'll give you 10. Free. Yes, it's a free trial. Should he try enhancing? Not on himself, but on someone else. So he headed toward the headquarters building construction site. Rajix, when he called out loudly. Howing, tang, spinning round and round. Rajix came flying with a somersault. Let's try enhancing the pickaxe. Enhancement. Hower, get the detailed explanation from this person. Ralph tilted his head. Enhancing a worker's pickaxe, really? Yep. You're not going to do it on a weapon? No. And so the enhancement stone usage explanation began. You attach the enhancement stone to the desired equipment and press the inscribed part with your finger. That's it. When the enhancement stone disappears and light emerges, that determines if enhancement succeeded. +1 was white, +2 sky blue, +3 green, +4 blue, +5 teal, +6 purple, +7 vermilion, +8 pink, +9 red, and the final +10, all colors burst out at once. What color is failure? Black, a gloomy color, and the penalty. This is a highest grade enhancement stone with side effects removed. It just means enhancement failed. There's no need to worry about existing enhancements being nullified or equipment being destroyed. Good. Rajix, Dimensional Supreme Servant. How? A pure soul who was promoted 2 ranks at once by the Rune of Summoned Being rank elevation. How? +10. Let's go. How weak? Ralph chuckled. The way he responds is cute, but would it reach +10? He'd be lucky if he even succeeded at +4. +5 would be a massive jackpot. When Rajix slapped the enhancement stone onto the pickaxe, swak, a white light rose. Success, swak, swak, green light, up to +3. It was impossible to fail up to here. +3 was almost guaranteed. But then, swak, swak, teal light, +5 in one go. The golden pickaxe transformed into a sturdier form, with a more lustrous sheen at first glance. It didn't stop there. Rajix unhesitatingly applied the enhancement stone to the pickaxe. Swak, purple light, +6 success. What? As diverse lights burst in succession, Kozak came running over. After hearing what Rajix was doing, Dimensional Supreme Servant, you absolutely must reach +10. Failure will not be tolerated. Huek, I'm cheering you on. Heave ho. Huek. Nonchalantly, he picked up another enhancement stone. Thwack, applied it to the pickaxe. Heave ho. Swak, vermilion light +7. What? That's insane. The success rate dropped significantly from +7 onwards. It was the kind of level where even using 500 wouldn't guarantee success. Huek, Rajix was unstoppable. Thwack, swak, pink light +8. What? Following that, thwack, swak, red light +9. Ralph could only remain silent. Did this even make sense? +10 is coming soon. Dimensional Supreme Servant, clench your butt cheeks tight. Hauk, +10, let's go. Uig, thwack, swak. A brilliant cluster of 10 colors of light. Good heavens, +10 success. Now Rajix's pickaxe was a +10 golden pickaxe. Its form had changed. The energy flowing from it was extraordinary too. When Rajix lightly poked the ground with the pickaxe, thunk, a large pit was created. Kai! The effect is solid. One hit from this could even crack Go Bang's skull. Let's go crack it together later. Ralph was confused. Was this even possible? +10 with just 10 enhancement stones. I can't believe this. This is cheating. What was he saying? It was his own enhancement stones. I cannot accept this result. So what? I'll give you 10 more enhancement stones. Please try it on different equipment. Oh my, how grateful. I won't refuse. Rajix received another 10, this time on the golden safety helmet. Swak, 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 swak. Racing at ultra-high speed to +9. Swak, +10 success. Enhancer Ralph looked like he might keel over at any moment. A second consecutive one, +10 with 10 enhancement stones. On the other hand, Juhek couldn't hide his grin. An upgraded Dimensional Supreme Servant. How could he not be pleased? So, Traveler Ralph Nim. Yes? I'll buy enhancement stones from you in bulk. Bulk, meaning the more the better. Those are expensive, highest grade magic stones go into making them too. How much do you need? Is exchange with goods possible? With goods? How precious did he think these were? There's no way ordinary goods would be enough. What about this? Juhuk pulled out the latest hologram phone from Original Earth from his pocket. Gasp! Ralph's eyes went wide. It's a hologram phone, worth 1 million highest grade magic stones at the auction. Oh my, this is... When Juhek gave a look, Rajix opened the subspace. Tablets, gaming devices, smartwatches came out of the subspace, and communication is possible too, right here in the Kalenia dimension. Gulp, the sound of swallowing dry, gleaming, a subtle light of greed in Ralph's eyes. His hands and feet were trembling too. And there's a small generator that runs on magic stones too. With this, there's no need to worry about charging. Ralph realized. Another identity of trading company head Bong Juhek, an auction house whale, the wealthiest dimensional traveler who even bought those expensive divine artifacts with instant purchase. Oh my, Hyungnim, what? I'm not that old. If you're more accomplished than me, you're automatically Hyungnim. Oh, please drop the formalities. Ha, it's uncomfortable. He, I'll give you a good deal. 100 enhancement stones per item. Right at that moment. Wait just a moment. Suddenly Kozak interjected. Currently, Bongsangdan Junim is very busy. He wasn't busy at all. Purchasing trading company goods is the job of me, Finance Director, Managing Director Kozak. Weren't you the Sales Director just a moment ago? I'm doing both. With a sly look in his eyes, Kozak continued. You can have your constructive conversation with me. Kozak scoffed inwardly. Just 100 enhancement stones per item. How dare he try to lowball them? Join fellow readers to discuss this story. Join the discussion. 340. Side Story 013. Chapter 340. Side Story 013. A fierce price negotiation with sparks flying. One who wanted to buy as cheaply as possible. One who wanted to sell as expensively as possible. After a brief probing battle, the real negotiation began. Highest grade magic stones are used as materials for making enhancement stones. I can't sell them at a bargain price. Do you know what the base price of a hologram phone is? It's 1 million choma. Enhancement stones can't be auctioned, that's all. If they could be listed, they'd easily go for over 5,000 each. Oh, is that so? I'll make a concession. Let's do 200 per item. Just list them at the auction. Can't you just sell them there? Fine. With tears in my eyes, 300 per item. Pfft, Kozak scoffed and continued. Negotiations over. Goodbye. I won't see you out. How about 500 each? I'll match you with a worker over there, so go into the labyrinth or something. Ralph looked flustered. Come on, don't be like that. Why don't you tell me your conditions first? If they're reasonable, I'll... Kozak picked his nose with his finger and tossed out in a careless voice. 30,000 highest grade enhancement stones. Pardon? Such an outrageous... I think I heard a strange number. Could you say that one more time? 30,000. What? 30,000. What did you hub? 30,000. Wow! Ju-Hup, who had been listening, shook his head side to side. Didn't he ask for too much? If you give us 30,000, we'll give you all the items here. That's two. It was originally 50,000, but I cut it by 20,000, so be grateful. Ralph bit his lip tightly. Making enhancement stones was his unique ability. Across all dimensions, there was absolutely nothing similar to enhancement stones. In terms of value, they should be worth far more than highest-grade magic stones of the same weight. Yet here he was being pushed around like this because of the fatal limitation of not being able to sell them at auction. Should I break off the negotiation? No. Electronic devices would sell in the blink of an eye just by listing them at auction. Take that hologram phone right there. If even one of those went up at auction, the base price was 1 million. Even if it sold cheap, it would be over 700,000. On the other hand, enhancement stones had nowhere to be sold. They couldn't be listed at the auction, and direct trades were difficult too. He had to buy now. However, 30,000, Would he even have enough? Even if he went back to his homeland and scraped together everything, it wouldn't be enough. He would need to manufacture more. If I'm going to make them, I'll need time. I'm also short on materials. If you could reduce the quantity, that's your problem. Why should I care? Juhak had stayed out of the negotiation. It seemed like it was time to step in, so he said to Ralph, "Is it possible if you just have the materials?" Of course. Shh. Juhak took out about 3 kilograms of choma from his inventory. How many can you make with this? I can comfortably make 2, assuming no defects. 1.5 kilograms per stone. 30,000 stones would require 45,000 choma, but there could be defects in the manufacturing process. Is 50,000 enough? Yes, I'll provide them for you. If that's the case, right at that moment. Wait, I have an objection. What now? If we're even providing the materials, 30,000 enhancement stones won't add up. What about my labor costs? I'm saying this with labor costs included. At that, Juhek said, "Goodness, you're being too stingy." Pardon? A person should know how to be generous. Give and take where it's called for, HM. Don't you know about mutual growth? I'm sorry, Juhak said while looking at Rajix. Dimensional Supreme Servant, Put 60,000 kilograms of choma into a ticket for this person. Hoeng, sht, a choma storage ticket placed in Ralph's hand. Use what you need and keep the rest as payment for your troubles. Ralph was moved. As expected, trading company master Bong Juhak was in a different league. On the other hand, look at that Kozak. With such a narrow mind, all he could manage was being a managing director, a mere 30,000. He would make them somehow. I'll work hard on manufacturing them. I'll deliver quickly. He would grind his soul to make them if he had to. By when? 3 months. No, please just give me 2 months. I will definitely meet the delivery deadline. That's a bit long. This is the minimum time frame. It's 30,000, you know. I have to produce 500 per day. There was no helping it. If he pushed too hard, the quality might suffer. All right, I'll wait. Thank you. I'll start working now. Here? No, I need to go back to my dimension. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ralph took off at lightning speed toward Mezpol. He felt a little sorry for the guy. No matter how cutting-edge the electronics from original Earth were, could they compare to enhancement stones? That's how it is. The scarcity value of goods changes depending on place and time. That was true. It was the reason drinks sold at mountain peaks were expensive. If Bong Sangdanjunim lists that electronics set at auction, he'd make at least 5 million. Right. But could Ralph buy those electronics in just 2 months? There was no way. It's a win-win for both sides. It's a fair trade. Juhyak nodded. Let's wait and see. Over 600 beastfolk workers wearing +10 golden pickaxes and +10 golden safety helmets. He could almost hear their powerful battle cries ringing in his ears. Hook, 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 hook. It made him so happy. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Time flew by quickly. 2 months passed in no time. CEO Suksung, Executive Director Suk's masterful business acumen was causing Rabong Trading Company to grow steadily. Then one day, Executive Director Suk went around the city of Mezpol with Kozak and Menachong Chairman Enix, and in the blink of an eye seized control of Mezpol's commercial district. Executive Director Suk met with the small and medium trading companies of Mezpol, excluding the 5 trading companies, the street shop owners, and workshop proprietors to sign contracts. Now even the wholesalers were doing business with Rabong. Traders, processors, leather workers, blacksmiths, alchemists, artisans of all kinds came to Rabong Trading Company, the continent's common currency piled high in the warehouse. They raked it in by the bushel. Did they just hoard the money they earned? They spent it boldly. They bought up everything the trading company needed. They invested in workshops, small trading companies, and transport businesses. They conducted relief activities in the slums, and so money flowed smoothly. The citizens of Mezpol began to realize they had thought the economy would suffer under Rabong Trading Company's monopoly, but it seemed to have gotten better instead. Better than when the 5 trading companies were dividing up the pie. Of course it had. When the 5 trading companies dominated the labyrinth industry, almost all resources were being drained outside. They were transferring resources to each of their backing nations. That was the very purpose of those trading companies' existence. And now, everything was being circulated within Mezpol, through Rabong Trading Company to wholesalers, from wholesalers through their distribution networks to the entire continent. The transport industry developed too. Secondary processing industries flourished. As a result, retail businesses were gradually increasing as well. Production, processing, consumption, distribution, not a single one wasn't running smoothly. Before they knew it, the grassland outskirts of Mezpol were taking on the appearance of a city. A satellite city of Mezpol, so to speak. The headquarters building had already been completed too, the rapidly changing Rabong Trading Company headquarters. Today was a day off. Rabong Trading Company basically operated on a 5-day work week. But even on their day off, Rajix and the beast folk didn't rest. Howick, workers gathered on one side of the grassland, training. Teng, spinning round and round. When Rajix did a somersault in the air, hook, 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 they shouted battle cries and mimicked the movement. But it wasn't easy. For the waddling beast folk, it was far too difficult a move. Thunk, spin, thunk, spin, thunk, spin. All they could do was bounce off the ground and roll away. Howick, when Rajix, unable to watch any longer, scolded them. Hooey, hooey, hooey. They hung their heads in reflection. Still, they were gradually improving. How admirable. Indeed, such diligent beast folk. Once the workers are wearing +10 equipment, they shall be unrecognizable. Just look at the dimensional supreme servant himself, Rajix, who had achieved another level of growth through equipment enhancement. The +10 golden pickaxe demonstrated performance that put even the continent's greatest weapons to shame. He had taken Rajix briefly to floor 125 of the labyrinth for an experiment. With the +10 golden pickaxe, Tang, spinning round and round, Rajix alone ruthlessly smashed the heads of small apophis-winged snake monsters. Just a light tap, and they cracked open. The pickaxe had various options attached to it. Stats like stamina, strength, agility, dexterity. Skills like ore destruction, consecutive strikes, auto-retrieval after throwing, and the +10 golden safety helmet. It also had stat and skill options related to defense. It didn't just protect the head. In emergencies, a defensive force field would deploy around the entire body. What if all the beast folk wore +10 bound equipment? At the very least, they would have the power to protect themselves in the labyrinth. By the way, when was Ralph coming? Did he take the 60,000 choma and run? He needed to hurry up and bring the enhancement stones so they could upgrade the equipment or whatever. Why was Juhyuk putting so much effort into the beast folk? There was only one reason: to prepare for the moment he would part ways with them. He couldn't stay here forever, after all. When the moment came for them to be self-sufficient, that would be the moment of farewell. Before I leave, I should conquer floors 125 to 150 of the labyrinth in a single night. The trio of dimensional travelers did it, didn't they? Why couldn't we do the same? We had more people anyway. 110,000 new summoned beings had joined too. While he was lost in various thoughts, El approached Juhyuk and spoke. The matter at hand was a report on the movements of the Five Nations Coalition Army. The Coalition Army is currently gathering at a point 50 kilometers from Mezpol. Spit! A hologram rose from the smartwatch. It was captured by a low-orbit satellite. They've gotten quite close, haven't they? Yes, that appears to be their rally point. They haven't all gathered yet. Some units haven't reached the rally point. The numbers were quite large. They're sending this many just to catch me. How cowardly, trying to overwhelm with numbers. Either way, he had to deal with them before they reached Mezpol. Wouldn't want to startle our workers. Right at that moment, from over there toward Mezpol, a man came running at breakneck speed in this direction. Trading Company Master Bong Juhyuk Nim. Oh, Traveler Ralph Nim. 30,000 enhancement stones had arrived. Just as promised, it had been exactly 2 months. But why was he empty-handed? The quantity must be no joke. The enhancement stones. I brought them in a subspace bracelet artifact. Here. Thud, 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 thud. Enhancement stones poured out. The goods are solid, right? I ground my soul into making them. Through thorough inspection, I discarded all defective products, and as a bonus, I threw in a few hundred extra. Hehe. Oh my, how kind. Now here was someone who knew the right way to do things. That's right. Giving exactly the ordered quantity would be stingy. Generous extras meant generous goodwill. Rajix, Mittenth, please take out the auction set for this person. The user manual, too. tablet, hologram phone, hologram gaming device, smartwatch, magic stone generator, and even a manual translated into the continental language. Metenf, the generator is a bit big. Will this fit? Mong, you can't fit this in. Subspace artifacts have their limits too. It's not like I'm a worker. Our Rajix could fit even a gigant in his, so could Juhuk. Try cramming it in as much as you can. Crunch, crack. It worked. Ralph cheered. Finally, the trade was complete. But then, aren't you leaving? No, I'd like to observe a bit. Ralph was curious. What exactly they were planning to do with 30,000 enhancement stones. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The enhancement began in earnest. Would it succeed? Plus 10 enhancement. Something that people said wouldn't work even with 1,000 enhancement stones, but Juhuk was certain it would work. The basis? First, the racial traits of the beast folk. Whether in the Black Tower or the Labyrinth, they had an uncanny knack for finding treasure. Why was Rajix the #1 ranked summoned being? Because he hit the jackpot at every turn. Just a while ago, with only 20 enhancement stones, he succeeded in plus 10 enhancement for both the golden pickaxe and golden safety helmet. This couldn't be explained by ability alone. There was something more. What was it? Luck. Treasure hunting was also related to luck. Perhaps the racial trait of the beast folk was luck, a method conceived based on that reasoning, using Gyundal Ray's talismans. She had drawn fortune talismans in advance. Every beast folk had one attached to their chest. All the beast folk gathered on the grassland. Before them was a stage with large speakers installed. Testing the mic, testing. Kozak grabbed the microphone. Scattered, you fail. United, you succeed. The founder of mass enhancement therapy, presenting a new roadmap for enhancement. Do this, and you too can be the protagonist of plus 10 equipment. Enhancement guide, enhancement instructor. This is Kozak. Kozak had pulled a red cap down so low it covered his eyes. Are the owls ready? Hook, 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 hook. Good. Starting now, we will conduct mass pickaxe enhancement. He had given permission when Kozak said he'd dramatically raise the enhancement success rate, but, what was this? Military training? Owls, load 1 enhancement stone. Hook! Each beast folk picked up 1 enhancement stone. Plus 1, ready. When the command was shouted, swish! They extended the hand holding the enhancement stone forward. Execute direct angle enhancement. Slap! With precise form, they pressed the enhancement stone to their pickaxes. Fwash! A brilliant white light shot up. Everyone succeeded. Clap, 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 clap. Applause erupted. Up to plus 3, there were no failures. Perhaps because of the fortune talismans attached, it was smooth sailing up to plus 5. Fwash, 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 fwash. Congratulations, owls. Everyone succeeded at plus 5, all thanks to this instructor's excellent training. Don't forget that. But the other summoned beings watching had their blood boiling. Tsk, tsk. Is that because of him? Honestly, isn't it because of Princess Dalray's fortune talismans? I am becoming rather angry. To think this lady would perform the skill while that man takes all the credit. Acting like he did everything himself? What even is direct angle enhancement? Did that guy serve in the military? He did not serve. What's General B doing? Just letting him get away with that? Should I blow his head off with a magic gun? Even if he took a large bullet, his mouth would probably still be intact. Good idea, General B, but Kozak paid no attention. From here on, it gets difficult. Owls, focus your minds. Plus 6, ready. Hook, 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 hook. Execute. Slap, fwash, purple everywhere. However, huek, huek, here and there, black lights appeared. 8 failures. Failed owls, roll in place. Roll, roll, roll. It's not punishment. It's to focus your minds. Execute re-enhancement. Fwash. Fortunately, all succeeded. Clap, 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 clap. As expected of highest grade enhancement stones. Even if you failed, you could just try again. The goods are solid. Meanwhile, Ralph could only stand there with his mouth agape. Applying enhancement stones to pickaxes was already absurd enough. In his life as an enhancer, this was his first time seeing such a spectacle. Mass enhancement? What was this, a mass wedding ceremony? And he realized why they had demanded 30,000 enhancement stones. It was for this insane undertaking, plus 10 enhancement for all beast folk equipment. By common sense, it should be impossible, but why did it seem like it might actually work? Good thing he decided to observe. When would he ever see something like this again? Plus 7 followed. Flashes of vermilion light, less numerous, but still visible here and there. Black lights. Failed owls roll in place. Ford, the failures increased as they progressed. There were even cases where re-enhancement failed. We keep going until it works. There is no plus 10 dropout in this instructor's vocabulary. Plus 7 was eventually completed, moving on to achieve plus 8, pushing relentlessly forward to plus 9. Princess Fairy Nim, how many enhancement stones have been used in total? At least 8,000 by my count. Expected enhancement stone consumption was 10,000 or more, but it was within the expected range. There was room to spare. Plus 10, ready. The beast folks' expressions were filled with resolve. Execute, slap, fwash. Only a tiny fraction showed rainbow light. Most were black light. Failed owls roll in place. Roll, 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 roll. Re-execute enhancement. Do not give up. Fwash. 1/3 succeeded. 2/3 failed. But success had already been predetermined. After several retries, everyone finally succeeded in plus 10 pickaxe enhancement. Enhancement stones consumed, 10,158. Hook, 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 hook. The joyful beast folk were. They swung their pickaxes, struck them into the ground, and some even stored them in their subspace. Wait, what was happening? Did he just see setting aside Rajix? The beast folk shouldn't be able to store non-labyrinth items in their subspace. How is that going in there? Ralph answered his question in his stead. Well, because they're bound items. When something becomes bound, the user's properties transfer to the enhanced item. Ah, the beast folk are originally a labyrinth race, aren't they? When the items became bound, the labyrinth properties seeped into the pickaxes. So that was how it worked. Perfect. Store them in subspace when not in use. Take them out when working. If we can utilize this, you would think about that later. Next was safety helmet enhancement. The result was as expected. Everyone succeeded in plus 10 safety helmet enhancement. Enhancement stones consumed for safety helmets, 9,977, even fewer than for the pickaxes. Hook, 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 hook. The cheers of the beast folk filled the grassland. It was loud enough to be heard even in Mezpole City. Join fellow readers to discuss this story. Join the discussion. No comments yet. Be the first to share your thoughts. 341. Side Story 014. Hash Chapter 341. Side Story 014. The nations backing Mezpole's 5 trading companies. Armies were dispatched from each of the 5 great powers of the continent, including the Baltarian Empire. Their destination was Mezpole City. The justification for deploying troops? To suppress the disturbances that had occurred in Mezpole and restore normalcy. In a way, it was an excessive response. The empires and kingdoms of the Kalania continent had decided on a large-scale deployment of troops just to resolve a commotion caused by a dimensional traveler. There was a reason for this. It was because of the Mezpol Labyrinth Peace Treaty signed by the five great powers. According to the peace treaty, if one nation dispatched troops, the other four nations would send troops as well. This was to prevent Mezpol from falling under the influence of a single nation. It was no different this time. All five nations dispatched troops simultaneously, matching the scale of their forces to be roughly equal. They wouldn't enter Mezpol immediately, however. There were tangled interests to consider. First, they would gather at a rally point, designate a supreme commander, establish a clear chain of command, and then advance on Mezpol, a coalition force from no less than 5 nations. Perhaps because of this, the commanders from each nation didn't have a shred of worry. A dimensional traveler? What could a mere traveler possibly do against a coalition army? When confronted with such a massive force, they would either flee in terror or charge in recklessly like a puppy who didn't know fear, only to meet their end in another dimension. However, Duke Monteo Aurelian of the Baltarian Empire felt somewhat uneasy. What was the reason for his discomfort? It was because of a dream he had while traveling to the rally point in his luxurious carriage, accompanied by a large contingent of imperial troops. The anxiety that had crept up from a corner of his mind because of that dream. What a disturbing dream. Aurelian was a Grand Master, the strongest on the continent, acknowledged by all. Even the Imperial Emperor could not defy him. Why? Because Aurelian himself had installed the current emperor on the throne, after the previous emperor of the empire had passed away. In the midst of the fierce whirlwind of succession wars, he had eliminated the first prince and installed the third prince, shaping the Baltarian Empire of today. The current emperor was a puppet. The one with real power was Duke Monteo Aurelian. With such formidable martial prowess, political power, and wealth, why would he feel anxious? It was because of memories from the past. Yesterday, Aurelian had once again had that nightmare. Long ago, when the Belmorin Trading Company was still called the Monteo Trading Company, he had personally managed the trading company, with the goal of dominating the Mezpol labyrinth industry. That was why he had spent more time residing in Mezpol than in the Empire during those years. There, he had faced numerous dimensional travelers, those who wielded swords, those who used magic, those who commanded spirits, and those who used strange weapons called guns. But they were all pathetic travelers. When they caused trouble, he personally stepped in to subjugate them or drive them away. He had even beheaded some and hung their heads on Mezpol's city gates. Then, by chance, he encountered 3-dimensional travelers. The moment he faced them, his entire body went rigid. The 3-dimensional travelers passed by him as if he were nothing more than a cow or chicken, utterly insignificant, but Aurelian felt as if his breath would stop, the unfamiliar aura emanating from them, the primal fear a prey feels when facing a natural predator, the overwhelming difference in power that made it impossible to even meet their eyes. Was it because he was alone while they numbered 3? Not at all. Each one of them was like that individually. No matter which of the 3 he faced, his neck would be severed before he could even draw his sword. He only learned later that they had cleared through floor 100 of the labyrinth in a single day and conquered up to floor 120. After that, Duke Aurelian withdrew from the trading company and returned to the empire. Instead, he entrusted the operation of the trading company to his illegitimate son, Belmorin, because of the fear that he might encounter them again if he stayed in Mezpol. Time passed like that. The memories of those 3-dimensional travelers had been gradually fading. Yet, coincidentally, at this moment, while he was on his way to resolve the Mezpol situation, why had memories of the past appeared as a dream? Could it be that those 3 travelers had returned? Thinking like this made him suspicious of the identity of the dimensional traveler who had committed the plundering and kidnapping. They plundered openly, and openly took away the beast folk. No matter how much of a traveler someone was, they would never do something this crazy. Did they not know what consequences their actions would bring? Either they know nothing, or they're doing it knowing full well. The former would stem from ignorance, while the latter would have been born from desire for highest-grade magic stones. What if that person is somehow connected to the three-dimensional travelers I encountered in the past? Aurelian shook his head from side to side. That was excessive speculation, needless worry. His uneasy feelings were probably just his imagination. It must have been because he was going to Mezpol after such a long time that those memories had resurfaced. According to the reports and testimonies sent from Mezpol, they were completely different from those three. Also, he wasn't alone now. He was leading a massive coalition army, dispatched from no less than 5 nations, elite knight orders and magic battalions. With this much, we could even slay a dragon. Only now did Aurelian feel at ease. Asterisk, 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 the grassland outskirts of Mezpol, 608 beast folk, all equipped with +10 gear. Was it because of the synergy effect between their racial traits and the fortune talismans? The +10 enhancement succeeded with only 1,000 enhancement stones, which they had said wouldn't be enough. The enhancement stones consumed for equipment enhancement totaled 20,135. The quantity Ralph had delivered, including the bonus, was 30,262. After calculating, 10,127 remained. Since there were more than 10,000 left over, he decided to use just a few. It looked like it would be fun after all. First, he took one out. He tried applying it to the judge's mallet. There was no change whatsoever. Far from glowing, the enhancement stone didn't even disappear. As expected, it didn't work because it was god-grade equipment. Well then, at least the other equipment. Accessories won't work, so he would try the bracelet, the energy barrier item. Swack, swack, swack. +3 success. What about +4? Psh, black light. Ah, how did it fail the moment he applied it? Still, one more try. Swack, blue light, success. Nice. Going for +5, he applied the enhancement stone. Chak, psh, chak, psh, I go. 2 consecutive failures. No, why? He had a pure soul too. Anyone who had lived as virtuously as him could step forward. At this point, he was going for +5 no matter what. Stopping here would be embarrassing. Tack, swack, a vivid blue-green light. Yes, he did it. That's more like it. At least +5, right? What about +6? Let's do it next time. He had a feeling it wouldn't work right now. He had that premonition. Greed was forbidden. He should be satisfied that even +5 had doubled the performance. What about the others? The summoned beings, that was. Anyone want to try using enhancement stones? Me, I'll try. Kozak was the first to raise his hand and come forward. His eyes were already sparkling. Up to what level? +10, obviously. How many should I give you? Just 10, please. Would that be enough? The founder of Mass Enhancement, the guide to +10 enhancement for the beast folk, the enhancement genius, that's me, Kozak. Oh, impressive confidence. So he gave him 10. Watch closely. I'll show you how enhancement is done. +1, chak, swak, success. +2, chak, swak, success. This is my class. +3 is basically free. With a confident face, he attempted +3. Chak, spsh, huh? Black light. Whoa. Failure? At +3? I thought you said it almost always succeeds. I think I know why. This lady anticipated this as well. What was going on? Is it a defective product? But Ralph, who hadn't left yet, spoke up. It's not defective. These are items I personally inspected. Then why? Very rarely. On an extremely low probability, +3 can fail, but in what cases? Well, then the summoned beings nodded as if they understood the reason and chimed in one by one. Well, that guy has a sinful soul after all. His heart is pitch black, covered in grime. What sins did he commit, and how many, to fail even +3 when everyone else can do it? The net of karma never misses even the smallest thing. Wow, what a contrast. Someone succeeded at +10 on their first try. How? Immediately confiscate those enhancement stones from that sinner Kozak. They're going to waste. Kozak was cornered. He quickly applied another enhancement stone. Chak! Psh! Another failure. Chak! Psh! Continued failure. It was +3 enhancement, which supposedly never failed. The enhancement stones are defective. Kozak's face had gone pale. The summoned beings pounced on his weakness. He said they weren't. They have to be defective. Am I the only *art here? You know yourself well. You are an *art. At least you've got self-awareness. Kwangmanim, please try it. I'm not doing it. What use is it for a warrior to rely on weapons? Please, just up to +3. No. He had thought things were going well for Kozak lately, but look at this. But it wasn't as if there was no hope. I'll give it a try. Heavenly Demon Wang Chunbok stepped forward, raising his hand. Oh, as expected of Chunbok, are you here to help me? Please prove how wicked the Heavenly Demon's soul really is. Juhok asked Wang Chunbok. How many should I give you? Just 5. And so enhancement work began on Chunbok's signature weapon, the Great Thunderblade. +1, mine ass, chak, swak. +2, chak, swak. Please. +3, chak, swak. Huh? +4, chak, swak. +5, chak, swak. 5 consecutive successes up to +5. Confirmed kill. Kozak, you've just been proven to have a dirtier soul than the Heavenly Demon. Another volunteer stepped forward. Commander, I'd like to upgrade my magic gun too. Major General BAE appeared. How many? This officer also requests only 5. Got it. Major General Bay's enhancement. Chak, 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 swak, 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 +5 success. Kozak was in despair. Thump, he fell to his knees with a dazed expression. This wouldn't do. He would stop the summoned being's enhancement here. Major General BA had just succeeded in enhancing his magic gun. Then what about Dr. L? Yes. How many mass production magic guns do we have? We have 2 or 3 that were manufactured and set aside. Just 1, he received the magic gun. Enix, see? Yes, how? Try putting this in your subspace. Menochong Chairman Enix received the magic gun and put it into his subspace. However, thunk, it didn't go in, because it wasn't a labyrinth property item. He would try applying enhancement stones, since the binding effect grew stronger with enhancement, starting from +1, chak swak, trying to put it in. Thunk, it didn't go in. +2 didn't go in either. What about +3? Oh, it went in. The beast folk were a labyrinth race. He had heard that when something became bound through enhancement, the user's aura transferred to the item. It seemed that at least +3 bound enhancement was required for an item to be recognized as having labyrinth properties. We need at least 600 magic guns. Since +3 has almost no chance of failure, 1,800 enhancement stones should be enough. They'll need to be newly manufactured to fit their body types. Please send me to the White Tower. Using the comprehensive workshop center facilities there, 3 days will be enough. Juhuk was satisfied. Beast folk who would soon have +10 enhanced equipment, plus their own bound magic guns. They won't be getting beaten up anywhere they go. ****. The next morning, a formation of beast folk arranged in columns of 4 on the grassland. With the enhancement complete, over 600 beast folk with heads held high marched toward Mezpol, plus 10 golden safety helmets worn on their heads, plus 10 golden pickaxes slung over their shoulders. They were even more intense than before. It was a fearsome display of might. Waddle, 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 waddle. Tap, 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 tap. Hook, when Rajix let out a battle cry. Hook, 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 hook. The beast folk echoed after him. As the formation approached the city gates, they opened automatically. Citizens came out onto the streets to watch them. The reaction was quite different from before. Clap, 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 clap. Thunderous applause echoed through the city. Brilliant flower petals fell from the sky, citizens welcoming the beast folk with one heart. Rabong Trading Company, the monopoly enterprise of the Mezpol Labyrinth. Thanks to Rabong, the economy had developed even further, and the citizens' lives had become more prosperous. Perceptions themselves had changed. Rabong was a trading company that coexisted with Mezpol. Therefore, the beast folk workers also enjoyed the unlimited support of Mezpol's citizens. The formation arrived at their destination inside Mezpol Castle, the labyrinth entrance. Platoon, halt, hook, 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 hook. The person in charge at the labyrinth entrance was flustered by the sudden arrival. How can I help you? Can't you tell by looking? We're here to enter the labyrinth. All of you? Yep. A+10 commemoration labyrinth expedition. They had organized teams in advance, 2 combat-type summoned beings and 8 beast folk workers, 75 parties of 10 each, organized that way. The labyrinth floors they would enter ranged from 100 to 125, 3 teams per floor. They planned to conduct equipment testing in different directions so they wouldn't overlap. Remember the training objectives and enter in order. Why were the beast folk entering the labyrinth? To work as adventurers or mercenaries instead of workers? No, they wouldn't be deployed in combat. The beast folk would remain workers. It was just that when dangerous situations arose, they needed to be able to protect themselves. Juhyuk also came to floor 125. Together with Kwangma's party and Bardin's party, we'll take the east. This god shall go north. This old man will take the south. Summoner, call if anything happens. Would there be any need to call? Pekdana was in Juhyuk's party. Danasi, yes, please make a path. Kyaruk, what was with the Kyaruk? Had she been influenced by Manyun-e? An ice path formed. 8 beast folk sprinted forward in rolling formation. It was an unstoppable advance. When swamp anglers emerged from the mire to attack them, thump, spin, thunk, spin, thunk, spin. They rotated their bodies, whack, 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 smashing the swamp anglers' heads with their +10 golden pickaxes. The swamp anglers attacked the beast folk too, but they weren't hurt at all because of the full-body defensive field from the golden safety helmets. These guys could chew up most adventurers or mercenaries. However, focus on crisis escape rather than combat. Keep that in mind. The beast folk also encountered small Apophis winged snake monsters. Flinch. Their bodies froze with fear, but they moved their bodies, dodging this way and that, and boom, boom, counterattacked here and there. At that moment, numerous small Apophis winged snake monsters flew toward Juhyuk's party. Air raid, run! It wasn't really a dangerous situation. This was merely training. During the escape, Juhyuk and Pekdana barely intervened. In a life-or-death situation, they would naturally step in, but bounce, roll, bounce, roll, bounce, roll. The beast folk ran toward the teleportation magic circle. Escape, flash, flash, flash. The beast folk fled outside the labyrinth. Juhark and Bekdana confirmed that the last workers had escaped, then stepped onto the magic circle. Escape successful. What about the other parties? Flash, flash, flash. Parties were returning one after another, having completed their training. Major General Bay's squad, escape training complete, returned. Kozak party is back too. This god, Bardine has safely, Master, I'm back. All personnel accounted for, no issues. Now it was time to return to headquarters. Just as when they had entered Mezpol, the Beastfolk formation exited through the city gates to enthusiastic cheers. Hook, 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 hook. The Beastfolk's battle cries echoed through Mezpol once again. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The Labyrinth escape simulation training was a great success, but there was still more work to be done. They needed to train diligently. Only then would he be at ease even after leaving here. This place wasn't home, so the day of parting wasn't far off. Of course, he wouldn't be leaving completely. He would stop by occasionally. He would also put a low-orbit satellite in place, station gigants and golems, and give instructions to AI Wiz to keep watch over them. Until then, he planned to invest generously for the Beastfolk's independence. But right at that moment, ding, Master, I have something to report. It was Wiz. What is it? The 5 Nations coalition army that was being scouted has all arrived at the rally point. Really? They had finally gathered in one place. Took them long enough. Now it was time to negotiate. He had considered just wreaking havoc, but that could wait until negotiations failed. Taking just the veterans should be enough, right? Negotiations with the 5 great powers of the Calzania dimension. It was the final piece for the Beastfolk's independence. Join fellow readers to discuss this story. Join the discussion. 342. Side Story 015. Chapter 342. Side Story 015. The 5 Nations Coalition Army gathered at a rally point close to Mezpol, one they could reach within a day. They were not rabble. The knights were at minimum experts, the mages were 5th circle or higher, and even the regular soldiers were all elite veterans with combat experience. The number of troops assembled like this was approximately 300,000. That was more than the entire population of Mezpol. For that reason, the commanders from each nation had complaints. What tactics? What strategy? Just marching in with their forces would send the enemy fleeing in terror. However, since Duke Aurelian, who had been appointed supreme commander of the coalition army, ordered a tactical meeting of the commanders, they had no choice but to comply. Your Grace the Duke, I don't know what concerns you have, but dragging things out like this is worse. It could affect the soldiers' morale. The commanders gathered in the temporary headquarters tent cautiously voiced their opinions. If you're worried about the giant golem, we can split the army. We'll organize a separate force to deal with the dimensional traveler. Please decide quickly. It has already been 2 months since Mezpol cut off the supply of labyrinth resources. We cannot wait any longer. But Duke Aurelian remained silent. The commander's arguments were reasonable. It wouldn't be strange at all even if they declared victory assured. Yet he still felt uneasy. In truth, the Duke wasn't worrying for no reason. He had his own reasons. Dimensional travelers were inherently impossible to measure. Since they weren't beings of this world, there was no telling what abilities they possessed. If this traveler was just an ordinary one, that would be fortunate. But if they were similar to those 3 travelers from the past, it would be a nightmare. According to information that leaked from the Grand Temple, there are rumors that this dimensional traveler's ability is summoning. Therefore, there's a high probability that the giant golem is also one of his summons. Summoning, was it? Duke Aurelian's gaze deepened further. What if the giant golem really was a summon? They could just ignore it. If the summoner died, the summoned beings would naturally disappear. Good, he had decided. When thoughts got tangled, making the simplest judgment and choice was best. He would just kill that dimensional traveler. What remained? Action. Very well, let us advance the entire army. Oh, a wise decision, Your Grace the Duke. We shall prepare immediately. By tomorrow morning, we'll reach the Mezpol grassland region. That instant, whip, 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 thud, 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 sounds from outside the tent. Kia ha 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 ha, an eerie laugh as well. The commanders and aides in the tent hurried outside. Huh? What? They witnessed it simultaneously. Soldiers collapsing one after another. Thud, thud, thud. The soldiers who had been eating together in small groups. Thud, thud, thud. The officer class knights who had been doing individual training. Thud, thud, thud. The mages of Fifth Circle or below, who had been in the middle of magic research. Thud, thud, thud. Everyone collapsed and lay sprawled out. Judging by the snoring sounds, it seemed they were sleeping. What was going on? Oh, over there, one commander pointed a finger at the sky. When they turned their eyes in that direction, they saw something. A succubus. An incubus. How? Dark wings, a long tail, large goat horns on her forehead, and a woman so scantily clad one didn't know where to look. That was right, a succubus, one of the demon realm races. Why is that thing appearing here? Is it really an incubus? It seems so. Fine, let's say it was an incubus. But putting that many soldiers to sleep at once, right where they stood. Thud, thud, thud. Soldiers were still collapsing even now. At this rate, all 300,000 troops might end up wandering in their dreams. No matter how much an incubus could interfere with human dreams, not even a succubus queen had this kind of power. If so, there was only one conclusion. A Demon King class incubus, a demon king. Good heavens, the descent of a demon king. Could that incubus be him? Kaineinard or the demon king? Good heavens, the descent of a demon king. Could that incubus be him? Who do you mean? The dimensional traveler who's the root of the Mezpol crisis. The demon king is a dimensional traveler? Haha, such nonsense. But that wasn't all. Ween! A swarm of pitch-black mosquitoes was also sweeping through the encampment. What's that now? Were they just flying around? Da-da-da-dad, dadak, da-da-da-dak, sa-ga-ga-gak, sa-ga-ga-gak. When the mosquito swarm passed by, the plate armor the knights were wearing all vanished. Even the swords and spears and other weapons were being gnawed away. And thus the knights and soldiers were stripped bare. Kayak, master, you pervert. It was absurd. It was enough to make one's head spin, a situation utterly beyond comprehension. But then, suddenly, coo! A bone-chilling beast's roar spread through the air. A horrifying howl that stimulated humanity's primal fear. Dak, dam. No one even opened their mouths. They just lifted their heads to look at the sky with their mouths hanging open. Flap, flap, flap. A creature with bright yellow eyes looking down at the ground while hovering in place. It was a dragon. Judging by its size and appearance, it had far surpassed the adult stage. Someone forced their mouth open with difficulty. An ancient dragon, a high dragon, a being with power so great it could single-handedly destroy an entire kingdom. A demon king and an ancient dragon had appeared simultaneously. Moreover, they seemed to be on the same side. The world went quiet. Only the sound of soldiers collapsing and the mosquito swarm gnawing away at metal could be heard. The coalition army commanders were only able to maintain their composure because they were sword masters and archmages of 8th Circle or above. Why would a dragon and a demon king? Are both of them perhaps dimensional travelers? Both the demon king and the dragon might be summons. Ha, that's preposterous. Just now, the Demon King said, "Master," and "Are we really just going to stand here like this? Your Grace the Duke, your orders." That instant, flutter, flutter, the incubus, the succubus queen, slowly descended toward where the commanders had gathered. Duke Aurelian, who had been silent, slowly reached for the hilt of the sword at his waist. Since it had come to this, "I'll fight to the death here." He didn't mind dying. Retreating would be dishonorable. There was even a slim chance of victory, a Grand Master's aura blade. There was nothing in the world it could not cut. Furthermore, there was another power of the Grand Master, the ability to control space-time. Within the domain his sword reached, he was absolutely invincible. I strike without hesitation. No one could evade it, even if they were a god. The Demon King was alone. A demon realm invasion was terrifying because of the large-scale army composed of various demon races, but a Demon King by itself was manageable. If he killed the Demon King, the soldiers would awaken, and he would reorganize his forces for the decisive battle against the dragon. Wasn't an ancient dragon a living creature too? If struck by a sword, it would be cut, with the will of a Grand Master. A formidable aura whirled around Aurelian's entire body. He had to end this in a single sword strike. A magnificent force chi being channeled into his sword. At the same time, time began to flow very slowly. Everyone before his eyes was moving sluggishly, slowly. Even that succubus queen, the Demon King. Only Aurelian was free, because he was controlling space-time within his domain. He gripped his sword tightly. He tried to draw his sword with a quick-draw technique. Talk! Huh? His arm wouldn't move. His sword stopped mid-draw. An intangible force was suppressing his arm and hand. Why? It was then. An old man with white hair and a white beard was walking leisurely toward him from up ahead. When had he appeared? Grandmaster, is it? That is indeed the highest realm a human can achieve. Aurelian could not move. A stealthy, intangible force, difficult even to detect, was constricting his heart and brain, as if ready to burst them at any moment. Who on earth is that old man to be completely unaffected by a Grand Master's space-time control? This old man was once like that too. When I gained enlightenment and reached the profound realm, when I could freely wield even the heart sword, there was nothing in the world I feared. Aurelian desperately tried to move his body, until I met the sword immortal, that is. Only after meeting him did this old man realize how pathetic I had been. But the old man wasn't the only one. From behind, why not just leave him alone instead of stopping him? If the Grand Master's sword chi hits the incubus and she's half dead, we get a free archdemon heart. Feed it to our Chunbok and he becomes a great heavenly demon. It was Diamat with a sulky expression. You think I'd die to a mere human? Cat, a lowly incubus who hasn't even been chosen by the Master. Kozak's sharp remark. Your presence is about the same as Jepet's now, and you lost the concubine position long ago. Kiaruk, your ranking has dropped below Manyoni's. Mut F asterisks king bastard. After finishing this fact bombing. Anyway, Quang Grandpa, what? That guy is Duke Aurelian. So, he's the Grand Master, supposedly the strongest human in Kalesina. If we leave this guy alive and depart, he might become a problem later. Kwangma pondered for a moment. Kozak was right. They shouldn't leave loose ends. He would cut it off before it became a concern. Still, just in case, he looked around once. Herg! Oh no! A headache? He made a fuss. I'm feeling dizzy. Zizens, after channeling force chi into the edge of his hand. Whoops! My hand slipped. Swish! Guangma's hand edge truly glided as if slipping toward the throat. Aurelian remained frozen, unable to move. At that very moment, spat. No hand slipping allowed! It was Juhair. Wing! He appeared along with the micro-fallen angels. I knew you'd pull this, huh? Your hand just slips all the time, huh? Following him, the other veteran summoned beings appeared as well. Summoner, when did you... Guangma awkwardly froze mid-motion. Did you put sesame oil on your hands? They're really slippery. Guangma scratched the back of his head as if embarrassed and made an excuse. I wasn't going to do it, but that guy over there, Kozak quickly cut in. I was against it. Isn't valuing human life the basics? I told him not to kill, that we had to spare him. I clung to Grandpa Guang's trouser leg and begged, but then Grandpa Guang's eyes turned bloodshot. Really? No. Cat, Grandpa Guang, don't make excuses. It's time to admit your crime like a real man. This son of a... Diamat also quickly tattled. I was far away, you know. I only put those guys to sleep like Master ordered. She twisted her body slightly, but then that assassin and Grandpa Quang exchanged looks and started talking about loose ends and whatnot. When did I do that? Do you have proof? I saw it clearly with my own 2 eyes, though. Does seeing mean it's the truth? This old man has lived his life in vain, a world rife with betrayal and false accusations, as if the other summoned beings would stay quiet. Well done. How can those who cannot uphold their Lord's principles call themselves retainers? Such sinful souls. No wonder they failed Tier 3. Come to think of it, Grandpa Quang didn't even attempt enhancement. He was probably afraid of stopping at Tier 2 just like them. This warrior finds those people pathetic. In contrast, this warrior is the embodiment of mercy itself. I don't think someone who nails people to the ground should be saying that. Well, in any case, no one had died. All right. Now let's negotiate. The 5 Nations Coalition Army commanders, who had been listening to this ridiculous conversation with dazed eyes, they couldn't tell if this was a dream or reality. A Demon King-class incubus, an ancient dragon, an old man and a young man who transcended Grand Master, a massive barbarian warrior, a holy knight with angel-like wings, a mage with immeasurable magical power. Each and every one of them was a disaster-class being. If even one of them appeared on the continent, they could destroy several kingdoms. But what was most surprising, all of them were groveling and sucking up to a single human. That one is the Dimensional Traveler. Since it was known that he possessed summoning abilities, if they could somehow just kill that Dimensional Traveler. But there was no chance. Even while bickering with each other, they were thoroughly protecting the Traveler. Before they could even draw their swords, no, the moment such a thought crossed their minds, they would be reduced to dust and disappear. Meanwhile, Duke Aurelian's entire body had gone rigid. It wasn't because of external problems. The trauma embedded in his mind had resurged. That memory from back then, when he had encountered the 3 travelers by chance. The subtle aura flowing from that young man's body right now. The mysterious, harmonious, and overwhelming atmosphere. Even the scent was exactly the same, like the fragrance of fruit. The same smell he had gotten from those 3 legendary Mezpol dimensional travelers. That was why that black-haired young man was the most frightening of all, to the point where he couldn't even meet his eyes. Coalition Army commanders, please relax. Take it easy, HM. I've come for peaceful negotiations. Look, no one died, right? At the kind tone, the commanders stood awkwardly, only exchanging glances with each other. As you all know, the reason I came here is... Shohak brought his smartwatch to his mouth and spoke. Whiz, yes, master. Show me real-time footage of the Rabong Trading Company headquarters in Mezpol. Understood. Swish, spit. A holographic 3D screen rose into the air as if by magic. The towering headquarters building, the large gigants standing like pillars in every direction, and the beast folk rolling around training with their tongue spin movements. How cute are they? They're kind, obviously, but there were people who exploited their kind nature. Juha continued slowly. They imprisoned our workers, forced them into labor, and didn't even pay them wages. So at first I was going to kill every single person who had mistreated the beast folk workers. The commanders flinched, but I decided to let it slide just this once, meaning he wouldn't let it slide twice. Oh, right. You're probably curious how I can see footage like this. It's not magic. Juhyuk tapped his smartwatch with his finger. There's something called a Universal Link Low Orbit Reconnaissance Satellite. A total of 10 units are floating up there in the sky. The commanders raised their heads and looked at the sky. They couldn't see anything, though. Whiz. Yes. Spit, 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 spit. 5 split-screen images rose up. Ah, that's... They were the capitals of the kingdoms each commander belonged to, the people and carriages going back and forth on the streets. They could even see the royal palaces. We can see even more detail. And then, deploy a drone, executing, from the low-orbit satellite floating above the Baltarian imperial capital. A drone dropped down. Switch to drone footage. Spit! Footage from the drone flying at low altitude. Duke Aurelian startled. It was the Duke's mansion, the home where he resided. The diligently working servants and maids, his loyal vassals, his sons and daughters, grandsons and granddaughters. After circling around the Duke's estate once, the drone flew off somewhere else. It left the imperial capital and headed into a rugged mountainous region. Then something came into view. A massive boulder sat in the middle of the mountain terrain. Think we can get rid of that boulder. It's bothering me, understood, removing it. The drone flew over the boulder, and when it dropped something, kaboom, ka-ka-kaboom. With a tremendous explosion, the boulder vanished into a haze of dust. It's called a mana bomb. Pretty useful, right? The commanders were half out of their minds because they realized why they were being shown this footage. Kozak came forward with a sinister smile. This Kozak, who ranks second in summoned being enhancement rankings, will present the negotiation terms on behalf of Trading Company Master Bong. What was that? He wasn't second, he was Tier 2. We can't stay here long. We'll be leaving soon, but no matter when or where we are, we'll know what's happening here in Kalania, like the eyes of a god. In real time, at that, because the White Tower dimension had been connected to the Kalania dimension. That was why communication through radio waves was possible. Please cherish the beast folk. If anything goes wrong with even one of them, I will hold you all responsible. Kozak's chilling gaze, devoid of emotion. Even if it wasn't your doing, your necks will be severed, ribbons will be tied, Grandpa Kwang's hand will slip. That's not all. You'll have your life force drained by the incubus. You'll melt from the high dragon Chirogi's breath. You'll go thwack, splat, crunch by Gobang over there. You'll be roasted on an open flame by Grandpa May. Inquisitor Bardan will go by the light and smash your heads with his shield. Major General Bay's large caliber rounds will lodge in your rear ends. Gulp. The commanders swallowed dryly. But our trading company Master Bong is merciful, for now. Duke Aurelian, feeling utterly defeated, forced himself to speak. What do you want us to do? If you do nothing, nothing will happen. Go back immediately. And after we go back, how should we... My, you ask a lot of questions. Do we have to explain every little detail? A suffocating killing intent pressed down on the commanders. Resistance was impossible. They had lost the will to fight long ago. Aurelian sighed deeply inside. Who, right now, in this moment, his level as a Grand Master was far too insignificant. Why did I even come here? He should have turned back immediately when he had that ominous premonition. Join fellow readers to discuss this story. Join the discussion. 343. Side Story 016. Chapter 343. Side Story 016. It was a satisfying intimidation. No negotiation. He had also secured a firm guarantee for the beast folk workers' safety. The Five Nations Coalition Army returned from the rally point to their respective countries. The so-called Mezpol Retreat. How peaceful was that? It was 100 times better than the alternative of, oops, my hand slipped. Only the finishing touches remained, manufacturing magic guns exclusively for the beast folk. The magic guns would be bound to their owners through enhancement work, and as for ammunition, since it used magic stones, they could procure that on their own. Currently, Dr. L was hard at work manufacturing magic guns at the White Tower's workshop center. It would be completed by tomorrow. But then? That guy. Why is he still here instead of leaving? It was Ralph, the dimensional traveler and enhancer. He was sitting against the wall of the Rabong Trading Company headquarters building, completely absorbed in his smartphone. Traveler Ralph Nim. Oh, Trading Company Master Nim, did your business go well? Yes, yes. But what brings you here? Are you going to the labyrinth, waiting for party matching? No, that's not it. Ralph hesitated before speaking. This place has the best Wi-Fi signal. It seemed Wi-Fi had been installed when the headquarters building was constructed. There was no password? There was, but I cracked it. It was quite a struggle. What was the password? Your name, Trading Company Master Nim, Bong Ju-hek. I got it on my 10th try. Wow, look at this guy, a signal thief. Wait a minute. Smartphones were usually in Korean. How did he translate the language? The Kalania language could be received as a language pack when registered with the system, but still, he was curious, so he asked Ralph. When I enhanced my smartphone to +5, an automatic language translation option got attached. Setting aside the fact that electronics could be enhanced too, a translation option? Of course, since it's bound to me, no one else can use it. Enhancement didn't just affect an item's durability and performance. Quite a unique ability. Well, why else would he be considered a national power level threat? Trading Company Master Nim, since you're here, there's something I wanted to ask. How do I sign up for the video streaming programs on smartphones? That seemed to be something enhancement couldn't solve. Signing up wasn't difficult. Currently, the places connected to the White Tower with multi-communication capability were Earth 1001, Earth 843, Original Earth, and here in Calzania, content was only produced on the parallel Earths. You had to sign up on the platforms there to stream videos or download content. If he asked Jun Guangil on Earth 1001 or Jun Songil on Earth 843, they would create the personal information needed for registration. But could he just give that away for free? He had received great help from the bulk supply of enhancement stones, but that was that, and this was this. Providing personal information for account registration isn't something we do for just anyone. It's a kind of special benefit. Special benefit? What qualifies for that? Becoming part of the Raybong Trading Company or Rajix Trading Family. It's an employee benefit. So, that being said, why don't you become an official employee of our Raybong Trading Company? Me? Yes. Once you're employed, the personal information for account registration will be provided immediately. Oh! The reaction was promising. In exchange, you'll need to help with the trading company's protection and operations. Ralph considered it briefly. Then, yes, I'll take the job. Deal. Let's draw up the contract. Enhancer Ralph became an employee of Rabong Trading Company. He was a person with outstanding abilities. The effects of enhancement were far more impressive than expected. The binding effect wasn't a drawback, but rather an advantage. Could electronics not be enhanced too? The most important part of business was recruiting talent. Not now, but later, depending on the situation, he would have to consider granting White Tower residency rights. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The time to leave had come, the moment of farewell. But it wasn't goodbye forever. He would drop by whenever he had time. Dr. L had produced over 600 magic guns at the White Tower, custom-fitted for the beast folks' body types. A firearm distribution ceremony was held. The beast folk lined up before Juhyuk. Worker Inix, firearm number 001. Hugh! When a firearm was presented, Inix, who was already holding 3 enhancement stones, proceeded chuck, swak, chuck, swak, chuck, swak. He succeeded at enhancement in one go. He stored it in his subspace. Next, Worker Rubik's, firearm number 002. Hugh, chuck, swak, chuck, swak, chack, swak. Worker Aris, firearm number 003. Hugh, excluding Rajix, the total beast folk numbered 608. Juhyuk personally handed out dedicated magic guns to each and every one of them. And that wasn't all. He distributed smart watches and smartphones to each of them as well. Finally, to Enix, who had been appointed as president of Rabong Trading Company, no longer chairman of Menachong. I'm counting on you to take care of the trading company. Ralph, Nim, and Wiz will help you out. Oh, yes, yes. His eyes welled with tears. Take care. He would be back soon. A farewell party was held. 355 summoned beings mingled and bonded with the beast folk. After the event concluded, everyone pack your things and go to the White Tower to stand by. Spat! All but the 9 veterans were unsummoned. After that, Juhyuk entered Mezpol City. The vibrant cityscape, the bright expressions on people's faces. Summoner Bongnim, are you going to the Grand Temple to meet the Pope? No. Why would he go there? They weren't close enough to exchange farewells. After making one full circuit like that, he arrived at the labyrinth entrance. You're here again. Yes, yes. He stepped onto the magic circle and entered the labyrinth. Juhyuk's party is being transferred to labyrinth floor 126. Spat! They entered as a group of 10, because the transfer magic circle couldn't transport more than 10 people. But once inside, the situation changed. He could summon more summoned beings. Summon Group 1. Spat! 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 Is Summoner Bongnim's legend about to begin? Come on, what legend? He was just going to leave behind a simple Bong Juhyuk was here. Let's begin. Yes, sir. Hung. The labyrinth conquest began. From floor 126 to floor 150. Summoning around 13 to 15 summoned beings and rotating them with each floor. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The labyrinth. In some ways, a space similar to the Black Tower. The difference was that you had to defeat the Relic Guardian to be credited with clearing it. But it was easier than breathing. The Relic Guardians were nothing. They couldn't even compare to the giant monsters from floor 80-something. On top of that, the teamwork forged through Black Tower conquests. They moved along leisurely, and when Rajix discovered a ruin, they'd behead the Guardian and acquire the relic. Relics were usually placed on pedestals with brief descriptions. What was the relic on floor 126? Pouring wine into the chalice and drinking it heals all diseases and injuries. However, with each use, its power weakens, eventually turning into an ordinary wine cup. Ugh, and they call something like this a relic? This is disappointing. We have disease-curing potions. We also have Dr. Marie the Shut-In's elixirs. Still, Let's keep it just in case. After clearing floor 126, they moved to floor 127 through the internal transfer magic circle. After defeating the floor 127 Guardian, floor 128, 129, 130, what relics had they acquired? They're all just items. Aren't there things like drops of creation or fragments of divinity? I know, right. We need to nurture our Huindung Gatbake. Floors 130 and 140 were the same. No particularly impressive relics appeared. He wasn't pleased. Juhok wore a disgruntled expression. Summoner Bongnim's standards have gotten too high. This young lady concurs. If these were released into the world, they would be items of earth-shattering power. That might be true. But what kind of relics were these? They could be easily obtained just by going to the auction house. If the next few floors weren't interesting, he'd call it quits. Anyone who wants these can divide them among yourselves. Still, there were some gains. When they dug into the ground, highest-grade magic stones poured out. Indeed, this was a dimension that could attract dimensional travelers' interest, just as he'd heard. Anyway, Juhok and his party reached floor 150. They cleared it as usual, dealing with the small fry, mining highest-grade magic stones, finding the ruin, and defeating the Guardian. What was the relic on floor 150? Would they really not give him a single good thing? If this one was also nothing special, right at that moment. Huh? What? What is this? Why is this coming out here? I don't know either. The relic sitting on the floor 150 ruins pedestal. It was something he'd seen many times. Rajix currently had a similar item. It's a beam projector, right? Without a doubt. The brand is one I've never seen before, but a beam projector, a video output device. Why is this a floor 150 relic? It was then. Ding! Your qualification has been verified. Excuse me? What qualification? Suddenly, a vivid image unfolded before his eyes. The beam projector had turned on by itself. It seems like a movie is being shown. What should we do? What do you mean, what should we do? If they're playing it, we watch. The video began, complete with subtitles. But here was another strange thing. Isn't that Korean? It seems so. Why is Korean appearing? I told you, I don't know either. In a completely different dimension, deep inside a labyrinth at that, not only did a beam projector appear as a relic, but it was showing a video with Korean subtitles. Anyway, the subtitles read, Kalzania, 200 years ago. The video showed a young man practicing swordsmanship in a training hall, dripping with sweat. More subtitles appeared below. Monteo Aurelian, age 19. Isn't Monteo Aurelian that guy? The one Grandpa Kwang was about to slick on the neck. That was right. That person, watching young Aurelian's past in a movie inside the labyrinth. Was he more important than expected? Wasn't he just an extra? He was fresh back then. If he was 19 years old 200 years ago, that means he's 219 now. Once you become a master, you live long. Grand masters live even longer. That instant, a black shadow appeared behind Aurelian. Swick, thud. A head fell. Monteo Aurelian, age 19, deceased. Good heavens. Whoa. Did he die? Why did he die? Haha, what was this? Was it fiction? Aurelian was alive and well. He was probably on his way back to the continent right about now. Could this be a parallel universe Kalzena? Well, maybe. The video continued with subtitles. The heir to the Duke's house had died. The empire was turned upside down. The Duke's house swore revenge. The mastermind was identified. The imperial royal family of the Bolterian Empire. House Aurelian, originally the head of the noble faction, had never been on good terms with the imperial family. Civil war broke out between the imperial faction and the noble faction within the empire, and neighboring kingdoms with vested interests joined in. First Continental Great War occurs. The war intensified and spread across the entire continent. Then a ceasefire agreement, but peace did not last long. Second Continental Great War occurs, a devastating war, people dying because of it. Flash! The screen froze. The footage you have just seen is a record deleted through error correction work. Psst, correction work. Then the video began playing in reverse, to before the Second Continental Great War, to before the First Continental Great War, and to before Aurelian's neck was severed in the training hall. Seriously, what kind of movie was this? Aurelian, perfectly fine. The video resumed from there. He doesn't die this time. He's alive and well. No war happens either. Well, since that guy's death was the cause of the war, the butterfly effect, something like a fork in the path, the future changing drastically because of it. Anyway, he inherited the Duke's title and reached the realm of Grand Master. The image of Aurelian having become an absolute power, eliminating the first prince and installing the third prince. The situation from earlier is showing too, including the scene of them marching on Mezpol, being blocked by Juhok, suffering humiliation and retreating. This is the future that has progressed through error correction work. He couldn't even grasp what was going on. Let's just accept it. He opened his mind. Thanks to the correction work, Kalzania was able to avoid destruction. Was that so? Good for you. However, besides Kalzana, there are other dimensions that require correction work. Oh my, that must be tiring, having work left to do. Are you curious about the correction work? No, not at all. Why would he be curious about that? Are you interested in the great correction work that will save the universe? This is getting more and more. The situation is getting suspicious. This young lady thinks so too. It sounds exactly like the recruitment pitch of cult members on the street. We would like to offer Dimensional Traveler Bong Juhyuk the opportunity to participate in this great work. Participate my ass, hard pass. Therefore, we propose to Bong Juhyuk Nim. Don't. He didn't want to hear the proposal. Gobang Si, speak, summoner. Smash that beam projector. Crack, crash. The beam projector shattered to pieces. Despite that, the image in the air did not disappear. We invite Bong Juhyuk Nim to the Dimensional Management Bureau. At the same time, where the beam projector had shattered. Spat! A golden ticket appeared. This is driving me crazy. Setting aside the fact that there was a dimensional auction house, Dimensional Management Bureau, he had absolutely no idea what was going on. No, he had just been running the labyrinth, that was all. Is this just happening to me? Had people who conquered the labyrinth before received the same proposal? Kozaksi, yes. Is this also a cliché? No. Then what is it? Brain rot. Juhok agreed. What the hell kind of development was this? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, at the Rabong Trading Company headquarters in Mezpol, this happened sometime after Juhok and the summoned beings had left Kalzania. Ralph was once again on his phone near the headquarters building where the Wi-Fi signal was strong. He was watching a YouTube personal broadcast, and it was so entertaining he lost track of time. He hit like, left comments, subscribed, and set up notifications. He even made a generous donation using his outside director salary in Earth electronic currency. There was an overflowing abundance of entertainment. The content produced daily from the two parallel Earths was simply too vast. Go back to his home dimension, you ask? There's no Wi-Fi there. I'll live here until I die. But right at that moment, he felt something, the distinctive aura that dimensional travelers possessed. When he turned his head, An old man was walking toward him from far away. "Hold it!" When Ralph shouted, the old man also flinched and stopped. "A traveler? That's right. Origin and name? Ginterball Dimension, Lumos. I'm Silver in Dimension, Ralph." After a brief introduction, maintain distance. Got it. Creep, creep. The two slowly closed the gap, fully prepared in case things went south. Creep, 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 creep. Phew. Ha! Fortunately, they weren't the same soul. "Traveler Lumos, what brings you here?" "Well, I'm here to enter the labyrinth. I heard I could hire workers here." "Aha, so you're a customer." That instant, seeing the smartphone in Ralph's hand, Lumos let out an exclamation. "My goodness, that thing in your hand, could it be?" Yes, yes, it's a smartphone. "From the auction house? Well, something like that." Lumos grinned as he pulled a laptop from inside his clothes. "I bought a laptop. It's a 17-inch model with a dedicated graphics card, so games run without any problems." Faced with this sudden flexing, Ralph shrugged and replied, "That's nice. You bet. How could it not be nice? Do you know how much this cost?" Lumos powered on his laptop. "Look here. This is the game I'm currently playing." After launching the game and clicking on the single-player option, "This is the character I raised, max level. The weapon I'm holding is a unique item." "Huh? I play this game too. You bought a laptop too?" Ralph also pulled out a laptop. "My, you're quite wealthy. Let's have a look at your character." He launched the game. Click. The game channels appeared. He clicked and entered a channel. The difference from Lumos was that instead of single player, this was multiplayer through Wi-Fi. "See the bow my character is holding? There are only a few of these on the server. You have no idea how much I spent on in-game purchases to get this." But Lumos just stood there, with his mouth hanging open. He wasn't surprised by the character's bow. "Multiplayer? Yes, but that requires an internet connection." "That's right. How did you connect?" Ralph pointed at the headquarters building. "There's Wi-Fi here, you know." Gasp! "Look, see the signal bars?" Good heavens, Lumos's hands and feet trembled. Perhaps the Wi-Fi password." Ralph shook his head. "No can do. I can't tell you. If it's money you want, I'll pay. If you need highest grade magic stones." I said no. "Why?" "It's a benefit for Rabong Trading Company employees. You have to be employed to get the password." "Employment?" Lumos considered it very briefly. "Can't I get employed too?" You'd have to do an interview." "I'll do it." Ralph nodded and called out to Enix, the beast folk practicing his tongue spin maneuvers over there. "President Enix." "Ho, what is it?" "This person says he wants to get employed. He's a dimensional traveler." "Eh?" Lumos bowed to Enix almost obsequiously and pleaded. "President Nim, please hire me. I'll work hard." Enix wore a troubled expression. Then he raised his smartwatch to his wrist. Where's Nim? Oh, yes, this is Enix. The thing is, there's a dimensional traveler who wants to join the trading company." "Oh, understood." He communicated with AI whiz like this. "Excuse me, it's Lumos, President Nim. Yes, Lumos, Nim. Did you bring a resume?" Well, that's..." "If you didn't bring one, please tell me your profession and abilities." "Understood." Lumos earnestly explained how impressive he was and how many things he could do. They say you're hired." "Oh, thank you. I'll dedicate my entire being to this company." And so, another dimensional traveler was hired by Rabong Trading Company. Join fellow readers to discuss this story. Join the discussion. 344. Side Story 017. Hash Chapter 344, Side Story 017. Labyrinth Floor 150, a golden ticket floating above the altar. It had to be an invitation from the Dimensional Management Bureau. It was completely out of nowhere. Who could have predicted this? In the past, Godly White had speculated about this, that the labyrinth might be outside the control of Kalania's car, the Lord God. It seemed that was actually the case. Just looking at that golden ticket gave it away, didn't it? Summoner, what will you do? It was a tough call. It wasn't mandatory. It was an invitation, meaning he could accept or decline. Why would the Bureau invite you, young master? They said they'd give the summoner an opportunity to participate in a great work, so it's a recruitment offer. That's definitely it. They're trying to lure him into doing work for them. Do you intend to accept the invitation? He didn't feel inclined to. Why had he decided to travel dimensions? It was all planned for leisure. But they're talking about correction work, recruitment, an opportunity to work, making him do jobs. A polite refusal was in order. Let's not go. If we get involved carelessly, it'll become troublesome. Let's pretend we didn't see it and leave quickly. When Juhak said that, as expected of Summoner Bong Nim, when something feels suspicious, he retreats first. Safety first is the basics, isn't it? That's right. We didn't see any invitation. Kozak agreed with Juhek's thinking. This young lady concurs as well. Considering what kind of person the young master is, they should have come in person to escort him. Yet they dare summon him with a mere invitation. How utterly laughable. Giandaure, too. A wise decision. As we intended, we finished Labyrinth Floor 150, so let us return to the White Tower and share a drink with this old man. Guangma as well. Captain Veronica Caliber speaking. As it happens, my dreams last night were unsettling. Returning is the prudent decision. What had she dreamed about? Anyway, Captain B agreed too, as did all the other summoned beings. Let's not even go near that invitation. Let's go home after a long while, take a nice hot shower, and rest well. Let's hurry and go. Yes, sir. They turned back to the White Tower. White Tower entry. That was when it happened. Flash, whoosh, the golden ticket vanished from the altar in an instant. At the same time, a rough texture in his hand. What? Somehow, the golden ticket was now in Juhek's hand. The invitation from the Dimensional Management Bureau, that is. Wow, this was absurd. They had shoved it into his hand by force. He didn't know who it was, but isn't this being a total thug? At the same time, whoosh, a brilliant light engulfed Juhyuk and his party. Damn it, shit. If they were going to do this, they should have just taken him from the start. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The place where Juhyuk and his party were transported by the invitation. It was a room decorated like an office. Vian, he was dumbfounded. It was clear that the ticket had been forced into his hand, and they'd been transported. Anyway, this seemed to be the Dimensional Management Bureau. Fitting for a den of thugs, it was pretty shabby. What kind of strong-arm tactics was this? If they were going to do it like this, why'd they leave the invitation there in the first place? Just then, creak, the door slowly opened. Perfect timing. Let's see who this was. And then a woman walked in. Hello, I don't know who you are, but hey, isn't this a bit much, HM? That was strange. His anger subsided in an instant. He felt like he shouldn't get angry for some reason. At first glance, she looked like an ordinary Western woman. However, she didn't feel human at all. It was similar to when he had faced Godly White. The judge's mallet also sent a signal. Tingle, 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 tingle. The summoned beings were the same. Everyone's expressions had stiffened. You are dimensional traveler Bong Ju-he, correct? Since it was certain she wasn't an ordinary person. He should answer politely. Her manner of speaking was gentle too. Yes, that's correct. I'm Ina, team leader of Crime Investigation Team 2 at the Dimensional Management Bureau. I've been waiting for you. Ah, I see. Crime Investigation Team 2, pardon? Crime? If it was a crime investigation team, that meant she was the police, right? Was he being arrested right now? Was that why they'd forcibly summoned him? Why would the investigation team want me? Juhek surreptitiously gripped the judge's mallet at his waist. The summoned beings also shuffled closer, eyeing the situation as they surrounded him. Meanwhile, Kozak approached and whispered, "Summoner Bongnim, try entering the White Tower right now." "You think I haven't tried?" "I just mentally called for entry. It won't work?" "No." Don't worry. Depending on the situation, we'll charge them. There's only one of her, and we have numbers. Did numbers matter here? We throw Gobang, buy time, then run. Should they? No. Run, my ass. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he got. What crime did I commit, huh? Try finding someone who's lived as righteously as me. It's definitely because Summoner Bong Nim wrecked original Earth. He also launched nuclear strikes on the celestial realm. Huh? He was also going to cause trouble in Kalania. Oh, it's definitely for arresting him over that. No way. Was I really such a sinful person? Honestly, all of this was done to save the world. Team leader Ina. Yes, please go ahead. I did wreck a world, but that was self-defense, wasn't it? The Black Tower side invaded first. There seems to be some misunderstanding. Pardon? I'm not trying to arrest you, Jong-nim, and I'm well aware of the Black Tower incident. She knew? Whether humanity goes extinct from an interdimensional invasion war or not, the Bureau doesn't care at all. It's just a simple war anyway. Whoa. I simply arranged this meeting to ask you a few questions. Really? Yes, it's not a lie. Phew, that startled him, because of Kozak's needless alarm. May I ask the questions now? Why, of course. Ask away as much as you like. Dimensional traveler Bong Juhengnim, how do you feel about the life you've lived? Was it a life full of regrets and lingering attachments, or have you lived satisfactorily? Huh? What on earth was she talking about? This person who said dimensional extinction was nothing was asking about an individual's life? If there are any regrets, please tell me honestly. Is this an important question? Yes, very. He didn't understand, but he said he'd answer. Juheg gently closed his eyes and recalled memories of the past, the first regrets that came to mind. Obviously, the embarrassing moments from his school days, the shameful situations and emotions he felt back then. It was the same even after becoming an adult. With his timid personality, always watching others' reactions, no friends, constantly being bullied. However, well, it would be a lie to say I have no regrets. I had so many that I kicked my blankets every night, but now I don't feel anything about them. I'm satisfied. It was the truth. Even though there were embarrassing moments, he had lived fairly smoothly. At least his home life had been peaceful. If that was luck, then it was luck. How about the Black Tower? The Black Tower? For example, if you could go back to the past and prevent the Black Tower from being built. I already prevented that, didn't I? If you had prevented it from being built in the first place, all the casualties and property damage would have been nullified. If you went back to the past, that is. If you were given such an opportunity, would you do it? That was somewhat tempting. But soon Juhuk shook his head firmly. It was an endless proposition. Go back to the past to stop the Black Tower. He might as well go back to the 1950s and prevent the war. No, if he was going to do that, he'd go back before the Japanese colonial period and conquer Japan. Prevent World War II and World War I. What about the Imjin War, the Byangja invasion, the Goryeo-Mongol Wars? It was all history that had already passed. Bad events, good events. All those past causes had created the present. So, no, even if I had the opportunity, I wouldn't do it. Are you sincere? Then the summoned beings who had been listening chimed in. If the summoner says so, then that's how it is. Clinging to the past is what small-minded people do. That's right. Summoner Bong Nim is a real man who only looks forward. He did look back sometimes. The only thing our summoner Bong Nim has attachment to is Jin Suk. What was he saying? Then Aina tilted her head and asked, Jin Suk? Is that person Bong Juhyang Nim's regret? That damned Jin Suk. That's nonsense. I don't have even this much regret about it. Please ignore that. Understood. Anyway, is that all the questions? Yes. Then could he leave? Please give me a little more time. There's one more matter I invited Bong Juhyang Nim here for. Figured as much. Surely she hadn't called him to hear about his past embarrassing moments. I'll begin the explanation. Please sit comfortably and listen. Just then, swoosh, plush sofas materialized. When Juhek and the summoned beings sat down, I'll have to start from the birth of the universe. What a scale, the birth of the universe, she said. In the primordial dark void, a massive energy explosion created countless dimensions. It was the moment of change from nothing to something. Like the Big Bang Theory, the birth of dimensional planets, intelligent beings building civilizations in environments where life could survive. Their numbers were as many as grains of sand on a beach. But there's a secret hidden within. Juhek concentrated and listened. A secret? That each dimension is actually a parallel dimension that branched from one original. What was that supposed to mean? Branched. The source entity that was originally one mass exploded and created countless parallel dimensions, like cell division. Sounded like dimensional DNA was similar. Of course, each dimension isn't perfectly identical. The influence of the Great Explosion partially altered the fundamental structure of some dimensions. This meant DNA mutations. For example, worlds with magic and worlds without, differences in material composition, differences in civilization forms and development directions, and so on. He somewhat understood now the reason why worlds looked different, like regular Earth, fantasy worlds, and martial arts worlds. Intelligent beings are the same. Each dimension has similar souls existing within them, not completely identical though. Oh? Haven't you encountered that while traveling? Meeting parallel souls across different dimensions? Of course he had. So you have. Yes. Then do you know what happens when parallel souls are simultaneously present in a close space? He knew that too. He'd recently heard it from dimensional traveler Ralph. Because they're similar, they're drawn to each other. Since they were originally one, they try to merge again. And in that process, they cause an aberrant reaction and explode, quite massively. Explosion no matter what? The moment they touch, it's over. Meaning if Chun Song-il and Chun Guang-il had met across space-time, they'd both have gone boom. But actually, parallel soul contact explosions are a very trivial matter. How was it trivial? People died. What the Bureau is concerned about is contact between parallel dimensional systems. Pardon? Preventing the actions of illegal dimensional travelers that cause this. Contact between parallel dimensional systems, not souls, but dimensional systems? Yes, parallel dimensional systems also explode when they touch, like parallel souls. Was that even possible? How would parallel dimensions touch? Under normal circumstances, this would never happen. The physical distance between dimensional systems makes it completely impossible. Distance was one thing. The universe was pretty big, wasn't it? The closest galaxy was hundreds of millions of light years away. However, in special circumstances, parallel dimensional systems might come into contact. How? With a dimensional traveler as the cause. So what would a traveler have to do for that to happen? When they move vertically instead of horizontally, Horizontal, vertical. Horizontal movement is normal movement between dimensions. There's no problem with that. But vertical movement, Ina spoke with a frown. It's not movement between dimensions, but vertical movement within an existing dimension, movement along the time axis. We call that dimensional time regression. Wow, regression came up. Simply put, horizontal movement was going to a different world. Vertical movement, on the other hand, was going to a different time period in the same world. This is where a serious error occurs. What is it? A time regression traveler can change the future. That was obvious. They would know the future, after all. When they intervene in past events, the timeline splits. From a past point in an already progressed timeline, two futures are created. One world, two futures. He'd heard something like this before. Timeline divergence due to past regression. Multiverse theory. One of the representative cliches of the SF genre. When one more future is created, an error occurs. Was this the error she mentioned? The one that required correction work? Then, due to the law of causality, an entirely different parallel dimensional system divergence occurs. Causality came up too, meaning because of the error, another world was created. To use Juheknim's world as an analogy, if vertical movement occurred on Earth and the future changed, an identical solar system would be created. The Earth of the originally progressed future, the Earth of the newly progressing future. Those two worlds are similar but not identical. Since their futures are different, they're heterogeneous, and a parallel dimensional system abnormally created through timeline divergence is highly likely to be generated at a very close distance to the existing dimensional system. Holy hell, close distance, she said. With the physical distance limitation removed, the two-dimensional systems would simultaneously begin drawing each other toward one another. And the result of that, even parallel souls contacting causes a tremendous energy explosion. What about parallel dimensional systems? He didn't need to hear more. At first, they'd slowly draw each other, but once they passed the critical point, they'd rapidly merge. Boom! A supermassive energy explosion would occur. Not just the annihilation of galaxies, but a portion of the entire universe could be engulfed. Gulp. Just thinking about it was horrifying. But how can a dimensional traveler regress through time, making vertical movements? Sometimes it happens by chance. Sometimes it's caused by obsessive desire to change the past. The causes vary. What about preventing it from happening beforehand? Even gods can't do that. They probably can't even detect it. Why live clinging to the past? Just accept reality. With that in mind, I would like to ask for your cooperation. Cooperation, she said. This was unsettling. Couldn't he just leave? Please accept the position of freelance investigator for Dimensional Management Bureau Investigation Team 2. Investigator, apprehending and dealing with criminals who regress to the past and disrupt the timeline. That is what dimensional investigators do. He knew this would happen. I'm not such a grandiose person. I don't have the ability either. No, you're fully capable. Still, I'm asking you, please. Ina bowed her head deeply. This is awkward. Why was she doing this to him? Is this offer made to all dimensional travelers? No, it isn't. I'm proposing this because you're Bongju Hyanim. Why me? Ordinary dimensional travelers are merely subjects of surveillance. Just then, a thought flashed through his mind. I think someone else would be better suited than me. Among the people I know, there's a truly special dimensional traveler called the Sword Immortal. The Sword Immortal Nim. He was no less than an immortal, wasn't he? If you recruit the Sword Immortal Nim, he'd be far better than me. But team leader Ina seemed to think differently. The Immortals are certainly excellent. We have 3 of them on our investigation team as well. Oh, they were already working there. Were they from the celestial realm? But this kind of work isn't all about having strong force. Well, being strong should be all that matters. Apprehending and dealing with illegal time regression travelers is extremely delicate work. That's exactly why immortals should be perfect. When you become a dimensional investigator, you're granted the ability to warp through timelines. To catch criminals, investigators had to follow them. That's why they need to be trustworthy. Come on, if you can't trust immortals, who can you guarantee that? Pardon? What if, while trying to apprehend a dimensional traveler, they cause some mishap and end up disrupting the timeline themselves? She had a point. Juhuk found himself agreeing with Ina's words. He honestly couldn't say the sword immortal Nim was prudent. He was fully capable of causing incidents. On the other hand, Bong Juhuk Nim is the most trustworthy. You're very careful and prudent. How well did she know him from just watching? I'm not asking you to do this for free. I'll provide ample compensation. Perk. Juhuk's ears twitched. Compensation? Now this changed things. Join fellow readers to discuss this story. Join the discussion. 345. Side Story 018. Chapter 345. Side Story 018. Due to the traveler's time regression, two divergent futures had been created from a single dimensional system. As a result, a material divergence of parallel dimensional systems. The problem was that the existing world and the newly created world were extremely close in distance. With the distance limitation removed, the two parallel dimensional systems would begin drawing each other toward one another, and eventually, a massive explosion. All of this was caused by illegal time regression dimensional travelers. Preventing that was the mission of dimensional investigators. Ina from the Management Bureau was now recommending that Juhik take on the role of investigator. To summarize, that's how things stood. Should I accept the offer or not? He had to be careful. He shouldn't get swept up by the compensation. First, let's try to extract more information. By the way, has such a thing actually happened before? A galactic or cosmic explosion? Yes, it had actually happened. In the very distant past, far out in the universe, there was an incident where an entire galaxy was annihilated due to a parallel dimensional system contact explosion. It wasn't just Earth's annihilation, but an entire galaxy's annihilation, so he couldn't quite grasp the scale. From what I've heard, it sounds like there are quite a few dimensional investigators already. Is there really a need for me specifically? There aren't enough. We need more investigators, all to catch one dimensional traveler. Yes, I take it that identifying illegal time regression dimensional travelers is difficult. Not at all. We can identify them immediately. Then they could be found easily, couldn't they? If they knew who the time regression traveler of a given dimension was. However, knowing who did it and where it happened isn't the key point. Then what was the key point? The time period to which the illegal traveler regressed is what's important. Finding out when they regressed to and what they're trying to accomplish, that's the core of it. That made sense. If you wanted to prevent the Imjin War, you'd have to go to the Shosian dynasty. Moreover, a dimensional traveler's time regression movement doesn't stop at just once. This was true too. It even appeared in novels. If they failed their objective after regressing, they'd regress again, the so-called infinite regression. If 3, 4, 5, or countless vertical movements occur within a single dimension, oh dear. Yes, the number of times they intervene in the timeline to change the future equals the number of dimensions created. One changed future, one parallel dimensional system. 100 regressions meant 100 dimensions created. It made his head spin. Calzania was lucky. You saw it in the footage, didn't you? The scene of Duke Aurelian's beheading. He'd seen it. Back when Aurelian was seizing control of the Baltarian Empire, there was an incident where he annihilated an enemy count's family. At that time, one of the count family's descendants barely managed to survive, and that person later awakened as a dimensional traveler. Aha, now he understood what had happened. They'd gone back for revenge. They must have tried to prevent the annihilation of the Count's family by eliminating Aurelian before he became powerful. Fortunately, a dimensional investigator intervened, apprehended the illegal regressor, and restored the timeline to its original state. Here was another thing he was curious about. Is a parallel dimensional system created immediately as soon as a traveler commits time regression? Aina shook her head from side to side. Yes and no. What did that mean? A parallel dimensional system is indeed created immediately upon regression, but initially it's generated as a phantom without substance. A phantom? Think of it as a deletable copy. The newly written future is temporarily recorded in the phantom dimensional system. Dimensions also have their own timeline restorative power. Even if the future changes, there's a force that tries to restore it to the originally destined future. The phantom dimensional system and restorative power. These were the dimension's own attempts to solve the problem. However, if the changed future continues flowing and solidifies, the temporary phantom dimensional system transforms into an actual dimensional system. The restorative power becomes useless, and eventually, contact, boom, explosion, total annihilation, a merciless ending. Apprehending the illegal regressor, finding out what they did, and restoring everything to its original state, that is correction work. They were doing great work. Conquering the Black Tower was merely preventing the extinction of humanity in a single dimension. In a contrast, apprehending illegal regressors was saving the universe. The difficulty level would be correspondingly higher. I've been observing Bongju Hengnim for a long time. As a result, I've determined that you're the most suitable person to be a dimensional investigator. Flattering him all of a sudden. He wasn't such an impressive person. What's most remarkable is, what was it? He was curious too. You've never allowed a single failure until now. A perfect 200 out of 100 points. Oh, come on. 200 points was a bit much. Since it's a freelance position, you'd only need to participate when a situation arises. Of course, there's no obligation even if you refuse. Being a freelancer was nice, at least, even if the pay wasn't great. Now let me tell you about the benefits. He'd listen. Whether to accept or not was a matter for later. First, we'll upgrade your dimensional travel ability through a simple and efficient method. An upgrade would be nice, but was that all? Additionally, we'll enable automatic connection to the White Tower system and space, so he wouldn't need to offer fragments of divinity and such. What if your gods complain? This is Dimensional Management Bureau business. That's why investigators have authority more powerful than the Lord Gods. So he'd be wearing an armband too, so to speak. If you accept, I'll also give you a coupon usable at the Dimensional Auction House as a signing bonus. A coupon? A discount? What percentage? It's a coupon that allows you to instantly purchase any item registered in the auction house for free. Oh, free, regardless of the item's price? Yes, this was quite good, and for each case you resolve, you'll receive one additional coupon. Now, let's see here. If he got free coupons, obviously he should buy expensive instant purchase items. Drop of Creation, Primordial Flame, Breath of Light, Dust of Origin, and so on. This meant he could obtain quasi-divine fragments of divinity from the auction house. But honestly, the other items weren't particularly noteworthy. Should he play hard to get? There's not really anything I want to buy. Soon, more instant purchase items will be added continuously. Is that so? This was tempting. He couldn't easily make a decision. At times like this, he should borrow the power of collective intelligence. So, Everyone, gather around. What did the summoned beings think? The coupon's value is at minimum 3 billion choima, and to receive one as a signing bonus plus one per case resolved, the responsibility would be heavy, but wouldn't the sense of achievement be equally great? Dimensional Investigator is so cool, very unique. We could become the investigator's hands and feet to assist in investigations. What would the rank be for a Dimensional Investigator's subordinates? Dimensional Patrol Officer. The reactions were surprisingly positive. Juhuk's heart was also beginning to sway like a reed. Dimensional Investigator Bong Juhuk had a nice ring to it too. Juhuk casually asked Aina, "What would I need to do?" "Just complete a simple orientation and you'll be appointed immediately." "Will it take long?" "Less than a day." "In that case, deal. I'll accept the offer. Thank you." With this, he added one more to his title collection: Player Bong, Summoner Bong, Chairman Bong, Merchant Bong, and now Investigator Bong, Dimensional Investigator Bong Juhak. Orientation to become a dimensional investigator. He learned a lot in one day. First, how to travel through time periods, a dimensional investigator's core ability. It had to be used very carefully. If done carelessly, a dimensional investigator could cause a timeline divergence themselves. Hence the education and practical training on this. Crossing to a different time period in a specific dimension and exiting without disturbing the timeline. Even if the future changed slightly, restoring it to its original state. He also experimented to see if full summoning of summoned beings was possible in other time periods. Juhak's greatest power. If summoning was impossible, he couldn't be an investigator. The experiment was successful. Connection to the White Tower system and space applied anywhere, anytime. His abilities applied fully, even in past time periods. As long as his summoned beings were in the White Tower, he could call them. And simplification of dimensional travel methods. Granting of language communication ability. He also received the Dimensional Auction House free coupon. Orientation complete. And thus Juhak became an official dimensional investigator. White Tower. Juhak finished the dimensional investigator orientation and returned safely. Investigator Bong Nim is entering. Everyone clap. If you don't clap, arrest warrants will be issued for all of you. Clap, 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 clap. All the summoned beings cheered and applauded. Juhak waved leisurely in response. So cool, Investigator Bong. Victory. There's never a dull moment with the summoner. I am deeply moved. Go forth beyond governing the nation and bringing peace to the realm. Advance into the universe. Investigator Bong Nim, when are we going investigating? This Kozak, patrol officer, my body is already itching to go. Investigation? What investigation? If an illegal regression happened, they'd be thrown into danger where the universe might explode. As expected, it was best if crimes never happened. Juhak wanted that too. Although he'd become a dimensional investigator, he hoped to receive only the benefits without doing anything. That would probably actually be the case, right? Illegal time regression wasn't exactly a frequent occurrence. Anyway, what should he buy with the coupon? Use it right now? Haste is inadvisable. Shopping is the art of patience. Is that so? An item you purchased yesterday might go on a 50% discount sale today. However, new arrivals are rarely discounted. So what Kyandaler was trying to say was, if I'm going to use the free coupon anyway, I should use it on a new arrival rather than existing items. A wise judgment. Good. Let's wait to see what new arrivals came in. Oh, right. How were the beast folk workers doing? When he asked Dr. L, "You're saying there's one more dimensional traveler employee?" "Yes. Their class is mage, from a dimension called Gintibar. and they applied on their own, even going through an interview with Wiz. The employment conditions were Wi-Fi password, personal information for OTT platform subscriptions, and monthly subscription fee support. Wow, the trading company headquarters is like a fish trap. Once they get a taste of the internet, it'll be hard to escape. They'll get caught one after another. I heard Kalzenia is the dimension most frequently visited by dimensional travelers, but we mustn't just take anyone. We must examine their character. That's right, we need a filter, Juhuk agreed. So, to Kendale. If another dimensional traveler applies, could the fairy princess please conduct the interview? I'd appreciate it. I'm so overwhelmed by being entrusted with such a momentous duty that I know not where to put myself. I shall separate the gems from the stones with a sense of responsibility. At this rate, the Raboom Trading Company might become Kalzena's most powerful organization. Well, it was already capable of steamrolling a decent kingdom. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. He rested well for a few days. He went home too. With so many projects underway, it took time just to check on each one. He was inwardly nervous about whether an illegal time regression situation might occur, but as expected, nothing like that happened. Peaceful White Tower life. All he did was idle about with nothing to do. This wouldn't do. He needed to move. Let's go traveling, traveling. What good was sitting around in the White Tower? The universe was vast, and there were dimensions aplenty to travel. The travel method had become very convenient too, an ability granted during the dimensional investigator orientation process. No elevator needed anymore. When he quietly focused his mind and swung the judge's mallet, a semi-transparent rectangular door appeared. Passing through that door meant dimensional travel. The doors came in colors. They varied depending on which dimension he envisioned. A blue light door meant a predetermined dimension as the destination. Each parallel Earth, Kalzenia, and the White Tower were included. White light was random, a door to cross into an undetermined, random dimension, and a red light door, a means to travel to a past time period within a specific dimension. Will I ever need to open that one? The door Juhyuk opened this time was white light. Random, chance, a journey to a new dimension. But traveling through doors had a disadvantage. Only one person could cross, meaning only Juhyuk could move alone. So why bother using the door? Because of the door's advantage. Passing through this door automatically connected the White Tower system and space to the arriving dimension. Well, being alone might create dangerous situations, but Cloak of Transcendent Concealment +5, effect, completely conceals your appearance and presence. Even gods cannot perceive you. Lasts 30 minutes/10-minute recharge time. Feature. When the cloak is removed, you naturally blend into your surroundings. Juhyuk had an item, a +5 enhanced cloak of concealment, no less. Just wait a bit, I'll summon you shortly. Yes, sir. Donning the cloak, Juhyuk held up the judge's mallet and lightly swung it through the air. Whir! Crackle, crackle, crackle! A semi-transparent white light door appeared before him, a random dimensional travel portal. Ooh, exciting! What kind of dimension would it be this time? Could it be another world related to his summoned beings? He stepped through the rectangular white light door. Whoosh! A cascade of light poured over Juhyuk. Ding! Dong Juhyuk Nim is currently off duty. That's right, he wasn't here to work. Mechanos? What kind of world was this? Language ability equipped too. But then, the moment the message ended, a sound reached his ears. Clunk, clunk, clank. That sound was familiar somehow. Juhyuk turned his head and looked around. The first thing that caught his eye was a train? It really was a train, an antique design, a size imposing enough to be intimidating. This looks like a train station. Then is this a parallel Earth? parallel Earth was ruled out. It definitely wasn't a modern high-speed train. He couldn't call it a steam locomotive either. If he had to describe it, somewhere in between. There were many people too, people getting on or off the train. The notable thing was that regardless of gender, everyone had exceptional physiques. Tall, lanky builds with physiques to match, and impressive physical conditions. Their clothing was unusual too. Why are they all wearing such tight-fitting clothes? Are they fitness or bodybuilding competitors? He kept stealing glances. His eyes were going to turn into a flounder's. Since he was wearing the cloak of concealment, no one recognized Ju Hyuk, but it doesn't seem dangerous, so let me take off the cloak first. Swish! He removed it and stored it in his inventory. Time passed, as he naturally and slowly blended into his surroundings, just as Ju Hyuk's presence was about to be perceived by people. Tap! Someone tapped Ju Hyuk's shoulder and spoke. What are you doing? Hurry and get on. The train's leaving. Huh? Get on the train? Me? Yes. I think this is the first time we're meeting. That's right, so hurry and get on. All of a sudden, excuse me, I haven't even bought a train ticket yet. You don't need a ticket. This was random. Should he get on the train? Before that, should he summon a few of his summoned beings? Rumble, rumble, rumble. People came flooding in. He ended up boarding the train in the confusion. Then a uniformed crew member appeared, pushing a cart. Passing through the aisle, they handed out one large bag to each person. Keep this with you and make sure to take it when you get off. Were they just giving these out too? If you lose it, your life at the recruit training center will be miserable. Ah, I see. Pardon? Had he misheard? Whoa. Recruit training center? I already completed my service. Could this train be an enlistment train? Wait, he crossed dimensions only to end up in the military? Ju Hyuk grabbed the crew member who was distributing supply bags and asked, "Where exactly is this train headed? You must be very worried, but there's no use denying reality. Going to the Northern Front hasn't changed." The Northern Front. Was this what he thought it was? Ju Hyuk quietly rose from his seat. Where are you going? You boarded the train, so if you try to run, it's desertion. Ah, I'm going to the bathroom. He really went to the bathroom. He locked the door from inside. Veronica Caliber, designated summon. Foosh, Commander, victory. Shh. Veronica flinched, and then looking around the bathroom interior. Ah, Commander, just the two of us in the bathroom. This is so sudden. What was she saying? Major B, yes. Do you know of a place called the Mechanos Dimension? I've heard it somewhere. Oh? That's the world I used to live in. That confirmed it. This was Major B's dimension. She seemed to have realized something too, her eyes going wide. Commander, don't tell me this is where I used to... Yes, the Mechanos Dimension. Ah, we're on an enlistment train headed to the Northern Front. Dear, we're going to the military, enlisting twice. You too, Major B? Twice. This wouldn't do. He was in a foul mood. Time to summon someone who hadn't served and give them a hard time. Join fellow readers to discuss this story. Join the discussion. 346. Side Story 019. Chapter 346. Side Story 019. Dimensional Management Bureau. Ina was lost in thought, alone, a very long time ago. There was another name by which this place was called, Pantheon, Wansinden, Pantheon, the world of gods. But why were gods gathered here? They should normally be in the celestial realm of the dimensions they governed. The reason was simple: gods who lost their worlds and became alone, or gods whose divine status had fallen and withered, gods exiled after losing competition, or gods whose names were forgotten. They gathered here. In other words, it was a world of unaffiliated gods. The god of the White Tower connected to Bongjuhek was actually a withered god too. Had it not been for the drop of creation, they would have been summoned to the pantheon. Aina was a god who had been exiled after losing competition. She came to the pantheon by the will of the universe. At first, she didn't even know why she had to come here. Was she the only one who didn't know? All the gods who entered the pantheon were the same. Was this a dedicated garbage dump for defeated, surplus gods? Since they were beings with immortal status who couldn't be killed, were they gathered in one place? But time passed, and they realized what they needed to do. At the same time, they created an organization modeled after human society's bureaucracy and called it the Dimensional Management Bureau. The Bureau's purpose was to prevent the collapse of the universe and maintain the peaceful flow of its laws. In truth, it was no easy task. There were various reasons why the universe could collapse. The universe was unstable from its very birth. Countless errors were scattered everywhere. The possibility of dark energy explosion, creation of massive black holes, the possibility of cosmic contraction after the expansion phase ended. If even one of these happened, the universe would be destroyed. The divergence of parallel dimensional systems caused by dimensional travelers' illegal time regression was just one of many cosmic collapse scenarios. However, gods couldn't directly solve the parallel dimensional system divergence problem. Why? Because it could only be solved by descending to the human realm. That's right, beings that were fundamentally limited from directly intervening in the human realm. Because they were gods, there was no helping it. That's why humans were needed to do the correction work in their stead. The dimensional traveler Bongjuhek that Aina had recruited this time. She really didn't want to let him go. His disposition and personality were optimal for a dimensional investigator. Additionally, he possessed powerful luck that turned even failures into successes, a person with the qualities and abilities to become the best investigator. That's why she forcibly stopped him when he tried to escape from the labyrinth. He'll do well, right? He would do well. The most important virtue for finding illegal regressors was luck, after all. By the way, what was he doing right about now? She'd heard that if he had no work, he'd travel around sightseeing. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Mechanos Dimension, a world where humans and monsters coexisted. They divided the continent between them. The north was monsters, the south was humans, an endless war waging between the two. In the south, there were numerous nations built by humans. The most powerful nation was the Magic Empire. The monster legions always wanted to descend to the warm south, because the north was cold and there was nothing to eat. Humans had to block the monsters and protect the lands of the empire and kingdoms, because otherwise they'd become prey for the monsters. War between humans and monsters occurring every single day. Small-scale local conflicts breaking out throughout the front lines, but once every 10 years, a large-scale war occurred over the Mechanos Dimension. It was total war, and a war of extermination. The Magic Empire called it the Monster Wave. When the wave period approached, conscription orders were issued to all nations belonging to Mechanos. All those capable of fighting were drafted to the Northern Front. What rotten luck. Of all times to cross over, it had to be when the enlistment train was departing from the station. Juhuk sighed in lament. Can't you get off even now? Kozaksi, you wouldn't know since you never served. If I get off now, it's desertion, desertion. But Investigator Bongnim isn't even a citizen of the Magic Empire, are you? Well, that was true, but let's just go sightseeing at the Northern Front. I'm doing this to give you, Kozaksi, a vicarious military experience. I don't particularly want to sightsee. Would I have called you here for no reason? This is a great opportunity for someone who never served. Yes, sir. Yu Herc and Major B sat facing each other in the train car with few passengers, along with Kozak. Major B's magic gun was hidden in her belt. Dr. L had used Magitech engineering to create a subspace storage compartment for magic guns and mana bombs built into the belt. Though the capacity was small, it was space enough to fit several magic guns. Come to think of it, Dr. L was from a Magitet civilization too, wasn't he? Not the same world, though. Different Magitet civilizations in parallel universes. Anyway, Major B, is this how they normally just pick up anyone and take them, without even verifying identities? This is the normal conscription method. Nobody likes being dragged off to the military, do they? That was true. So they grab whoever they see and put them on the train, a crude method of replenishing forces. But it was also understandable. Was this just any ordinary war? If they lost, humanity in the Mechanos dimension might be exterminated. It was the same as Britain during the Age of Exploration. No sailors to board the ships. First, they'd land ashore and forcibly grab anyone in sight to put on the ships. If they resisted, they'd beat them into compliance and load them aboard. That's how Britain maintained its powerful naval force. Meanwhile, Major B's expression was still troubled. Of all places, for the commander to suffer such an ordeal in her dimension. I'm sorry, Commander. Hey, what did Major B do wrong? No, it's because of me. Major B showing a vulnerable side. Kozak pounced at the opportunity. That's right, this is Major B's responsibility. Among the summoned beings, she's the only military veteran, isn't she? This is all because of causality. Good grief, who was the one going on about group training owls and drill instructors not long ago? Pardon? Someone who never served pretending to know about the military. That must have acted as causality. Ah, Investigator Bongnim. Honestly, come to think of it, it's nobody's fault. Then, it was just bad luck, like stepping in poop, right? But are you really planning to re-enlist? Was this guy crazy? Enlist my foot. Don't worry, we're just going sightseeing. Sounds fun, doesn't it? But Major B's expression still wasn't good. She still seemed to think this situation occurred because of her. A little while ago, I had a strange dream like Supply Commander Rajik's Nim. I should have told you beforehand. What kind of dream did she have? It was a dream where a large number of female Magic Empire Ranger soldiers were flooding into the White Tower. Oh, wasn't that a good thing? Female Rangers, you say? That's right, at least 100 female Ranger magic gunners were firing large bullets at a gigant, turning the White Tower into a wasteland. Then 100 of them bouncing. Enough, that's far enough. Let's not imagine wholesome and virtuous thoughts, though he'd already imagined it. By the way, when we first arrived here, I took a good look. Why does everyone from Major B's homeland have such impressive physiques? Kozak, as expected. When did he check all that in such a short time? His eyes must have been rolling constantly. In that sense, Investigator Bongnim. Yes? This changes things. It's worth going to the military twice. Please volunteer for the female ranger unit. I'll follow along. Would that even work? Anyway, Major B. Neem, Major Veronica Caliber, how long has it been since Major B. Neem left here? More precisely, since Veronica died in battle against the monsters. Major B looked around. Just then, a large clock tower displaying the time and date was visible through the train window. Looking at the imperial calendar, 70 years have passed. 70 years. Not such a long time. Major Beanim's family must still be here. Probably. Your grandchildren must be grandparents themselves by now. I'm unmarried. I never even got married, so what grandchildren? I mean great-aunt, great-uncle. Meikonos dimension, where Major B's descendants might still be alive. currently preparing for the great war against the monsters. If so, he couldn't just look away. Having come here, Juhak had become involved with the Mechanos dimension too. Just like the beast folk workers Kalzena, I won't be going to the military twice, though. At minimum, he should take care of the monster wave before leaving. While he was at it, he'd look for Major B's family too. Creak! The train began moving before he knew it. A crew member walked through the cabin announcing the departure. The train is now departing. Those who want to sleep, please sleep. It'll take a long time. The destination was the northern front. The train moved smoothly. He'd expected it to go chug, chug, chug. Wasn't it a steam engine? It runs on a mana core engine. Magic stones are used as fuel. Indeed, a Magitech civilization. Should I call Radix later and score a mana locomotive? It seemed like it could be applied on Earth. Magic stones were everywhere, after all. Watching the scenery outside from the train was quite enjoyable too. Wasn't it a Magitech civilization? The landscape was unique. It gives off an arcane punk vibe. The Magic Empire's name is the Arcane Empire. Ah, so that's how it was. All right, it's mealtime. One per person, but if you need more, just let us know any time. The crew member walked around providing food. Combat ration packs containing canned fish, biscuits, cigarettes, and drinks. The crew member was surprisingly courteous. Looking at their attire, they seemed to be soldiers too. What's the point of being courteous? The food tastes terrible. Ah, right. You wouldn't know since you never served. Combat rations are all like this. Now's time passed, and the scenery outside the window changed. After emerging from a long tunnel, what caught their eyes was a pure white snowfield. It looked cold just seeing it. Manyani would love it. The old folks would hate it, saying their bones ache. The snowfield being visible meant they were getting close to the northern front. Just then, attention, everyone prepared to disembark. Move quickly. Don't move sluggishly and get beaten up by me. The crew members' demeanor completely changed. They'd even armed themselves. The moment they arrived at the front, they showed their true colors. No wonder they'd been so courteous all along. As soon as you get off the train, line up single file and move out. Execute. What? Why aren't you moving faster? People poured out in a rush, firmly under military discipline. Should I go hit him once? Why? He's daring to speak informally to Investigator Bong Nim. Let's go quietly, without causing a scene. If he hit him once, would that crew member survive? How were they going to deal with the aftermath? As always, the start of dimensional travel was hidden power mode. What was the purpose of coming here? To see what the situation was like at the northern front. He could return to the White Tower any time he wanted. Juhek and his group got off the train and walked. Coming out of the northern front temporary train station, armed soldiers were visible everywhere. Over 10 desks and chairs lined up horizontally in the station plaza. On the opposite side, NCOs were conducting consultations with enlisting soldiers. It's the intake process for the training unit. The process of being dragged off and admitted to the training center immediately after identification and consultation. They loaded them haphazardly, but disembarking was rather thorough. Of course it was. They were preparing for war. They wouldn't just let anyone in. Eventually, Kozak's turn. The intake officer asked Kozak. Name, it's Kozak. Age, 26 years old. Family relations, I'm an orphan. My dad passed away not long ago. I see. It's all right. He went to a good place. Do you have any special skills? Reconnaissance, infiltration, intelligence, and assassination are my specialties. Please assign me to Rangers. Next to Kozak, Juhek was in consultation. Name, Lucius Bardin. Family, both parents are healthy. I have one younger sibling, and even my dog went to the military. Where are you from? Obviously the Arcane Empire. Next to Juhek was Major B. Name, Major Veronica Caliber. Again, name, Major Veronica Caliber. Oh dear, Veronica C., why are you doing this? The major rank only works among ourselves. If you suddenly claim to be a major when enlisting at the training center, wait just a moment, please. The intake officer's expression suddenly turned serious. Then he called over soldiers and began whispering something. Are they taking her away for impersonating a rank? Of course, if they ran, no one could catch them. Are you two also with that person, group enlistees? When Juhek and Kozak nodded. Good, wait here for a moment. Waiting wasn't a problem, but this was awkward. Every soldier at the northern train station was staring at them. Did something go wrong? Was it because Veronica said she was a major? Major could mean different things, though. For example, a construction site manager or a research institute director. But then, Kozak's eyes went round as he pointed somewhere. Investigator Bongnim, look at that. Where? That statue. Oh, a statue erected in the center of the station plaza. The figure of a female soldier with her hair tied back tightly, a magic gun slung over her shoulder. It looks like Major B. Does it? The physique is similar. Major B, isn't that you? No, I'm way bigger than that statue. What exactly is bigger at that moment? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Armed soldiers swarmed into the station plaza. After exchanging hushed words with the intake officer, click, 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 they aimed their magic guns at Juhak, Kozak, and Major B. Arrest them all, we confirmed with the Caliber family. There's no such woman in the family. Huh? You've got some nerve, Caliber. You think the likes of you can claim to be from the Magic Empire's guardian saint family? So it wasn't the rank but the surname that was the problem? And Veronica, you shameless thing, how dare you impersonate the Magic Empire's greatest hero from 70 years ago? Our Major B, she'd been a hero. Whether you're brazen, stupid, or joking around, this is so absurd I can't even laugh. But she really was Major B. Tie them up and take them away. Move and we shoot. That's when it happened. Pit, Kozak, who'd been standing beside them, vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, flashes of light sparkled throughout the plaza. Oh! Swish, 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 swish! Clatter, clack, clack, clank, clunk, cleanly severed magic gun barrels fell to the ground. Then Kozak showed a sardonic smile. I'm moved. Go ahead and shoot. Applause came out naturally. Clap, 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 clap. Our Kozaksi who never served, more impressive than veterans. You flatter me. Major B didn't stay idle either. From her waist, swish, she drew a magic gun and aimed it at the sky. Zing! Boo-doo-doo-doo-duk! Bounce! A large bullet flew high, high into the air behind the station plaza. Boom, 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 K-A-B-U-M-M, an aerial explosion with dazzling flames. Don't move. Try anything funny with the commander, and I'll shove a large bullet down your throat. Clap, 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 clap. Incredible presence. Major Beanim, victory, Major Veronica Caliber. The faces of the soldiers in the station plaza went deathly pale, a situation that happened in the blink of an eye, setting aside how someone cut through magic guns made of hardened alloy with a knife, that terrifying power of the large bullet. What was this? Were they dreaming? Gulp, the sound of dry swallowing. Not a single person moved. No, they couldn't even think of moving. Juhek smiled with satisfaction. Two people who were always reliable. That's why he came here without a care in the world. What should I do? Well, let's summon. Full summon of all combat class summoned beings. Spot, spot, spot. Juhek's summoned beings appeared in the plaza. Kuo! Gobang let out a powerful cry of provocation. Summoner, this old man has arrived. I was wondering when you'd call me. The ever-reliable Guangmanim. Do not move. Lift your foot, and that spot shall become a blazing inferno. Mackenzie, burning intensely. El Elite, holy night of radiance, Bardin. Weak, twang. Spin, 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 spin. The dimensional supreme servant came to. The summoning continued one after another. Spot, spot, spot. The White Tower Special Forces led by Juhyuk. Airdrop complete at the northern front of the Mechanos dimension. Translator notes. Sojang, Sojang. In Korean, this word has multiple meanings. It can mean major general, military rank, but also director of an institute or manager of a site. Juhyuk is joking that Veronica could have meant a different type of Sojang. Join fellow readers to discuss this story. Join the discussion. Ch 347. Side Story 020. Hash Chapter 347. Side Story 020. The northern front was composed of extremely harsh and rugged mountainous terrain. Monsters were crawling everywhere, leaving no place safe. Even now, war was ongoing. Several times a day, monsters swarmed toward the northern fortress walls. Small-scale local skirmishes happening every single day. They'd keep probing like this, testing the waters, and soon an enormous number of monsters would all descend southward, starting the large-scale wave. Still, if there was a relatively safe place, it would be the outpost city with the Northern Front train station. The Recruit Training Unit and Northern Army Supreme Headquarters were also stationed there. Of course, war frequently broke out here too, but it was relatively safe compared to other fierce battlegrounds. The person in charge of the Recruit Training Unit was Lieutenant Colonel Anton Caliber. He had become a unit commander at the very young age of 29, wearing the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Lieutenant Colonel at 29, rapid promotion indeed. The war played a part, but the advantage of being from the Caliber family was the biggest factor. Anton didn't deny that he had benefited from the family's prestige. Veronica Caliber, the hero of the arcane magic empire, after she died gloriously in battle, her rank was posthumously promoted from staff sergeant to captain, and there were statues of her erected here at the Northern Front train station plaza and at the Imperial Capital Plaza. The Emperor designated the Caliber family as the Empire's guardian saint family, and descendants bearing the Caliber surname were subsequently appointed to key military positions. But today, an enlistee claiming to be a member of the Caliber family had appeared. Of course, it wasn't strange at all for a member of the Caliber family to be called to serve the nation and assigned to the front lines. It was an honor, rather. However, there was currently no one from the Caliber family on the roster of those scheduled for admission to the Northern Front Training Center. Even if drafted, they would be selected for the military academy or ranger units, admitted to the training center as a regular soldier. What was even more suspicious was the name, Veronica, the audacity to use the hero's name as her own. Was she crazy? Did she know nothing? Caliber was a surname the Empire's emperor had designated as a guardian saint name. The name Veronica was permanently forbidden within the family because she was the family's greatest hero. Even if someone wanted to give a child her name, they would refuse. It would be too much pressure. What descendant of the family would want to bear her name? This was impersonation. No need to even look further. Still, just in case, let's verify the facts first. Lieutenant Colonel Anton Caliber sent a crystal orb telegram to the family's butler in the imperial capital to inquire. Well, there might be someone, right? Among the collateral branches or illegitimate children, the result was as expected. Naturally, there was no one scheduled for admission. Meanwhile, word of the incident also reached the ears of the Northern Army Supreme Commander, General Fabio Caliber. General Fabio Caliber was Anton's great-grandfather, A crystal orb telegram arrived immediately. He was absolutely furious. Great-grandfather Fabio was one of Lady Veronica's most zealous admirers, after all. He ordered them to drag the impostor to headquarters at once. What could he do? He had to send troops to tie her up securely and bring her to headquarters. He gave orders to his adjutant. He had forgotten about it, assuming she was being taken away by now. That's when it happened. Kaboom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions from far away. Had monsters attacked? Wars that broke out several times a day. It wasn't unusual for explosions to occur, but Anton went out to his office balcony. And then, it wasn't from the direction of the front lines. Traces of the explosion still lingering. It was in the direction of the Northern Front train station where enlistment trains stopped. Why from there? And a moment later, bang! The door flew open. Adjutant Second Lieutenant Philip Hamilton rushed in. Unit Commander, what happened? The Northern Front train station has been taken over. Our soldiers are being held captive. A stunned expression on Anton's face. Elite soldiers of the Northern Army had been defeated by unknown assailants. By whom? By a woman claiming to be Veronica Caliber and her companions. This was maddening. How did the situation turn out this way? He sent troops to apprehend her, and instead they got captured. Casualties? They reported there isn't a single one so far. No one. I double-checked. It was true. Whew, that was fortunate at least. But they're requesting a meeting with the person in charge. A meeting. A hostage situation. What were they going to demand? What should we do? Anton thought for a moment and said, report to the higher-ups first. Understood. And accept the meeting request. I'll go myself. It's dangerous. They say there's even a mage. Anton shook his head and continued. This might be an incident related to the Caliber family. I should be the one to go. Don't worry, I'm a Caliber too. Honestly, is there anyone in this unit who handles a magic gun better than me? Second Lieutenant Hamilton let out a deep sigh. That was true. Lieutenant Colonel Anton was one who had inherited the hero's blood, after all. His magic gunner grade was rifle expert, too. Position the snipers and deploy the standby team. Yes, and so Lieutenant Colonel Anton Caliber led combat forces and rushed to the train station. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Northern Front train station. The summoned beings had taken control of the plaza the moment they were summoned. The soldiers were disarmed and immobilized. They had originally planned to just quietly observe before leaving. But when the soldiers went berserk upon hearing Major B's name, they had no choice. Hidden power mode deactivated. Simultaneous active intervention. Since they'd come to another dimension, they had to launch a reconnaissance satellite as standard procedure. Just one for now. Whiz? Yes, Master. Connected. After that, they requested a meeting with the person in charge here. A response would come soon. Juhak and the summoned beings were currently standing before the statue in the train station plaza. Kozak looked back and forth between Major B and the statue. It's definitely Major B's face, but they need to remake the statue. No matter how you look at it, Major B is bigger than the statue. Juhyuk agreed on that point. There's text written at the base of the statue here. It's definitely Major B. Ended of Sazin, the Magic Empire Arcane, Captain Veronica Caliber, and the achievements she accomplished, the merit of defending the northern fortress while blocking the monster wave until the very end. To think there was a hero among our White Tower summoned beings. Could he contain himself? Everyone, applause for Major B. Clap, 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 clap. Isn't this a hero's homecoming? The Empire will be turned upside down now. Would people believe it? It had already been 70 years, but what are we going to do about Major B's rank? The statue says captain, and if they don't acknowledge that the major rank is fake, Veronica's real rank was captain, Captain B. Even that was a rank posthumously promoted after her death in battle. What do you mean, what? We just make her an actual major general. When else does a soldier get promoted? When they achieve meritorious service. Moreover, wasn't there currently a war going on? It's when soldiers' ranks rise the most. Let's not stop at Major General. Let's go for General. General B. Kya! General B. It rolls off the tongue nicely. Lady Veronica is certainly worthy of such a position. Who? Then Major B has to re-enlist in the Northern Army first. At that, Major B spoke with a resolute expression. I'm not re-enlisting. I don't need to be promoted to general. I already have a place I belong. Huh? Where do you belong? Commander Bong's White Tower, of course. Ooh, that was touching. But I do want to participate in the war. You know how I died, don't you? I have to get my revenge before I leave. Oh my, our Major Beanim, do whatever you want. Those monsters, I'll wipe them out entirely. This mage shall assist you. This old man also wishes to lend a hand in Major B's revenge. The warrior feels the same. I will tear apart every monster that caused Major B's death. This maiden shall also hold a spectacular exorcism ceremony. Hook! Nukes! Dimensional explosion demon Rajix with bloodshot eyes shouting about nukes. Of course, nukes must be dropped in massive quantities. Let's move independently, regardless of the Empire. Why would we need to conduct joint operations with the Northern Army? We can just take care of it ourselves and leave. But then Kozak said, I'm opposed. We should conduct joint operations with the Northern Army. Why? Where's the unit of 100 female magic gunner rangers? We absolutely need their support. Come to think of it, he was curious about that. That's when it happened. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Heavily armed soldiers swarmed toward the train station plaza. On both sides were armored vehicles mounted with Manor engine firearms. The meeting request must have been accepted. Major B. Nim, Major Veronica Caliber. Let's go to the meeting. Everyone else, stand by here. I'll come with you. At Juhek's standby order, Mackenzie, Kwangma, and Bardine rose into the air using fly magic and levitation. Gobang went whoosh and enlarged. Diamat prepared to declare his dream domain, and Rajix got into a low stance. Boing, spin, 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 ready to move. Juhek, Kozak, and Major B walked forward with steady steps. The person in charge approached from the opposite side. They stopped at a certain distance and waved. Hello, I'm Bong Juhek. I'm the peaceful dove, Kozak. I won't do anything for now, I promise. Veronica Caliber. A response came from the other side as well. Anton Caliber, commander of the Northern Recruit Training Unit. Own. In that instant, Major B's eyes went wide with a start. Own. Caliber? Juhek was inwardly surprised too. They shared the same surname? Isn't that gentleman Major B's descendant? I think so. Major B must be like a grandmother to him. He looks older than her, though. Major B's actual age is over 90. By that logic, our fairy princess is an ancestor. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Colonel Anton's eyes were trembling violently. The unidentified assailants in the plaza. The closer he got, the more unease he felt. These were no ordinary people. They were clearly extraordinary, but he couldn't gauge just how much. That wasn't all that surprised him. The appearance of that woman claiming to be Veronica. It wasn't unfamiliar. He had seen it many times. Where? The family portrait. That's right. He had seen it in the portrait hanging on the wall. How could she look exactly the same? Anton was confused. A full 70 years had passed, and yet she appeared again looking exactly the same. No, She was definitely a fake. She was too identical, which made it impossible to believe. So, you're Veronica Caliber? That's right, it's my name. Might I ask your father's name? Leonardo Caliber. Own. Anton's eyebrows twitched. Leonardo Caliber, his direct ancestor, the birth father of the hero Veronica, head of the Caliber family some 70 years ago. However, it was information anyone could find just by looking at the Magic Empire's history books. Every citizen of the Empire, no, every human in the South knew this. This couldn't serve as proof that she was Veronica. Whew, what exactly do you want? What is your purpose that you would go so far as to impersonate a hero? To Anton's sharp question, Veronica answered with eyes that looked somewhat melancholy. Purpose? I was assisting my commander and happened to come back to this world by chance. Commander? Yes, someone I respect. In truth, she had mixed feelings. This person clearly was a descendant sharing the same surname, yet somehow he felt like a stranger. That was understandable. How many years had already passed? That's right. Her home wasn't here. If there was a place to return to, it would be the White Tower. I'm not demanding anything. I don't care if you don't acknowledge me as Veronica. Once I finish my business, I'll go back. That's when it happened. Ka boom boom boom. Explosions echoing from far away. Pajuk, pajuk, pajuk. The sound of magic gunfire ringing out. Greek, kook, kyak. Bestial cries that made one's skin crawl just from hearing them. Anton's brow furrowed deeply. Of all times, a monster invasion in this situation. On top of that, this was an area where monster invasions were rare. A messenger received a transmission and rushed over to report. What's the battle situation? There are quite a lot of them. And elite grade and champion grade monsters have joined in as well. Damn it. Adding insult to injury, as they say. A monster invasion, and he didn't know what to do about these people either. He wanted to subdue them immediately and rush to the battlefield, but could he handle them? Those people looked more dangerous than the monsters, but that's when it happened. One of the 3 people he'd been meeting with raised his hand and called out to him. Lieutenant Colonel Anton Caliber. Yes? Sorry to say this, but we'll be taking the monsters. Taking them? Our Major B needs revenge. Right, Major B? If you give me the opportunity, I'll sweep them all away and return. Commander. Anton blinked. That man was the commander. Come to think of it, he could see it now, who the people in the back were protecting. It was that young man. He was the leader. I'll take that as permission then. Juhyuk called out toward the rear. Crackers see. At that, whoosh, Chorogi quickly approached. Would you carry our Major Binim and fly over to deal with those monsters? Chorogi nodded rapidly as if there was no problem at all, and then, can I fire just one breath too? I haven't breathed in so long that my throat's been scratchy. Oh dear! Still, you should get Major B's permission first. She was the one seeking revenge, after all. At that, Major B said, I'll allow just one blast. Oh, thanks. Permission was granted. Swash, poof. Crackers released his polymorph and transformed into his true form, a massive high dragon. Flap, flap, leap. Major B mounted Chorogi's back with graceful movements. I'll be back, Commander. Major B, fighting. Swash! Crackers shot off like an arrow with Major B on his back. Additionally, Dr. L, yes, launch the drones. Major B has returned to her homeland. We need to properly record her achievements, don't we? An excellent point. She said it was fine, but honestly, he wanted to pin 4 stars on her. Wasn't she a hero of Mechanos? Shouldn't she have at least 5 stars? Swish! Ragix pulled out drone filming equipment and video playback equipment onto the ground. Weir! When L gave instructions to Wiz, a drone quickly began tracking Chorogi. The footage needs to come out well. Center it on Major B. Alternate between full body shots and close-ups. Oosh, oosh. Simultaneously, a hologram image rose up, a green dragon racing at high speed. Major B standing on its back in a firing stance, aiming at the monsters. Zine! Pajuju! Bounce! Large bullets fired in rapid succession. Thud, thud, thud. Monsters exploding the moment they were hit. Zine! Pajuju! Bounce! Thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. Nice shooting, our Major B. Clap, 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 clap. When Juhek applauded first with a satisfied expression, the summoned beings cheered along. Long live Summoner Nim. Long live Major B. The bounce showed. The hologram makes it feel so real. It's like watching up close. That's Major B for you. Amazing. Not a single bullet goes astray. The destructive power is incredible too. She must be really putting her heart into it. Who? Following that, Chorogi's poison breath as well. One blast to the right, kaboom, boom, 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 boom. One blast to the left, kaboom, boom, 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 boom. Huh? That bastard Chorogi fired 2 breaths. That's right, he definitely said he'd only use one. Dragons are always so greedy. Dr. L, tell Wiz not to film that bastard's face. I knew this would happen. They say never raise a green-haired beast. Such a shameless lizard. We must teach him a lesson when he returns. HWUEK. Meanwhile, Anton had completely lost his senses. He didn't know what to do. His mind had simply gone blank. His breath had caught from the moment the dragon transformed into its true form. Every Northern Army soldier in the plaza felt the same. Not only had a dragon, said to be extinct in the Mechanos dimension, reappeared, but a magic gunner was riding the legendary dragon and slaying monsters? Was this real? Who in the world were these people? Join fellow readers to discuss this story. Join the discussion. 348. Side Story 021. Chapter 348. Side Story 021. Northern Army Supreme Commander General Fabio Caliber was absolutely furious. It was because of an incident at the recruit training center. The way things were unfolding was utterly absurd. Those idiots. What on earth had that Anton boy done? He had brought shame upon the Caliber family name. We're moving out. Destination is the Northern Front train station plaza. Prepare the combat golems and mana-armored vehicles as well. Yes, Commander. General Fabio Caliber was over 80 years old this year. By all rights, he should have retired long ago, but he was still actively serving. Part of it was because he had reached master class and overcome the limits of aging. He was a soldier to the bone. And the person who had influenced him the most was none other than Veronica Caliber. If she were still alive, she would be like a first cousin once removed, an older sister figure. Fabio had met her once when he was young, around 10 years old. Veronica had come home on leave from the military. She had looked so magnificent in her ranger suit, holding a magic gun. He had sworn that when he grew up, he would become a soldier too. When he heard the news of her death in battle, that resolve only hardened further. Veronica Caliber was Fabio Caliber's role model, the northern hero he respected most. And now a woman impersonating Veronica Caliber had appeared. On top of that, when he ordered them to arrest her and bring her in, they had lost control of the train station instead. To make matters worse, Anton and the elite soldiers had been captured too. This was terrorism, a direct challenge to the Northern Army. He could not stand by and do nothing. He would capture these imposters and terrorists, execute them on the spot, and protect Veronica's honor. That was why he had personally set out with special ranger forces and heavily armed magical weapons. Vroom! The Mana Core engine combat vehicles carrying the commander and troops departed in a line. The train station wasn't far from Northern Army headquarters. They would arrive in 5 minutes. What's the current situation? Lieutenant Colonel Anton Caliber has been confirmed to be in the plaza. Is he restrained? It doesn't appear so. What a fool. To go negotiate with terrorists and get captured. He should have fought, even if it meant making sacrifices. Could he not make that judgment? The snipers, they've been positioned around the area, but because of the hostages, he couldn't make a decision based on reports alone. He needed to see with his own eyes. Commander, the plaza is in sight. Hold position. Fabio climbed on top of the vehicle and surveyed the plaza through binoculars. Ha ha ha, it was beyond belief. Anton and the soldiers standing there looking dazed. The terrorists around them clapping and cheering. Those crazy bastards, were they throwing a celebration party? Things had completely fallen apart. Commander Fabio Caliber was enraged. Wong! Immense mana surged around him. He was one of the few rifle masters in the entire Imperial Army. Where in the world did these people come? In that instant? Through the binoculars, Fabio's eyes met someone else's. A man in the plaza was looking this way, grinning. A chill ran down his spine. He felt goosebumps rise, an intense presence that reached him even from that distance. Startled, Fabio lowered the binoculars. What was that? Was it his imagination? He looked through the binoculars again. Where did he go? The man was gone, the one he had just locked eyes with. Endonyite. He had vanished like a ghost. Something was definitely wrong here. Commander, please give us your orders. After a brief moment of deliberation, did you bring the mana video circuit recording equipment? Yes. Start recording from now and issue a full army alert. I'll execute immediately. This amount of troops felt inadequate. He might go to sort out the situation and end up being the one taken down. He had a strong premonition of that. I should bring more troops in that instant. Swoosh! A cold sensation against his neck. Someone was right beside him. Someone was holding a blade to his neck. This can't be. Fabio couldn't move. He had already been subdued. The mana in his body had gone completely rigid. The surrounding situation was the worst. His adjutants and staff officers, his guard detail and ranger agents were all around him, yet none of them had noticed that he had been subdued. Who are you? What do you want from me? When the flustered Fabio muttered, "Shh," the assailant revealed himself. Only then did his subordinates realize what was happening. Commander, gasp, enemy, everyone freeze, don't do anything rash. This can't be. The subordinates recoiled in shock, but there was nothing they could do. A blade was pressed against their commander's throat. Kozak, having dropped his concealment, flicked his red tongue and spoke. I'm Kozak, decorated with the Peaceful Dove Medal, Voluntary Service Deferment, and Distinguished Group Discipline Training, 100 years in civil defense. And who might you be? You're not a voyeur, so why were you spying from so far away? Gulp. Saliva went down involuntarily. He didn't know who he was? Could he not see the rank insignia? I'm Fabio Caliber, Supreme Commander of the Northern Army. Eh? Swoosh! In an instant, the blade was withdrawn from his neck. You're from the Caliber family too? That's right. Is there a problem? Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Major B's friend. Major B absolutely adores me. She's crazy about me. Major B? I mean Veronica Caliber. What was even happening anymore? We shouldn't be doing this. We need to hurry. Before Major B's bounce show ends, the Caliber family is entitled to watch. Flash! Kozak scooped up Fabio in a princess carry. Swat! Swat-ta-ta-ta-ta. Shadow treading activated. In the blink of an eye, the two of them vanished in the direction of the train station plaza. The subordinates left behind were in complete disarray. Their commander had just been kidnapped right before their eyes. He was the strongest person here, having reached master class? Chase after them. They had no choice but to follow quickly. Asterisk, 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 beyond the northern front fortress walls. Schwalk! A green airplane flew at high speed. Veronica, standing atop the dragon's back, took aim at another group of monsters. Selector on single fire. Ammunition type. Large bullet. Her grade had surpassed SSR, so the firing limit on large bullets had long since disappeared. Zing! Pajujujuk! Bounce! Thud, 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 thud! Blood and flesh of monsters scattered in all directions. It brought back memories. Before she had died fighting monsters in this very place. That is, during her days as a staff sergeant in the Ranger Sniper Unit. Back then, she couldn't even properly handle a single common monster. All she could do was put holes in their bodies, pajuk pajuk, and kill them through blood loss. Even her ultimate technique at the time, the large bullet, was like that. Elite monsters wouldn't die from a single large bullet, but now, a single small bullet could blow off a common monster's head. Large bullets could kill entire groups of monsters at once. If champion-class monsters appeared, she'd use the sub-light speed bullet. Though honestly, she didn't even need to use the sub-light speed bullet. Z. Pajujujujujuk. Bounce. Boom. It felt cathartic. Revenge really was exhilarating. At this rate, conquering the North would be possible. Until now, the anti-monster war strategy of the Southern Empire and kingdoms had been wall defense and preventing monsters from advancing south. They couldn't even plan an offensive invasion into the North for subjugation. How could they push into that frozen land? But now they could do it. It was all thanks to the commander. She was truly grateful. If I hadn't met the commander, I wouldn't be who I am today, subjugating the North and wiping out the monsters entirely. This would be her gift to the Mechanos dimension, to the arcane empire that had once been her homeland. Just a bit more circling around, and then, hey, Major B, yes? Can I fire just one more breath? You already used two. No, it's just, after firing, my stress just melted away. Veronica chuckled. If he had stress, he should let it out. Fire as much as you want. Actually, please finish them off entirely. Oh, thanks. Kabum boom 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 boom. Choroki's breath thoroughly melted the monsters. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Northern Front Train Station Plaza. Commander Fabio Caliber had been kidnapped and dragged here by Kozak. He was also watching the footage streaming through the hologram playback device. Anton was beside him as well, a ranger soldier riding a dragon and firing a magic gun of tremendous power. At first he thought it was fake, but Anton whispered that it was real. He said he had seen it clearly with his own two eyes. So had every soldier present here. His grandnephew might be careless, but he wasn't the type to lie. It's not a fabricated illusion? I swear it's not. And that's being broadcast in real time. Good heavens. The Magic Empire also had mana video circuit recording equipment, but transmitting footage in real time like this was impossible. He had never even heard of such a device. How is this possible? It was unbelievable. But that was the least of it. The real shock was something else entirely. Fabio couldn't help but be stunned. His cousin Veronica Caliber, the guardian hero of the Arcane Empire. It was her. She was the one riding on the dragon's back. She looked exactly like she did back then. Not a single thing had changed. No, wait. She had gotten stronger, unimaginably so. The power of her magic gun rivaled a dragon's breath. Ah! He rubbed his eyes and looked again, but it was the same. She's alive. It was unbelievable. They had even verified her remains. Was it possible for the dead to return completely alive? But a part of his heart was crying out that the soldier in that footage was indeed Veronica. And so words slipped out involuntarily. Sister. Anton, who had been listening beside him, was startled. Great-grandfather, is that really Lady Veronica? Fabio didn't answer. He still wasn't certain. That Cherokee bastard is shooting his breath and going crazy again. His foul mouth should be sewn shut with an industrial sewing machine, going round and round. Does Major B achieving merit bother you that much? Who's the discipline officer of White Tower? Kozak is. Ugh, with a draft dodger as discipline officer, how is anything supposed to function properly? Why are you saying that to me? HWUEEE. Ugh. Fabio and Anton were listening to their conversation. The content wasn't anything special. They were just bickering among themselves. It seemed like everyday behavior for them, but that made it scarier. The terrifying power of the dragon and Veronica shown in the footage was nothing to them. All they cared about was criticizing discipline or questioning why breath was used. Who in the world were these people? They were clearly comrades together. The one called Cherokee was probably the Green Dragon, and the young man who had come and taken him was obvious, and there were two venerable old men, giants, women emanating cold energy, men and women with the appearance of angels and demons. And that wasn't all. The people lounging around the train station plaza, chattering and playing noisily. Their number exceeded 200, and every single one of them looked stronger than him. Over 200 people estimated to be master class or above. Were they planning to conquer the world? And lastly, a round hamster. A pet? It was cute, though. In that instant, someone approached him. Hello? I didn't have a chance to introduce myself earlier with everything happening so fast. I'm Bong Ju-Huk. As Ju-Huk approached and spoke to Fabio, Anton leaned in and whispered something in Fabio's ear. Commander? Fabio's eyes went wide. This man is the leader of all these people. It seemed so. The moment he started conversing with him, people's heads turned sharply, their gazes on alert. A prickling energy bored into his body. It felt like a warning that they would kill him if he did anything rash. In truth, Fabio had not the slightest intention of doing so. He had known from the moment of contact, this man called Bong Ju-Hyuk. He was stronger than himself. Then he should show proper respect. Fabio Caliber, Supreme Commander of the Northern Army. I've heard about you. I hope Kozak wasn't too rude. It's fine, I understand. He had been extremely rude, but still. By any chance, have you met our Major B before? I heard you're relatives? Of course we know each other, but I'm not sure whether that person is the Veronica I knew. Oh, you have a connection. Major B will be happy. But what was this Major B he kept saying? What does Major B mean? Ah, Major General Veronica Caliber. It's a nickname we use among ourselves for her rank. It's not official or anything. Ju-Huk said in a casual tone. Speaking of which, I'd like to give our Major B an official rank insignia. A military dress uniform with 4 stars pinned right on it. A general's dress uniform and actual rank insignia would be enough. No other procedures were needed. With just those, he was planning to hold a 4-star general promotion ceremony at White Tower. General Veronica Caliber, General B. For a proper promotion ceremony, they would need to go to the Empire. Major B would have to swear an oath of loyalty to the Emperor, but he didn't want that. My Major B swearing loyalty to someone? She probably wouldn't want that either. Is there perhaps a shop that sells dress uniforms and rank insignia? There are usually lots of those near military bases, even better if they do good overlock stitching. Well, that's when it happened. Schwak, a green dragon flying in from the distant sky. Flap, flap, it slowly hovered with its wing beats. Major B is here. She racked up some achievements. Cherokee, go over there and bang your head against the ground. Just bow down vertically and bang your head. Stick a toothpaste cap under your head too while you're at it. Tap. Major B leaped down in a magnificent pose. Click. She stood at attention facing Ju Hark. Major General Veronica Caliber. Mission complete, safely returned. Reporting in. Victory. Ju Hark accepted her salute with a pleased smile. Victory. And then Veronica faced Commander Fabio Caliber of the Northern Army, who was standing there awkwardly. The two of them locked eyes. Veronica tilted her head. A moment later, Fabio. Is it really you, sister? Yes. I still can't believe. You don't have to believe. I don't mind. Finally, Fabio's entire body began to tremble. Sister. Thud. He collapsed to his knees. Veronica's expression was bittersweet. She simply patted her young brother's shoulder. Juhuk's eyes reddened too. How could anyone not tear up watching this? How touching. I agree, but where's the female ranger unit? Druk, look at that. A non-human was right here. That guy kept going on about 100 rangers. He never gave people a chance to feel moved. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. They left Veronica to catch up with her long-lost Caliber family relatives. Juhuk and the veteran players gathered at one side of the train station plaza. They needed to at least establish a rough plan for what to do next. Major B's Revenge, the Northern Monster Subjugation Operation. The principle is that we conduct operations independently. Indeed, if the Northern Army gets in the way, they'll only be a nuisance. No, the 100 female rangers. Silence, Sir Kozak, please shut up. Go over there and bang your head with Cherokee. Yes, sir. Our forward base should be this train station plaza. There's still time. We need to do this properly. Please bring the production class summoned beings as well. Various opinions poured in. Isn't this Major B's hero homecoming? We need to publicize it widely. How about setting up a large outdoor theater in the plaza where people can watch Major B's achievements in real time? Of course they should. Please launch several more reconnaissance satellites. We need to survey the entire northern region. They'd launch plenty. They could recover them later anyway. After initially highlighting Major B's achievements, we finish cleanly with nukes at the end. A joint operation with Major B and the Dimensional Explosion Demon. Right, the North was enormous. To completely wipe out all the monsters there would require a massive quantity of nuclear warheads. They would probably run short of warheads. They needed to secure a sufficient supply. From where? We should bring nukes from Earth 843 rather than our Earth. That's right. Earth 843, whose nuclear stockpile was incomparable to their Earth. The quality was superior too, and the radiation contamination from the explosions was virtually non-existent, because they were next-generation nuclear warheads developed through Magic Stone research. Why the difference? Because they detonated far more of them. Unlike Earth 1001, Earth 843 had experienced sinkhole waves all over the world. Enormous hordes of monsters had poured out from them. Places with sufficient numbers of awakened players had used fewer nukes, but nations without enough had no choice but to use them frequently. Countries had stockpiled nuclear weapons in preparation for sinkhole waves, but now nuclear warheads had almost no use left. Juhuk had fully conquered the Black Tower for them, and the sinkholes were being filled in. Let's go back to White Tower first, make full preparations, and come back. Yes. Meanwhile, spin, whirl, whirl. Rajix was spinning in the air, unable to contain his excitement. Who? Oh my! Our dimensional explosion demon. Just wait a little. I'll let you set off as many as you want. Join fellow readers to discuss this story. Join the discussion. 349. Side Story 022. Chapter 349. Side Story 022. Earth 843. It was very peaceful. The nightmare of monsters appearing in the world and threatening people's property and lives had completely vanished. Now the sinkholes had been filled in, and stable Black Tower magic stone mining was underway. Spot. Ju-hyuk returned to White Tower with the summoned beings. As soon as he entered, he made a call on the smartphone dedicated to Earth 843. President Jun Song-il, this is Bong Ju-hyuk. Ju-hyuk Nim, it's been so long, you haven't contacted us at all. Something busy came up. In Earth 843, Jun Song-il was the president. He had won the presidential election by an overwhelming margin. I'm sorry, but could I ask you for a favor? Sorry? Please ask for anything. I need nuclear warheads. How many would you like? As many as possible. Ah, I won't be using them here. Wherever you use them, what does it matter? I'll have them prepared right away, but Korea's stockpile isn't that large. President Chun Sung-il didn't even ask why Ju-hyuk needed nuclear weapons. That would be a problem then. I need quite a lot. I'll personally speak to our allied nations through the hotline. He was saying he would make up for the shortfall with nuclear weapons from other countries. Will they hand them over willingly? They'll definitely give them. They've been a disposal headache lately. The sinkhole wave ended, so what's the point of holding on to nuclear weapons? It's not like nations are going to war with each other. Even so, and who's the one asking? Isn't it Ju-hyuk Nim, the savior of the world? If we make it public, they won't be able to refuse. Come on, surely not to that extent. I'm not exaggerating. Shall I explain what the current atmosphere is like? According to President Jun Sung-il's account, the people of Earth 843 knew that Ju-hyuk was someone who had come from another world, a player who had not only fully conquered the Black Tower in his own world, but had also saved Earth 843. His popularity was beyond words. There had even been discussions about awarding him the Nobel Peace Prize, but it fell through for certain reasons. What was the reason it fell through? Apparently, the Nobel Prize was too insignificant compared to Ju-hyuk's achievements. Instead, there was a movement to establish the Bong Ju-hyuk Award. They said it would become the most prestigious award that everyone would want to receive. Good grief, how embarrassing. What kind of Bong Ju-hyuk Award was that? I'd prefer if they didn't create such an award. We're already at the stage of selecting recipients, and I'm also a candidate for the Bong Ju-hyuk Peace Prize. Whoa, should he congratulate him? Congratulations. Thank you. Anyway, please tell them I'll pick up the nuclear weapons once they're gathered in one place. Don't worry, I'll proceed as quickly as possible, and I'll make sure to provide feedback. I'll record where I used them on video and make it public. Oh, on video? I'm really looking forward to it. That aside, by the way, how are things up north these days? You mean Chairman Kim In-jung? Yes, that man. Jun Sung-il knew too that the current North Korean leader was actually the Chairman Kim from a parallel Earth. I spoke with him just yesterday about the unification process. Ah, he said after completing South-North unification here, he'll return home. Well, he might not return after all. South-North unification in two worlds. He was practically a unification fairy. Please take care of the nuclear weapons. Text me when they're ready. Yes. After finishing his call with Ju-hyuk, President Chun Sung-il immediately summoned his chief of staff. A presidential emergency address was decided upon. The address was broadcast to the entire world through television and news outlets.
Now nothing want to hum come to hum back to come in can don't bomb that
Feedback guaranteed. Nuclear weapons usage to be disclosed later. White House says the savior Bong Joon-hak will receive the most nuclear weapons, and they'll be American-made. So he can take them right away if he needs them. He's taking the nukes that were a disposal headache anyway. Isn't that great?
Wimp.
But now I'm curious where the nuclear weapons will be used. I hope it turns out to be a story where our nuclear weapons save another world. Yeah, holding my breath until the feedback comes out. The nuclear weapons will be used. I hope it turns out to be a story where our nuclear weapons save another world. Yeah, holding my breath until the feedback comes out. The nuclear weapons were being gathered faster than expected. It wouldn't take more than a few days. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The North was the monster's territory. The South was the human's world. Among them, the nation with the most powerful national strength was the Magic Empire, Arcane. The emperor of the empire was Felix Zarkul. He had ascended to the throne at age 20 and was now 98 years old. Yet he was still hale and hearty. Sharp, piercing eyes and skin without a single wrinkle. That was because he too was a master. Once you became a master, body change would greatly extend your lifespan. In any case, news of the incident at the Northern Front had reached the Imperial Palace of the Magic Empire, along with a mana circuit video recording device, were, on a white cloth set up in the Imperial Palace's Great Hall, footage from the Northern Front train station began to play. A magic gunner riding a dragon, and mysterious people who appeared to be their companions. Veronica Caliber, you say? Northern Army Supreme Commander General Fabio has confirmed as much, Your Majesty. My, that's unbelievable. Yet her face is the same. How can this be? Emperor Felix Zarkul had never met Veronica while she was alive. Would he have had occasion to meet a female magic gunner who had been nothing more than a staff sergeant from a provincial noble family? He had met her after her death, as a corpse transported in a cold air mana circuit coffin. At the time, the young emperor had genuinely grieved, personally pinning a medal on the fallen hero's chest and paying his respects. That was already 70 years ago. Now the entire Caliber family was a guardian family of the Empire. The selection as a guardian family had been to honor her heroic deeds, but there was another reason as well. Why? To keep the central nobles in check. And so he had summoned the Caliber family, which had been nothing more than an ordinary provincial noble house, to the capital to disperse the power that the central nobles had monopolized. The result had been successful. The central nobles' power had weakened, and imperial authority had been firmly established. Even now, the Caliber family remained the emperor's closest allies. Supreme Commander Fabio Caliber was the person the emperor trusted most. However, it was still far from over. Were the central nobles such pushovers? They were scrambling desperately to find ways to tarnish the Caliber family. The nobles also had connections in the Northern Army. Each would have grasped the Northern situation through their own independent intelligence networks. That's utterly ridiculous. We personally verified the remains 70 years ago. How can the dead come back to life? Commander Fabio Caliber has overreached. He's trying to incite the Empire's citizens with claims that a hero has been resurrected, scheming something. Would Fabio Caliber have acted alone? Could the Caliber family be harboring ulterior motives? If they harbor treasonous thoughts, they should be thoroughly investigated and punished. My humble opinion is the same. This is clearly an attempt to deceive the Empire's citizens and stage a rebellion. Indeed, no matter how imminent the wave may be, we cannot let this slide. The reappearance of the supposedly extinct dragons is no ordinary matter either. They could pose a greater threat than the monsters. Almost all the vassals belonging to noble families came forward to denounce Fabio and the Caliber family. Wasn't this an opportunity, a chance to cast the Empire's most powerful noble family down into the abyss? If that happened, who would fill the vacancy? Other families would fill the void. Murmur, murmur. The great hall of the imperial palace grew noisy. Emperor Felix Zarkle raised his hand to quiet the assembly before speaking. What if Veronica is real? What will you all do then? At that, nobles rushed forward like hounds. Preposterous. How could she be real? Remove Commander Fabio from his post immediately. Summon him to the capital and hold him accountable for his crimes. Tick, tick. Their eyes had gone completely red with greed. They thought they had caught him on something? Remove Fabio from his post? Then what about the wave? Who will command the Northern Army? The Empire has no shortage of talented men. I don't know about that. I haven't seen anyone as capable as Fabio. Let us discuss this again after successfully defending against the wave. Today's meeting ends here. You may all go. These were arguments not even worth considering. The Emperor was curious as well, but he would look into that separately. So he was about to adjourn the meeting when, Your Majesty, your humble servant has something to say. Oh, you were here too, Duke? Why did you come to the meeting when your health isn't good? It was Duke Ratum Gauger, the Arcane Empire's greatest Magitech engineer, the head of the Imperial Noble faction. With the wave season approaching, how could I sleep with my legs stretched out? Ho-oh, I didn't know you cared so much for the Empire. My loyalty toward your Majesty is always true. I see. So, do you have a different opinion? Ratum bowed deeply and spoke. I too do not wish to hold Commander Fabio Caliber accountable. Is that so? How fortunate. However, it is necessary to dispatch an investigation team. We must investigate in detail what happened in the north. That is the most rational way to prove the commander's innocence. The Emperor contemplated deeply, and after a moment, very well, I will permit the dispatch of an investigation team. However, the Imperial family will also send people, so be aware of that. Truly a wise decision. The meeting ended. The nobles withdrew. Duke Ratum Gauger also exited the great hall of the Imperial Palace. In a quiet place, he summoned his trusted subordinate, Count Vale Smith, a Magitech engineer. Vale, did you see that footage too? I did. What do you think? About that person, I mean. The one Ratum and Vale were discussing was not the magic gunner presumed to be Veronica. It was someone who had appeared in the mana circuit footage. No, to be precise, not a person. It appears to be a humanoid golem prosthetic body. But, yes, asterisk, cough, asterisk, that's right, it was a prosthetic body. He had examined it countless times. The movement of the eyes, the contraction process of the pupils, and actions that contradicted facial expressions. It wasn't just the footage, there was eyewitness testimony as well. A Magitech engineer from House Geiger, who had been dispatched to the Northern Army, had reported through emergency communication that there was a being that looked human but appeared to be a golem, a machine that conversed with people, made its own judgments, and acted, engaged in creative activity. As if it contained a soul, they said. At first, he had been half skeptical. A humanoid golem containing a soul. Wasn't that a golem prosthetic body? Technology that transferred a human soul into a Magitech cyber-brain soul circuit and implanted it into a prosthetic body, thereby allowing one to live eternally without the limitation of lifespan. The pinnacle of the golem field of Magitech engineering. Technology that had only been established in theory so far, uncharted territory beyond the reach of Arcane's Magitech engineering level. In truth, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the Arcane Empire's level of magical civilization development was also dazzling. It was thanks to Magitech engineering that they had successfully defended against the monster waves. He was confident about magic guns, golem engineering, and piloted gigants anywhere. But creating a human-sized golem prosthetic body was an extremely difficult technology. Making it larger was easy, because as the volume increased, more mana circuit diagrams could be inscribed. However, as size decreased, space for inscribing mana circuit diagrams became insufficient. What was most difficult above all else, the cyber-brain soul mana circuit diagram capable of transferring a soul. This hadn't even been established in theory. It was only possible in imagination. Duke Ratum Geiger was facing death, backlash, and physical deterioration due to reckless mana operation. Even elixirs didn't work. Because it was mana overload, elixirs were poison. The only way would be to become a master and undergo body change, but that was currently impossible. There was only one remaining method: to swap bodies, to transfer his soul to a golem prosthetic body. He had invested massive amounts of money to attempt prosthetic body and cyber-brain soul circuit research, but it ended in failure after failure. But what was this? A cyber-brain soul humanoid golem prosthetic body actually existed. Could the golem prosthetic body also be a Magitech engineer? Perhaps a hidden scholar in the field? The primary discipline of the Mechanos dimension was Magitech engineering. There were countless engineers who lived in seclusion, devoted solely to research. Among them, there might be a school that had succeeded in prosthetic body and cyber-brain soul research. Can we extract the prosthetic body technology? We must try persuasion first. Tell them we'll grant anything they want if they hand over the technology. Asterisk, cough, asterisk. What if they refuse? I don't have much time. If we want the fastest method, Vale whispered secretly, we kidnap them and dissect the prosthetic body. Then find the cyber-brain soul circuit, delete the existing soul, and transplant your Grace's soul. Right, that's what I think too. Let's do that. But it mustn't fail. I will ensure success. Thus, Duke Ratum Geiger joined the investigation team personally, despite his ailing body. He planned to bring 100 piloted gigants and their riders along as well. That was enough firepower to take down even a dragon. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Time passed quickly. Juhai and the summoned beings went back and forth between White Tower and the Northern Front train station, proceeding with forward base construction. It was a cold place, wasn't it? They set up housing with plenty of floor heating and completed water supply and sewage facilities. Dr. L, in his golem prosthetic body, also completed an aerial reconnaissance network using reconnaissance satellites and combat drones, together with AI Wiz. In the meantime, Anton and Fabio Caliber came to visit Major B every single day. Well, it was quite annoying, but they were still Major B's relatives. This is the piloted gigant that our Magitech engineering prides itself on. In the early days, we relied on magic guns, but we developed golem engineering, and now we've created these massive gigants. Haha, thoom, 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 thoom. The piloted gigants owned by Northern Army Command were presented before Ju-Hyek and the summoned beings. They're classified by the output of the Mana Engine Core. The size was all the same, about 20 meters, only the colors differed. Red for Master Class, blue for Expert Class, yellow for User Class. There are only 25 Master Class piloted gigants in the entire Northern Army. Command only has 3. The size was unexpectedly quite small. Compared to our Magnus Gigant, they were like babies. Actually, the smaller they are, the harder they are to make. Size aside, the key with gigants is speed. If they're too big, they become sluggish instead. And that was true. Also, piloted gigants are controlled through the rider's mana, so the larger they are, the more difficult combat maneuvers become. Our Dr. L piloted the Magnus Gigant just fine, though, and very nimbly at that. Anyway, let's get started. The Northern Monster Subjugation Operation. The theater screening would also begin. Footage featuring Major B's exploits as she rode Cherokee and subdued monsters. But Commander Fabio Caliber seemed troubled by something. He approached hesitantly, as if he had something to say. "Excuse me, might you reconsider making the footage of my sister's activities public? What was wrong with him? Was he bothered that our Major B was gaining popularity? Many people are looking at us with suspicious eyes, wondering if we have ulterior motives. Suspicious of what? Tell them not to be suspicious. All we have to do is subjugate monsters, and that's the end of it. It's not like we're asking for anything. It's not such a simple matter. The Empire's nobles are planning to dispatch an investigation team. An investigation team? That's when it happened. What did you say? Kozak and Kwangma came running over, ears perked up. Say that again. Why is an investigation team coming, and when? Fabio answered haltingly. Although the Caliber family is a guardian family of the Empire, there are just as many forces jealous of us. That was understandable. Wasn't it the same everywhere people lived? They will certainly make an issue of my sister's return. How would they make an issue of it? They will probably conclude that my sister is a fake. They might send troops to detain her or transport her away. Aha! Using that as a pretext to launch an offensive against the Caliber family. Ho-oh! For whatever reason, Kozak's and Kwangma's faces flushed red with excitement. What were they so happy about? Though Ju-Hyek could guess. Summoner Bong Nim, we can't just sit still. We need to form an investigation team response squad. Indeed, we must strike preemptively before those scoundrels cause trouble. What if the investigation team threatens us with swords? It's investigation sword intimidation. Leave it to this old man. I shall deal with them without leaving any aftermath. No, in a merciful manner. Did Major B need security? Absolutely not. At least there was no one among the summoned beings here who did. Not even El or Rajix. Why are you so pleased that the investigation team is coming? Ahem asterisk. When did this old man say he was pleased? That's right. What do you take me for? I'm hurt. Surely you don't think this old man will cut them all down with Crescent Moon Force Chi. Perish the thought. This old man overcame the urge to kill long ago. That's right. Do you think I'm happy because I see an opportunity for ribbons? I'm peaceful Dove Kozak. Right. I'm sure you are. So how about you both wipe those smiles off your faces first? Join fellow readers to discuss this story. Join the discussion. Chi. 350. Side Story 023. Hash. Chapter 350. Side Story 023. Live screening of the Northern Monster subjugation operation. The outdoor theater and plaza were packed with people, training recruits and instructors from the training center, soldiers from Northern Army Command, merchants who had been doing business with the soldiers, and Northern Army soldiers from other bases who had heard the rumors and come to see. These were the same people who had trembled in fear and wouldn't even come outside when they first encountered the dragon, but now they had grown quite accustomed to it. Above all, they could see the hero Veronica Caliber in person. Was she a fake? Her relative, Supreme Commander Fabio Caliber, had vouched for her. More and more people believed she was real. The Northern Army soldiers especially felt this way. Today again, Major B took off from the train station plaza, riding Cherokee, circled around once, and that completed the first air raid, usually 3 times a day, 5 times at most. Cherokee had it rough, but they had agreed on 1 breath attack per sortie. They were recording tremendous achievements every moment. Since the war with the monsters began, had there ever been such dazzling battle results? What they were accomplishing was something the entire Northern Army couldn't do, even if they all charged in together. It was beyond imagination. Those horrifying monsters were blown apart by magic bullets and melted by breath attacks. Why were monsters called monsters? Because there was no other way to describe them. They were on a completely different level from ordinary beasts. They had no species characteristics. They all looked different. Their sizes varied too. Some as big as houses, some as big as large dogs, some as small as insects. Some had no limbs, some had many limbs, some had no heads, some had multiple heads. They crawled, ran, bounced, and flew. For this reason, close combat was extremely difficult. That was why they trained long-range magic gunners and focused on wall defense. Of course, it wasn't as if close combat never happened. That was what Gigants were created for. Piloted Gigants built with arcane magitech engineering, the strategic weapon for close combat against monsters. Unlike Juhek's massive Magnus Gigant, the arcane Gigants were of appropriate size, piloted directly from a cockpit, and showed considerably agile movements. Even now, they were patrolling around the train station plaza. Since the plaza had become an important stronghold, Commander Fabio had ordered the riders to stand guard. I'd like to ride one once, like the protagonist of a giant robot anime. Supreme Commander Fabio Caliber approached after hearing Juhyuk's muttering. Would you like to board the Gigant? Is that possible? It's a military strategic weapon, so a civilian can't just... I can handle something like that on my own authority. When high-ranking officials visit the base, they all try riding one. Oh, his mouth was already watering. I have my personal Gigant. It's a master-class one bestowed upon me by His Majesty, meaning it was the highest grade Gigant. I'll take it out for you. Take it out? From where? Not all of them, but some Gigants have spatial transfer mana circuits applied to them. It's a kind of dedicated subspace. Fabio pressed the gem at the center of his belt with a minor click. Then, tit, shuck, a Gigant appeared from thin air. Wow, this was quite impressive. Gigants with spatial transfer mana circuits are extremely rare and expensive. There are only a few. In other words, it was portable, normally stored in a dimensional pocket, then taken out for boarding when needed. Please get into the cockpit. When you pour mana into the handles, it will be ready to operate. You control it with handles? No, it moves according to the rider's will. Just visualize the movements in your mind. The control method was convenient too, but there will be a disconnect. There's a response delay. That's why training is necessary. But well, something simple like walking should be okay. Time to try it out. Clank! Whir! The hatch on the gigant's chest opened. The cockpit was revealed, with a platform for a person to stand on and handles on either side. Pilot Bong Nim, no license but fighting. Summoner, move slowly so you don't fall over. This woman wishes for young master's victory. Clank! The cockpit hatch closed. Juhak gripped the handles and poured his mana into them. Woom! Ding! Gigant operation ready. So this was how it worked. Then how about taking a step? Juhak imagined himself walking. Then creak, thoom, creak, thoom. The gigant walked slowly. There was definitely a delay between the pilot's will and the actual movement. About a 1-second gap. They said training could reduce it, but Juhyuk continued moving the gigant. Thoom, 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 thoom. As he kept at it, he adapted to the delay. This is fun. He got greedy. Thoom, 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 thoom. He tried running too, and that's when a thought occurred to him. I wonder if I can use Shadow Step too. So he tried using the skill. About 1 second later, spot! Oh, it worked! The gigant leaped through space in an instant. Spot, spot, spot. Applause and cheers erupted. Clap, 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 clap. Great job! That's cool. As expected of pilot Bong Nim. Whoa! Meanwhile, Fabio was shocked. Moving a gigant like that on his first try. How was that possible? Even the most experienced rider couldn't do that. That's when it happened. From the masterclass gigant that was continuously casting Shadow Step, crackle, bzoot, zoop, sparks flashed then. Whee, psh, creak. It stopped operating with white smoke rising. Clank, the cockpit hatch opened automatically. Is it broken? Juhayar scratched his head as he climbed out of the cockpit. Pilot Bong Nim, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine, but the gigant is... Kindaler scolded Commander Fabio in a stern voice. You wretch, how dare you give the young master such a defective product? You need a caning to come to your senses? That's not it. The gigant seems to have overloaded. Overloaded? If the rider's mana is too strong and forces extreme movements, the core engine... Aha! So you're saying our pilot Bong Nim is too strong, and that's why this happened? Yes. That's acceptable. Since this is also a compliment, this woman shall let it go. But Juhyuk didn't feel good about it. He had asked to try riding it and ended up breaking the gigant. I feel bad. It was a gift bestowed by the Emperor, and an extremely rare master-class gigant with a spatial transfer mana circuit at that. I'm sorry, Commander. It's fine. We can repair it. Even so, excuse me, Commander. Yes, would you like to ride a dragon? Dragon. Why don't you go on a bombing run with Major B? Would that really be okay? Why wouldn't it be? Cracker CC? He may ride, but that man is forbidden from using large bullets. Why? I absolutely cannot tolerate the sight of a man dangling around on my back. If a man's body part would dangle from the recoil of large bullets, it's dangling, not jiggling. Ugh, he had imagined it. Ah, I understand. I'll only shoot small bullets. And so Fabio set off on a bombing run, shoulder to shoulder with Major Bay. If this was the price, he'd gladly have his gigant break down 100 times. Zing, crack, thwack. Well done, Fabio. Yes, he even got praise from his elder sister. Ah, a joint operation with the Empire's guardian hero. To think such a day would come. The outdoor theater also showed footage of Fabio shooting his magic gun. The Northern Army magic gunners' hearts swelled with pride. At the same time, there was a hint of jealousy. Wasn't that special treatment? Was he the only one who got to ride the dragon, even if he was the Northern Army Supreme Commander? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The subjugation operation continued. In the meantime, they had subjugated countless monsters, but the numbers hadn't decreased. If anything, they had increased. Ju He communicated with AI Wiz while observing the situation at the northern front. He had also launched a bunch of spare reconnaissance satellites for this purpose. What's the current situation? The monster density isn't high in the areas around the walls. That was a relief. Where is the area with the most monsters? There is an area where the monster density is extremely high. At Dragon Cracker's Nim's speed, it would take about 5 hours to get there. Can I see it? I'll display it for you. Pop. An image appeared as a hologram. The summoned beings observed together. The screen was hazy. It looked like a mass of mealworms gathered together. All those squirming, wriggling things were monsters. That area is about half the size of our Earth's China. Whoa, that's insane. How many are there exactly? We might not have enough nukes. Huek, if all of those surged south at once? That would be a wave. When is the expected wave? At this rate, it's estimated to be within 10 days. That was right around the corner. He needed to hurry to Earth 843 and collect the nuclear weapons. Anything else? What about the investigation team coming from the Imperial capital? The express train carrying the observation targets departed from the Imperial capital just a moment ago. Is the wiretap ready? Complete. I can transmit the investigation team's conversations right now. Do it. A similar thing had happened in the Kalenzia dimension. There, a 5-nation coalition had invaded. Since the Eye of God, the reconnaissance satellite, had been watching everything from above, they had been able to track exactly when and where the enemies were coming from. This time, they went a step further. Reconnaissance drones modified by Dr. L. First, drones were dropped from the reconnaissance satellite. The drones landed on the roof of the train car running along the tracks. Simultaneously, the drones' bomb bays opened. But what came out of the bays wasn't bombs. It was dozens of tiny insect robots with wiretapping devices attached. Each one slipped through gaps in the train cars and attached themselves to the inside of the VIP car's ceiling. Being on the inside rather than the outside, they weren't visible. The conversation content was transmitted to the drone. The drone then relayed it back to the satellite. He really hoped they weren't plotting anything sinister. He hoped they were just having ordinary conversation. On the other hand, the summoned beings' faces were full of anticipation. They were probably hoping something would happen. For example, a conversation that would allow them to apply Article 3 of the third principle for summoned beings. If that happened, even he couldn't stop them. The wiretapping began. The investigation team was in 3 train cars. Starting with the first one. Do you really believe Veronica is alive? Do I look that stupid to you? Then why would Fabio pull something like this? He's not such a careless man. The Emperor must be involved. Can't you tell from the Crown Prince tagging along? The Emperor and the Crown Prince, neither of them ever die. Who, Duke Ratum Geiger, should become Emperor? As for him, his health is. But where on earth did they get the dragon from? Well, they probably woke up a sleeping one somewhere and sweet-talked it. Right, dragons were supposedly driven to extinction by the northern monsters after all. Maybe it joined hands with Fabio to get revenge on the monsters. We should meet with it, nothing special. Just the common conflict between the Emperor and nobles. Curiosity about the dragon. Disappointing, disappointing. This is disappointing, disappointing, disappointing indeed. The second car? Investigation team, whatever. I just want to ride the dragon once. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please maintain your dignity. Please think first of the mission His Majesty has entrusted to you. I'm a magic gunner too, so the nobles will dig up all sorts of problems to attack Commander Caliber. Don't worry, I'll be the shield, so Commander Fabio Caliber will be safe. They are not to be taken lightly. Even His Majesty has not been able to completely suppress them. So the Crown Prince was also part of the investigation team. He seemed to have come to protect Commander Fabio Caliber. The Emperor and Crown Prince are good people. Isn't that breaking the cliché? Tsk-tsk. If they're on the Commander's side, then they're our allies. We can't even touch them. Disappointing. Disappointing. The third car? Your Grace, what if Veronica Caliber is real? Humph. What does it matter if she's real or fake? My only interest is the golem prosthetic body. Asterisk, cough, asterisk. Golem prosthetic body. Then that meant Dr. L. Vale, I don't have time. My body will probably deteriorate and die within a month. I must obtain a prosthetic body and achieve eternal life. Huh? Could this be? If the cyber-brain soul transfer succeeds, next is the Empire. I'll pull down the Emperor and take his place. Asterisk, cough, asterisk, and you, Vale, will become the Empire's greatest noble. Would you look at these guys? Securing the prosthetic body won't be difficult. It's humanoid, so its combat power should be weak. That's right. We need to deploy Gigants and create a chaotic battle situation. Once confusion breaks out, they'll be too distracted to notice. Are you going to deploy all 100 Gigants? Asterisk, cough, asterisk. 10 units will be enough. I'll subdue the golem prosthetic body during the chaos and bring it to you. Excellent. I've also brought golem dismantling tools, so I'll open its head immediately upon capture and locate the cyber-brain soul circuit. It had better work out. I'm dizzy. I need to rest. He roughly understood the situation. Good grief. Did they think our Dr. L was easy pickings? Dr. L, shall I assign you some bodyguards? It's fine. There's absolutely no way my prosthetic body will be taken. That was obvious. The other summoned beings thought so too. Let them try. They'll just get blasted by Dr. L's destruction beam and burned to a crisp. No need to worry. I should go watch the Major B footage. Dr. L, survive on your own. Well, should we still help you? Not at all. You don't need to do anything. Those bastards. I've completely lost interest. Disappointing. Disappointing. Everyone's reactions were indifferent. That's unexpected. He had thought they would go crazy and charge right in. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In truth, the summoned being's inner feelings were the exact opposite. The summoned beings secretly gathered in a place where Juhyuk's gaze couldn't reach. Rajix was lying flat in a prone position, watching to see if Juhyuk was coming close. Those bastards. We have to kill them before they get here. Some crazy lunatic wants to dissect our Dr. L to live forever. Warrior will pound them all into the ground. Dr. L, how should we deal with them? Should we cut off their heads? Then Kendala spoke. Dr. L, hypothetically speaking, if they were to capture the prosthetic body, would soul transfer be possible? Theoretically, it would be possible. Actually, the cyber-brain soul circuit requires an important material called a soul stone. Without a soul stone, no matter how advanced the Magitech engineering, it's impossible. Then, yes, there's a soul stone inside my head. If they format it, another soul could enter. The summoned beings' faces twisted. Ominous killing intent flowed between them. We definitely have to kill them. We take them out before they reach the train station. We must not let the young master find out, so everyone watch your mouths. But then L raised his hand. There's something I'd like to secure before we kill them. What is it? Piloted Gigants. They said they're bringing 100, so all of them. Huh? Kozak spoke dismissively, as if asking what was so important about that. Aren't Gigants trash? We saw earlier. Pilot Bong Nim was riding it, and it broke down. El shook his head. I can modify them, and, quietly lowering his voice, the Magnus Gigant hasn't been enhanced. That was right, it hadn't. Ralph had explained why. Because it was too big, it was classified as a structure or something. But piloted gigants are only 20 meters, so, it might be possible to enhance them. If I modify them to improve their performance, and then enhance them, an enhanced bound gigant. For example, a +10 piloted gigant. That was right, the Magnus Gigant was uselessly huge. Of course, thanks to that, just standing it there put pressure on enemies, but a 20-meter piloted gigant was just right. Plus, humans could pilot it, right? If it didn't break down, how fun would that be? The uses would be endless. This old man agrees. The summoner really enjoyed riding the gigant earlier. This woman wishes to create a dedicated +10 gigant for the young master. How delighted would he be? It'll be hard to swipe the gigants at the train station with all those eyes watching. Then we'll have to stop the train midway, stop it and take them. Didn't they come here intending to steal our Dr. L's golem prosthetic body in the first place? If they intended to steal someone else's property, they should realize their own property can be taken too. I'll reference classic Western movies like The Great Train Robbery and put together a plan. And so the summoned being's plotting began. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Meanwhile, Juhuk was also listening. To the summoned being's conversation, that is, because after consuming the Chendo, his hearing had become sharp. Whether he had gained a technique like 1,000-mile hearing, he could hear from quite a distance if he focused. He could also clearly see Rajix crawling in a prone position to keep watch on him. They're going to cause trouble again. But there was no helping it. The other side had started it first. You tried to kidnap our Dr. L? Sorry, but please just go back. He couldn't very well be that much of a pushover. Sometimes you had to cause trouble when trouble was needed, so he had no intention of stopping them. Above all, a personal piloted enhanced gigant. He hoped it would be one with a spatial transfer mana circuit that would exceed the romance limit, practically a lethal dose. Join fellow readers to discuss this story. Join the discussion.